The Otsutsuki Road from Kirigakure chapters 511 to 596. Yomi Hirasaka was activated, and Chingxi slowly walked into the black pixel-shaped space channel. As the ripples in the space gradually subsided, Chingxi's figure disappeared in front of Jian. Then the next second, Chingxi's figure appeared at the entrance of Ruchi Cave. At this time, Black Zetsu, who had already received Chingxi's notification, was waiting here with joy and excitement. Father! Black Zetsu came over immediately after seeing Chingxi appear. Is this the entrance to the Ruchi Cave? Yeah, Chingxi nodded and smiled at the dark-skinned Howdayer. It can be considered as an unexpected coordinate. After a slight pause, Chingxi continued, let's go, Black Zetsu. Let's go collect some interest together. Dash 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 dash. Sand Hidden Village. Inside the control room of Angkor Fortress. The Mizukage assisted Yagura Karataki, the third Mizukage Bing, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja clan, as well as a group of high-ranking members of the Mist Village, were gathered here to discuss the corresponding strategies for the war that was about to break out. The people in the Sand Village may not know yet, but their every move is completely under our control. Yagura chuckled and spoke first to start the discussion. Haha, that's good. Kana's perception ability is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on the battlefield. I can only say that she is worthy of being a member of the Uzumaki clan. When the others heard Yagura's joking remarks, they all laughed. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Ahem. Seeing that everyone's emotions were almost released, the third Mizukage Bing interrupted them at the right time. Let's stop joking here. Yagura, please arrange your respective combat tasks first. According to the fourth Hokage's request, we must completely defeat the Sand Village in this battle and put the entire Wind Kingdom under the control of our Kirigakure. The third Mizukage Bing did not interfere in the formulation of relevant strategies and tactics. Although in terms of status, as the previous Mizukage, he was the person with the highest status at the scene. He only came to provide reinforcements for the sake of Konoha and at the request of Seiji. Besides, Yagura did a good job as a commander, and he was not a power-hungry person. Therefore, since he had already delegated power, there was certainly no need for him to make trouble at this time. After all, to a certain extent, he can be regarded as a remnant of the old era. Although there are still ships to carry him in the new era, the future no longer belongs to him. Yagura pondered for a moment, then began to assign tasks. Ziguashin, you and the fourth Kazekage are old rivals. And with your water jutsu and the coordination of the big sword Samahata, I think it should be no problem to suppress Ross's magnetic jutsu, gold sand. Yeah, no problem. After hearing this, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost immediately laughed grimly. He had long wanted to fight Luo Sha again. After all, the last time he fought with Luo Sha in the Rain Country battlefield, it ended in a draw. I will give Luo Sha an unforgettable experience. Very good. Seeing that Ziguashin Puffer Ghost was full of confidence, Yagura nodded with satisfaction. Then the 2 puppet masters, Chiyo and Ebizo, will be handed over to the 3rd generation. After all, you have the most experience in fighting puppet masters among all the people present. Okay. The 3rd Mizukage Bing agreed immediately. Chiyo and Ebizo are from almost the same generation as him, and can be considered old friends. But then, Bing added, the Tonkao Yebai people came to assist me. The blunt knife Doog is a sharp weapon to break through the defense of their puppets. Yes. When Tonkao Yeren heard that the 3rd Mizukage had frozen his general, he immediately responded in a deep voice. Yagura did not object to the 3rd Mizukage Bing's proposal and also nodded, because the blunt sword's ability to break through defense could indeed pose a fatal threat to the puppets, especially Chikamo Tenenshu, which were made of a large amount of rare materials and whose defenses could not be broken by ordinary ninjutsu. Juzo, Jinpachi and Kushimaru, the 3 of you remain the same and be responsible for leading the large force to encircle and suppress the Sand Village ninjas. Yagura continued to give orders in a calm tone. As for the rest of you, our target is the ninjas coming to reinforce from Konoha. At this point, a cold light flashed in Yagura's eyes. Since Konoha dared to help Sunagakure, then everyone should stay together. Immediately, Yagura turned his head and cast his gaze towards Uzumaki Shinki. I will start by fully transforming into a tailed beast, and then divide the battlefield. At that time, you will find an opportunity to lead the sealing squad to set up a space-blocking barrier and try to trap Namikaze Minato. Of course, just do your best, Yagura added at the end. After all, Minato Namikaze, who masters the Flying Thunder God technique, has extremely strong mobility and nerve reaction ability. He can easily jump through time and space in the short moment when the barrier is formed but not yet closed, and thus escape from the barrier. Therefore, Yagura just had this idea. If it can be done, then it will be done. If it can't be done, then let's keep the other people from Konoha who came to support. As for the medical team, Yagura turned to look at Chino Kazuna beside him. Do your best to provide treatment for the combat troops. Reduce our casualties as much as possible. Dash 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 dash. Longdi Cave. Chingsi and Heizetsu walked slowly and leisurely towards the cave temple where the White Snake Immortal resided in the deepest part of the valley. Black Zetsu, give me the latest information about the Five Tails Jinchuriki. He is the next target, Chingsi said indifferently to Howdayer. The next step he took was to take action against the Iwagakure village and the Five Tails. After all, he had been unhappy with the third Tsuchikage Onoki, that old man who relied on his seniority and spoke without restraint, for a long time. Moreover, the war in the Land of Wind will be over soon. Their Mist Village can use the Land of Wind or the Sand Village as a springboard and directly attack the Land of Earth and the Iwagakure village before Onoki can react, and then make the Iwagakure village follow in the footsteps of the Sand Village in one fell swoop. When Black Zetsu heard Chingsi's order, he was immediately cheered up. So he immediately turned into a pool of black fluid and came to Chingsi, and then passed all the information to Chingsi through chakra. Moreover, not only the Five Tails, he also passed on to Seiji the information he collected about the Two Tails Jinchuriki and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki belonging to the Hidden Cloud village, as well as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki belonging to the Konoha village. Chingsi checked the information sent by Black Zetsu and nodded with satisfaction. It turned out that the eldest son was reliable. In this case, he could send people or personally launch a surprise attack on the Jinchuriki at the first moment of the war. At this time, Black Zetsu recovered from the fluid state to the half-body form, and formed the black and white yin and yang together with White Zetsu again. After all, only with White Zetsu and with the help of Hashirama's cells in White Zetsu's body can he exert his maximum combat power. After all, Kiyoshi brought him with him to attack the Ruchi cave, and as a filial son, he would of course take action personally to avenge his mother Kagaya. As Chingsi and Heizetsu went deeper, snakes of all shapes and sizes began to appear on both sides of the road. Some were as thin as whips, some were as thick as barrels, some were colorful, and some were completely black. They were winding, crawling, and climbing, and their tongues were constantly retracting and hissing, as if they were warning Chingsi and Heizetsu of their invasion, and seemed to be sending some kind of message to the deeper depths. Chingsi and Heiju remained expressionless and paid no attention to all this. After all, the purpose of their visit this time was to collect interest from the founder of Longdi Cave, the White Snake Immortal, and to completely destroy Longdi Cave. Suddenly, without any warning, a huge snake head with purple and black patterns broke out from the ground, opened its bloody mouth towards Chingsi and Heizetsu, and let out a shocking roar. It was Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manabu, who was beaten up by Seiji in the Rain Country a few years ago and almost beheaded by him with the water-severing wave. And it was obvious that Wanshi didn't recognize Chingsi at all. After all, not only was Chingsi wearing a mask back then, his chakra aura was also different from before, and his strength was completely different from what it was back then. Therefore, it is not surprising that Wanshi could not recognize Chingsi, who had beaten him up. The fishy smell hit him in the face, causing Chingsi to frown slightly. Really, nausea. The movements and roars of thousands of snakes seemed like a call and an invitation, instantly triggering a series of chain reactions. All of a sudden, a large number of giant snakes emerged from all directions. Although they were much smaller than the 10,000 snakes in size, each of them was several times thicker than an adult and could still be called giant psychic beasts. These giant snakes were seen winding their extremely thick and strong bodies, like a colorful and chaotic torrent, sweeping towards Qingxi and Heizetsu on the road. Roll! The samsara eye quietly lit up, and an invisible and powerful repulsive force erupted in an instant, accompanied by Qingxi's cold shout with a hint of irritation. No matter whether it was the largest 10,000 snakes or other big snakes, they were all bounced far away by Qingxi's sudden outburst of Shinra Tensai. HMPH. Black Zetsu, I leave it to you. Qingxi snorted coldly. This bad-breathing manchi really disgusted him. Immediately, he slapped Black Zetsu and gave a small part of his fairy chakra to Black Zetsu. Yes, father, just watch my performance. With the support of Qingxi, Black Zetsu suddenly felt that he was able to walk again, so he stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his body rushed like a cannonball towards Wanshi, who had just been blasted away by Qingxi and was wailing in pain not far away. Senjutsu, wood release, advent of the tree world. During the charge, Black Zetsu did not forget to enlarge at the same time. With the support of Kyoshi's Senjutsu chakra, he felt that he was omnipotent at this moment. Countless thick vines emerged from the ground with a rumbling sound. Suddenly, all the big snakes were like dust on the roadside and were swept away in an instant by Black Zetsu's wood release. Under the beating of the hard wooden vines, they kept screaming, and the fishy smell and fresh blood dyed large areas of the surrounding land red in an instant. Dash 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 dash. At the same time, in the sand village, as the sun's scorching light shines on the desert land of the Kingdom of Wind, a large-scale war between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village is about to break out. Lord Yagura, the movements of the Sunagakure. We sense that they are rapidly advancing towards the Sunagakure village. Uzumaki Kana answered the chakra call between her and Yagura and said calmly. Very good. Yagura's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately switched the call channel. Everyone, pay attention. Get ready for battle. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. 10 kilometers. 9 kilometers. 8 kilometers. Uzumaki Kana reported the movements of the sand village in real time, and at the same time, the Angkor fortress slowly rose into the air according to Yagura's order, and the gun hole of the chakra cannon was already aimed at the direction where the sand village troops were rushing. That's right. Yagura is preparing to give the sand village a wave of chakra artillery fire as a greeting gift. After all, as the saying goes, if you are poor, you should use tactics, and if you are rich, you should use firepower coverage. 5 kilometers. Uzumaki Kana's voice, calm but with a hint of unbearable excitement, came again, and at this moment, a sharp light flashed in Yagura's eyes. Fire! Boom! 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 The barrier that concealed and blocked the perception effect dissipated instantly, accompanied by violent chakra fluctuations. The chakra cannons of Angkor Fortress, under the control of Shenong, all made a huge roar. In an instant, the shells formed by chakra, dragging extremely dazzling white light column tail flames, whizzed towards the direction of the sand-hidden army in the distance. The roar of artillery fire. At the same time as the chakra cannon was fired, Yagura also ordered all the Kirigakure ninjas to attack. Immediately, he took the lead, wearing a scarlet-tailed beast chakra coat, and led the charge. Seeing the actions of Yagura, the commander, a group of Kirigakure ninjas also burst out with their own chakra, followed closely behind Yagura, and rushed towards the sand village troops in front that had not yet appeared in their sight. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Enemy attack. The moment after Angkor Fortress removed the barrier and fired the chakra cannon, Luo Sha, who was leading the Sand Village troop and the Perception Ninja in the Sand Village troop, noticed something was wrong. After all, the noise of this round of volleys was indeed very loud without the barrier to cover it. However, Even though Luo Sha gave a timely warning, the distance was less than 5 kilometers, which was not enough for him and other sand ninjas to have enough time to defend. Magnetic escape of veteran wall. Sand style. Sand wall. Puppetry. Mechanical light shield seal. Earth escape 10,000 miles of earth current wall. Wind style. Wind whirl wall. For a moment, the Sand Village ninjas used all their methods and hastily deployed all the defensive measures they could. Boom! The overwhelming chakra fire that followed continuously hit the various defensive ninjutsu held up by the Sand Ninjas, but how could this defense, which was carried out in a hurry without any advance preparation, protect all the Sand Ninjas? Therefore, under the saturation fire coverage of the Kirigakure, the Sand Village troops suffered considerable casualties. The smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion gradually dissipated. Sensing the casualties of the troops, the 4th Cage Rasa couldn't help but feel bloodshot for a moment. Before they even came into contact with the Kirigakure side, their own troops had inexplicably suffered casualties, which was something he could not accept. However, would the attack from the Hidden Mist Village be limited to this one wave? The roaring chakra artillery fire had just ended, and the second wave of attack launched by Yagura arrived soon. Yagura, who was charging towards the Sand Village troops, was seen speeding up, like an arrow shot from a bow, leaving the other Mist Village ninjas far behind. Immediately, his body jumped high, and with the 3 tails chakra bursting out of his body, Yagura took less than a second to enter the state of complete tailed beast transformation. 3-tailed Isobu, here we go. Sanwei Isofu opened his mouth wide, and the yin-yang chakra began to gather rapidly. Then, Yagura did not continue to accumulate any power, and fired a wave of shots in the direction of the Sand Village troops. Continuous tailed beast balls. In an instant, several huge purple-black chakra balls, with a destructive and terrifying momentum, smashed towards the Sand Village troops. The 4th Cage Rasa, who was flying in the air with a ball of gold sand under his feet, saw this scene from afar and his face suddenly changed drastically. He certainly knew what these purple-black chakra balls flying over were. So, he immediately sent a signal for help to the Konoha ninja who came to help from behind, and then quickly landed on the ground. While loudly calling out to Chiyo and Ebizo to continue to use defensive measures, he gathered a large amount of magnetic chakra in one breath, and then slapped the ground heavily with both hands. Magnetic style. Golden sand waves. Under the effect of Rasa's magnetic chakra, a large amount of gold sand was extracted from deep underground, like an extremely spectacular golden wave, surging towards the tailed beast ball launched by Yagura. Boom! The purple-black chakra sphere collided with the 100-meter-high gold sand wave raised by Luasha, making a roar. Several tailed beast balls continued to break through the layer after layer of defense formed by gold sand, making Luo Sha's expression more and more gloomy. Even though this was only the 3 tailed beast ball, and there was no tailed beast ball whose power had not been maximized, the quantity made up for the quality, and it was still very difficult for Rasa to resist. If it weren't for the favorable terrain of the desert, which gave Luasha endless gold sand to use at any time, his defense would probably have been penetrated by Yagura's continuous tailed beast balls long ago. After all, Rasa's strength is not as strong as his teacher, the 3rd Cage Tessa. Strictly speaking, he can only be considered below average among the cage level. And his record of being able to suppress the runaway one-tail Shukaku is largely due to the fact that he took advantage of the terrain. If he were to fight the one-tailed Shukaku with real weapons somewhere else, he might not be able to suppress it. The tailed beast balls launched by Yagura and Rasa's magnetic style, gold dust, were in a stalemate. However, although Rasa took advantage of the terrain to dissipate a lot of the power of the tailed beast balls, these purple-black chakra spheres, which had slightly shrunk in size, were about to break through the gold dust's obstruction. However, at this moment, a golden flash came to Luasha's side in a few flashes, and then, without any pause, several trident-shaped kunai, which were different from ordinary kunai, were swung by his arms and thrown at a high speed towards the purple-black chakra ball in the air that was constantly consuming the gold sand. It was Minato Namikaze who was originally hanging behind the Sand Village troops, ready to rush in to help at the critical moment, but after receiving Ross's distress signal, he had no choice but to decide to take action in advance. Minato Namikaze, who made a handsome appearance, ignored Rasa beside him, but stared seriously at the tailed beast balls in the air that were emitting a destructive aura. Then, when the flying thunder god kunai thrown by Minato Namikaze approached the tailed beast ball in the air, his hands quickly began to form seals. Flying thunder god guides thunder. As Minato Namikaze's seal was performed, a series of barrier magic arrays with distorted space waves suddenly appeared in front of the tailed beast ball. The next second, the tailed beast ball disappeared from its original location and was directly teleported by Minato Namikaze to a faraway place where he had placed the flying thunder god kunai in advance. Boom! A deafening roar came from afar. It was the sound of the tailed beast ball that was transferred away by Minato Namikaze exploding. With this loud noise, the desert began to tremble violently, and then a strong shock wave like a ferocious beast swept over with a roar. Wherever it passed, sand and gravel flew like raindrops, forming a gray dust curtain. We survived. The sand ninjas who were protected by Rasa behind the defense of magnetic release, gold sand, all breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Sha was also relieved about this. Fortunately, he had the help of the Konoha ninja. Otherwise, the Sand Village ninja troops, which had just experienced a round of artillery fire and had no time to launch a new round of defense, would probably suffer heavy losses. However, at the same time, Yagura, who had returned from the fully tailed beast state to the half-tailed beast state, arrived. A blood-red figure, as bright as blood, roared and rushed into the formation of the Sand Village troops, as if it was in an empty space, killing the Sand Village ninjas like crazy, and no one could match it. Wherever it passed, it left behind one broken corpse after another. At this moment, Yagura was like an unmatched sharp knife, unstoppable all the way, and was about to pierce through the formation of the Sand Village ninja. Although Rasa reacted the moment Yagura rushed into the Sunagakure ninja formation, the sand gold he controlled was simply unable to catch up with Yagura's movement speed, and could only watch Yagura kill crazily. At the same time, the large Kirigakure army followed Yagura and arrived in front of the Sand Village ninja. Instantly, a war broke out. At the critical moment, it was Minato Namikaze who took action again. Relying on the rapid maneuverability of the Flying Thunder God technique, he intercepted Yagura who was killing people wantonly but was unstoppable in time. Flying Thunder God Slash. A golden flash flashed before Yagura's eyes, and Namikaze Minato swung the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, with cold murderous intent, and slashed it heavily at Yagura's neck. However, the next second, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank sharply, and at the critical moment when the chakra tail behind Yagura whipped over, his figure once again crossed time and space and disappeared on the spot. No defense break. Minato Namikaze, who appeared not far away, had a very unhappy expression on his face. After all, his girlfriend Kushina Uzumaki was also a Jinchuriki, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the strongest among the tailed beasts. When he was sparring with Kushina Uzumaki, he used the Flying Thunder God kunai with wind-style chakra attached to it to easily break through Kushina's tailed beast coat. Therefore, he never expected that he would not be able to break through Yagura's tailed beast coat. When he saw Minato Namikaze appear and stop him from continuing to kill the Sand Village ninjas, Yagura immediately understood the reason why his continuous tailed beast balls failed to work. However, he did not show any anger about this. After all, his target was originally Minato Namikaze who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yagura, who was in the half-tailed beast state, gave Namikaze Minato a slightly hideous sneer. He wanted to break his defense with just the Flying Thunder God kunai that was attached with wind release chakra. He was simply dreaming of Peach. You know, he is the perfect Three Tails Jinchuriki, and his control and use of the Three Tails chakra is simply not comparable to that of Uzumaki Kushina's half-baked Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and his own strength is far above Uzumaki Kushina. As the saying goes, the operation is as fierce as a tiger, but the damage is 0 to 5. Master Shuiman, please stop scraping, it's too sha-wai. There is no other way. I can only use that move, even though I am not proficient in it yet. Namikaze Minato, who was confronting Yagura, pondered for a moment and said to himself. Then, with an inexplicable aura enveloping his body, his figure shook and turned into a golden flash and disappeared on the spot again. Shanfa Rasengan. Minato Namikaze appeared in front of Yagura and pressed the rapidly spinning blue chakra ball in his hand towards Yagura. Yakura, it's a senjutsu. The voice of the three-tailed Isobu sounded synchronously in Yagura's heart. As a tailed beast, it is not unfamiliar with senjutsu. Therefore, after sensing the ball filled with senjutsu chakra, the three-tailed Isobu immediately warned Yagura. After all, this senjutsu can pose a certain threat to Yagura in the half-tailed beast state. Is this the magic of Mount Myoboku that Brother Seiji mentioned? Looking at Minato Namikaze's pupils that had turned into horizontal bars and the orange eye shadow around his eyes, Yagura murmured in a low voice with a little curiosity, but the movements of his hands did not slow down at all. Water style. Coral palm. While strengthening the defense of the tailed beast coat, Yagura condensed a large amount of Three Tails chakra in his hand and struck the attacking Namikaze Minato. As the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, the thing he was least afraid of was exchanging injuries. So what if you have magic? As long as you can't kill me in an instant, I will be able to recover quickly. What can't kill me will only make me stronger. Boom, boom. The extreme rotation instantly broke through the defense of the tailed beast's coat, and the fairy ball hit Yagura's back solidly, leaving a deep spiral mark on Yagura's back. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze's face suddenly lit up with joy, and then he took the opportunity to mark the mark of the flying thunder god on Yagura's back. However, at this moment, Yagura's palm also pressed on Namikaze Minato's abdomen at the same time. In an instant, the light red coral spread across Namikaze Minato's body at an extremely fast speed. Namikaze Minato instantly performed a Sichuan opera face changing. The coral that was spreading rapidly on his body greatly affected his movements. If this continued, he would not be able to continue fighting with Yagura. So, while he was releasing chakra to continuously destroy the corals on his body, he was also continuously launching the Flying Thunder God technique, continuously jumping through time and space towards the rear of the battlefield. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Laugh. A burst of white smoke came out of Yagura's back. Under the effect of the Three Tails chakra, the injuries caused by the Senjutsu Maru were recovering at an extremely fast speed. However, when he saw the direction in which Minato Namikaze evacuated, a meaningful smile immediately appeared on Yagura's mouth, because that direction was exactly the location of the other Konoha ninjas that Uzumaki Kana had just told him about. Shadow, Chirin, Tenshin, Shinki, act according to the plan. Yagura ordered directly in the communication channel. Then, he burst out his chakra, turned into a red stream of light, and quickly chased after Namikaze Minato. Soon, Namikaze Minato took Yagura away from the battlefield, and when Yagura finally caught up with Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the three Ino Shikacho, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akamichi Choza, appeared instantly and surrounded Yagura. Ninja Technique Shadow Binding Technique. In the blink of an eye, a dark shadow extended from under Nara Shikaku's feet and connected to Yagura's shadow, binding him firmly in place. Seeing Yagura trapped in their carefully prepared encirclement, everyone in Konoha couldn't help but reveal a confident smile on their faces. Today, they were going to bury the Three Tails Jinchuriki who served as the Mizukage's assistant here. However, what everyone in Konoha didn't notice at this time was that Yagura, who was bound in place by the shadow, had a strange, bloodthirsty grin on his slightly lowered face. It's too early to be happy now. Who is the hunter and who is the prey is still unknown at this point. After all, high-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. dash 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 dash. At the same time, inside Longdi Cave, Black Zetsu has completed the slaughter of all the snakes in Ruchi Cave, and Qingxi has also chopped the white snake immortal into several pieces. Afterwards, Seiji activated the Yomi Hirasaka, and went to Myoboku Mountain, bringing back the 10 tails that belonged to him. From then on, there was no more Ruchi Cave in the ninja world, but the natural energy accumulated in the Ruchi Cave could not be wasted. Let all these natural energies and the fairy chakra emanating from the white snake sage and many giant snakes become nutrients for the 10 tails. As for the 10 tails in the parallel universe, Kiyoshi left it temporarily in Kagaya Otsutsuki's starting sphere space before returning, and would consider and plan it when he went there again. Perhaps, it would not be a bad idea to let his 10 tails devour the 10 tails in the parallel universe. When Seiji brought Black Zetsu back to the Hidden Mist Village, the battle between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village reached its climax. According to Yagura's deployment before the battle, Ziguashin Puffer Demon brandished the broadsword Samahata and went straight to the 4th Kazekage Rasa. This time, he was determined to decide the real victory or defeat between him and Rasa. The 3rd Mizukage started with a large-scale, water-style, exploding water wave, which cleared out the nearby Sand Village ninjas and also separated Chiyo and Ebizo from the Sand Village troops. After all, performing large-scale water-based ninjutsu in a waterless environment, especially in such an extremely dry desert environment, can be said to be a traditional skill of successive Mizukages. Afterwards, Togusa Nobito, who followed Bing, stepped on the water waves and rushed directly towards the puppets released by Chiyo and Ebizo from the sealing scroll. Blunt Knife Duki performed it with great vigor. For a moment, the puppets' fragments flew everywhere. As for the rest of the Kirigakure ninjas, they were led by 3 ninja swordsmen, Biwa Juzo, Kurashai Kushimaru and Murashigi Shinpachi, and joined the Sand Village troops. Although each Kirigakure ninja will face 2 to 3 Sand Village ninjas or even more at the same time, one must know that all Kirigakure ninjas participating in the battle are elite. And at the very least they are all special Jonins. Therefore, even if it is 1 against many, the Kirigakure ninjas will gain the upper hand right from the start. What's more, the Kirigakure side has 3 cage-level ninja swordsmen who can be said to be tigers among a flock of sheep. On the other hand, the Sunagakure side, with Rasa, Chiyo and Ebizo all being held back, they do not have the combat power to stop all 3 ninja swordsmen. After all, with the blessing of the ninja sword, the Sand Village has to pay the combat power of at least 3 elite Jonin to withstand the rampage of a ninja swordsman with a ninja sword in hand. Therefore, this result has emerged. The Sand Village can either sit back and watch the ninja swordsmen continue to roam wildly in their formation and slaughter people wantonly, or they have to pay a large amount of high-end combat power to fight against them. The Sand Village's choice was of course the latter, but this also caused a chain reaction. The Sand Village, which did not have much high-end combat power, was even more embarrassed in this situation. Although they still had a huge advantage in numbers, their overall strength was not up to par and they were eventually suppressed by the Kirigakure. On the other side, the people of Konoha were launching the first round of concentrated fire attacks on Yagura, who was restrained in place by the shadow. Wind Escape Big Breakthrough, Fire Style, Flame Bullet, Combined Ninjutsu, Blazing Wave. Jiraiya and Orochimaru cooperated with each other. In an instant, the wind helped the fire, and the scorching hot flames rushed towards Yagura like a volcanic eruption. Wherever they passed, the air was distorted by the extreme high temperature, as if it was about to melt under this horrible heat. Although this is just a combination of ordinary sea-level wind ninjutsu and sea-level fire ninjutsu, but in the hands of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, 2 cage-level powerhouses, it has a power far beyond that of ordinary B-level ninjutsu. However, this was no threat to Yagura. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and the next second, the 3 tails chakra instantly exploded, accompanied by a scarlet chakra beam that shot up into the sky. Yagura forcibly broke free from Nara Shikaku's shadow binding technique, and then, facing the surging sea of fire, rushed straight towards Jiraiya. After all, how could a mere ordinary combination ninjutsu break through his tailed beast coat and cause damage to him? It would be more effective if it were the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, Amaterasu. Teacher Jiraiya, be careful. Minato Namikaze, who was recovering on the side, saw the situation and immediately reminded loudly. The fight with Yagura just now and the repeated use of Flying Thunder God technique to jump through time and space consumed a lot of chakra. In addition, he also used the Sage mode, which he was not good at. In order to break Yagura's defense, he poured a large amount of Sage chakra into the Rasengan. Therefore, his condition was not very good at the moment. Even though Namikaze Minato could enter Sage mode in seconds by himself and was very proficient in the use of Sage arts, he was not very good at Sage arts or Sage mode. After all, his Sage mode was very unstable and lasted for a very short time, with no endurance at all. However, because of this, the destruction of Mount Myoboku did not have much impact on Minato Namikaze's overall strength. At most, it just made him lose the means to summon giant summoned beasts. On the other hand, although Jiraiya's strength can still be maintained at the level of Kage, without the support of Myoboku Mountain, many of his methods and ninjutsu can be said to be useless, and his most powerful magic has lost its original effectiveness due to the deaths of the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima. You know, he had never learned the Sage mode well. Not only did it take a very long time to prepare to enter, but the duration of it was also very short. Therefore, he took a shortcut through the 2 lives technique. Although it still took a long time to activate, with the assistance of the 2 sages of Mount Myoboku, he theoretically had almost unlimited endurance. But now, everything is ruined. The Sage mode, which takes a long time to activate, is useless to Jiraiya now and cannot be used in battle at all. After all, who would be a good person and watch him condense Sage chakra to enter Sage mode? Dash 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 dash. Minato Namikaze admitted that he was not good at Sage arts during the Fourth War. When fighting Six Paths Madara, although he activated Sage mode in seconds, he immediately exited Sage mode after being hit by Six Paths Madara. So his not good at probably refers to the fact that Sage mode is unstable and not long-lasting enough. Yagura rushed out of the sea of fire and rushed to Jiraiya's side in a few flashes. The 3 dark red chakra tails fluttering freely behind him instantly became thicker and longer under his control, and he slapped Jiraiya hard from the left, middle and right directions. Although Jiraiya heard Minato Namikaze's warning and began to retreat the moment Yagura rushed out of the sea of fire, his speed was still slow. One of the chakra tails swung out by Yagura brushed against his arm and hit the ground. His arm was immediately burned by the 3 tails chakra, leaving a charred scar. Shadow multi-shooter. Ninjutsu. Shadow seam technique. Ninjutsu. Partial multiplication technique. Ninjutsu. Heart-shaking body technique. Attack the enemy where they are needed. The other few people who also heard Minato Namikaze's warning immediately launched an attack on Yagura. For a moment, the air nearby was filled with all kinds of chaotic chakra fluctuations. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Sensing the various attacks coming from behind, Yagura did not panic at all. He instantly exerted strength from his limbs to lift his body into the air to avoid the attack paths of all the incoming ninjutsu. At the same time, he turned around and roared in the direction of Ino, Shika, and Cho. Tailed Beast Jade. Without any charging, Yagura directly launched the Tailed Beast Ball the moment it was condensed. They were just 3 elite Jonin, but this was enough. Upon seeing this, Ino, Shika, and Cho's faces suddenly changed. An attack of this magnitude from the Tailed Beast Ball, even if it was just a small-sized Tailed Beast Ball in half-Tailed Beast state, would not be easy for them to deal with. After all, one is using shadow magic, one is using spirit magic, and one is using body magic. Let them use their heads to resist. In addition, Yagura's Tailed Beast Ball was launched extremely quickly, so even if they wanted to dodge, they simply had no time or space to do so. So, in desperation, Akamichi Choza had to super-multiply his body and stand in front of Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, trying to withstand the tailed beast ball with his flesh and blood body that had been super-multiplied by Yang release. Although Akamichi Chozo knew that he would most likely be seriously injured or even killed by this blow, he had to do this in order to protect his companions. However, at the critical moment when the tailed beast ball was about to hit Akamichi Choza, a flying thunder god kunai passed by his eyes in an instant. It was Minato Namikaze who had almost recovered and made the move. Flying thunder god guides thunder. The next second, the tailed beast ball disappeared in front of Akamichi Choza, and then exploded loudly in the distance. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Seeing that his tailed beast ball was once again moved far away by Minato Namikaze, Yagura was now more determined to kill Minato Namikaze here, annoying flying thunder god. It seems that we must get rid of Minato Namikaze first. So, after landing, Yagura did not change his target and continued to rush towards Jiraiya. After all, according to Kiyoshi, Jiraiya's strength dropped sharply after the destruction of Myoboku Mountain. What's more, Jiraiya is Minato Namikaze's mentor, so if one wants to plot against Minato Namikaze who has extremely strong mobility, then launching an offensive against Jiraiya is an excellent choice. Ninjutsu, Shadow Shock. In the half-tailed beast state, Yagura used the signature skill of the three-tailed Isobu. His body instantly curled up into the shape of a ball, and his speed increased further at the same time. Like a red meteor, he crashed into Jiraiya who was trying to meet up with Orochimaru. Seeing Yagura who was chasing him relentlessly with his speed suddenly increased by several levels, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel secretly angry. At this moment, he knew exactly what Yagura meant. It was obvious that he was being treated as a soft persimmon by Yagura. How can this be tolerated? He is a cage-level warrior of Konoha village, one of the legendary three ninjas. So, Jiraiya, who felt humiliated by Yagura, suddenly exploded. The three seals of sea, Hai and Shu were completed in his hands in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a tall earth wall rose from the ground and spanned between Yagura and Jiraiya. Earth release earth flow wall. Boom. The earth flow wall only blocked Yagura for less than a second before it was directly broken through by Yagura. For a moment, earth flew everywhere and thick smoke rose up. However, this did not surprise Jiraiya. After all, he used this trick just to buy time. Then, the next moment when the earth wall rose, Jiraiya stopped his retreat, gathered chakra at the soles of his feet, and rushed towards Yagura. At the same time, a high-speed rotating blue chakra ball appeared in his hand, and it was constantly getting bigger. Big Ball Rasengan. So, when Yagura rushed out from the smoke and dust, the first thing that caught his eyes was Jiraiya's figure charging towards him with the Big Ball Rasengan in his hand. Ha! This trick again. But it's just an ordinary ninjutsu. The thought flashed through Yagura's mind. Although Jiraiya's Big Ball Rasengan was exponentially more powerful than the ordinary Rasengan, it was still within the scope of ninjutsu after all. It posed a threat to him, but not a big one. Moreover, Yagura knew that the essence of the Rasengan was actually developed by imitating the tailed beast ball. Therefore, as he possessed the authentic version, there was no reason for him to retreat in front of Jiraiya. Therefore, a hint of mockery flashed across Yagura's eyes, and he opened his mouth and fired a tailed beast ball at Jiraiya who was already close at hand. Boom! The tailed beast ball hit the Big Ball Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand hard, causing an extremely violent explosion. A chaotic chakra storm raged in an instant. The violent chakra was like an out-of-control beast, frantically stirring the surrounding air and forming a huge vortex. The chakras intertwined and collided with each other, and waves of terrifying shocks swept in all directions. A bottomless pit was blown out on the ground at the center of the explosion. Gravel of all sizes was crushed into powder by this devastating attack and scattered all around. At this moment, a tall figure wrapped in white hair was thrown out from the explosion. It was Jiraiya who used Needle Jizo to protect his whole body at the last moment. However, Jiraiya was still seriously injured by this terrifying face-to-face explosion. When the white hair that protected his body fell away, it was obvious that Jiraiya's left arm was missing. I have to say that there is nothing wrong with the target chosen by Yagura. Without the support of Myoboku Mountain, Jiraiya's strength has really dropped a lot. After all, at this time, most of the powerful ninjutsu he used in battle were related to toads. Yagura's figure also flew backwards from the smoke and dust of the explosion, but compared to the seriously injured Jiraiya, the impact suffered by Yagura was simply not worth mentioning. After all, Yagura was still a short distance away from the center of the explosion, so he did not suffer the damage of the explosion face-to-face like Jiraiya, and his tailed beast coat also helped him to block most of the damage. Although he was also injured by the impact of the explosion in the end, in just a short while, his injuries were almost healed under the effect of the Three Tails chakra. Jiraiya-sensei. The miserable appearance of Jiraiya with a broken arm and a charred body made Minato Namikaze's heart twitch violently. At this moment, he regretted very much why he did not imprint his Flying Thunder God mark on Jiraiya's body before the battle broke out. Or he could even let his teacher Jiraiya carry one of his Flying Thunder God kunai with him. In this way, he could take Jiraiya away from the center of the explosion in time to protect him from injury. But now it's too late. Jiraiya's serious injury is a foregone conclusion. It would be fine if his broken left arm was directly cut off by Yagura with a sharp weapon. With the medical resources of Konoha and the medical ninjutsu of Tsunade, who is one of the three ninjas, together with Jiraiya, it is possible to reattach his broken arm. However, unfortunately, Jiraiya's lost arm was completely destroyed by the close-range explosion. Not to mention the broken arm, there was not even any remaining ashes. Therefore, there was no possibility for Jiraiya to reattach the broken arm. In other words, from then on, Jiraiya was a one-armed ninja. Of course, it is unknown whether Jiraiya will have a future. After all, Yagura never intended to let these people from Konoha go. What he wants is to catch them all in one swoop. And at this time, Saito Kage, Kazuna Hozumi and Otsutsuki Mukai, under the guidance of Uzumaki Kana, rushed to the battlefield and joined the battle. Saito Kage and Hazuka Chiba went straight to Orochimaru and the already injured Jiraiya, while Otsutsuki Mukai went to his old friends, the Ino Shika Cho trio. The appearance of Otsutsuki Mukai surprised the Konoha side. They were certainly familiar with Mukai, the former leader of the Hyuga branch family. You know, two of the Ino Shika Cho trio, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akamichi Choza, who had already fought with him, had even gone on missions with him. And at this time, they finally understood where the Hyuga branches who disappeared without leaving any trace after the joint Chunin exam a few years ago went, and which village was responsible. However, this is obviously not a place for questioning, and Otsutsuki Mukai will certainly not give them the opportunity to talk away. After all, whether for Mukai or other ninjas in Kirigakure, the dead Konoha ninja is the best Konoha ninja. After a few quick steps, he came to Jiraiya's side and forced back Chiba who was attacking him. Namikaze Minato's expression was mixed with pain and solemnity. The high-end combat power of the hidden mist village that appeared on the battlefield has completely exceeded their expectations before the war, especially now that Jiraiya was the first to be seriously injured by Yagura. It is obvious that it is Konoha that is at a disadvantage. As for the Sand Village, they can no longer take care of them. If the fight continues like this, although his Flying Thunder God technique has a strong rescue ability, after all, two fists are no match for four hands. I'm afraid that among these people from Konoha, at least a few will be left behind by the Kirigakure. Therefore, Minato Namikaze had already begun to feel like retreating. Where there is life, there is hope. Compared to fighting with all their might for the relevant Sand Village, what Konoha should do now is to retreat unscathed. So, Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed, and then he appeared behind Yagura in an instant, and pressed the azure ball in his hand hard on Yagura's back. Shanfa Rasengan. Namikaze Minato once again activated the Sage mode in seconds. After all, he had tried it before and found that only the attack of Sage technique could break Yagura's defense. Moreover, in the current situation, he is the only one who has the chance to break the impasse, and the key to this breakthrough lies in Yagura. Only if he defeats or suppresses Yagura will he have the opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God technique and lead the others to retreat safely. However, Minato Namikaze subconsciously ignored a problem at this time. Not to mention whether he could defeat Yagura, even if he took a step back and said that he defeated Yagura by chance, could his teammates hold on until that time? Yagura was not surprised at all that Namikaze Minato disappeared from his sight and then appeared behind him. After all, the Flying Thunder God mark on his back that was imprinted by Namikaze Minato was the result of his deliberate neglect. Therefore, at the same time when Minato Namikaze disappeared, Yagura was also prepared to deal with Minato Namikaze's attack. Water style. Isobu waterfall. In an instant, huge waves rushed out in all directions with Yagura as the center. While changing the nearby terrain, it also just slowed down Minato Namikaze's movements. Seeing that he could not attack Yagura, Namikaze Minato wisely chose to give up and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, again, putting a great distance between himself and Yagura. However, Yagura's actions were not over yet. With the continuous output of the Three Tails chakra, Yagura controlled the huge waves that appeared out of thin air in the desert and continued to chase Namikaze Minato, forcing him to constantly use the Flying Thunder God technique to jump through time and space. Hateful. Faced with Yagura's large-scale water jutsu that combined defense and attack, Namikaze Minato was at a loss as to what to do. To be able to unleash such a large amount of water jutsu in a waterless desert environment, this Jinchuriki is simply too abnormal and unreasonable. However, Namikaze Minato had not yet realized that under the pursuit and blockade of Isobushi Waterfall, he was getting closer and closer to the trap prepared for him by Yagura. Suddenly, just as Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique, again to dodge the huge waves that were hitting him heavily, a smile of success appeared on Yagura's lips. Shinki, do it! Yagura shouted in the communication channel. At the same time, he let go of the control of the waves and rushed directly on the waves at high speed towards Minato Namikaze's position. So, when Minato Namikaze was about to make another space-time jump, Uzumaki Shinki and the ninjas of the Sealing Squad appeared from all directions around him, and they had already made seals in their hands that made Minato Namikaze's heart ring with alarm. Ninja technique. Sealing formation from all directions. The gray barrier of the barrier rose up instantly, carrying endless murderous intent, trapping Minato Namikaze within the barrier. And this barrier passed down by the Uzumaki clan, which is specifically designed to target space-time ninjutsu, is the tomb that Yagura carefully prepared for Minato Namikaze. The waves raised by Yagura before dispersed the Three Tails chakra everywhere. The chaotic chakra fluctuations obscured Minato Namikaze's perception. In addition, Uzumaki Shinki and the sealing team led by him deliberately blocked their breath after arriving at the designated location according to Yagura's request. Therefore, it can be said that Minato Namikaze did not notice anything wrong at all. Shimada. Namikaze Minato's face changed drastically. With a girlfriend like Uzumaki Kushina, a member of the Uzumaki clan, how could he not recognize this barrier that was specifically designed to target space-time ninjutsu? However, although he recognized that 8 directions sealing array barrier that trapped him, Namikaze Minato would not just accept his fate. He did not stop his actions, but continued to try to launch the Flying Thunder God technique. You know, this is an extremely advanced barrier technique passed down by the Uzumaki clan. Although he also saw Uzumaki Shinina, who suddenly appeared in the distance and had the same fiery red hair as his girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina, he didn't believe that when there was only one Uzumaki clan member on the other side, he could perfectly cast this barrier that normally requires 8 ninjas to successfully activate. But the next second, Minato Namikaze's face turned gloomy, because he found that the space inside the barrier had almost become stagnant. In other words, the Flying Thunder God technique that he relied on was abolished. However, at this time, Namikaze Minato had no time to think of other solutions, because Yagura was already coming to kill him. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Under Uzumaki Shinki's control, a gap appeared on the wall of the 8-direction seal array that was large enough for one person to pass through. Immediately, Yagura rushed into the barrier without any hesitation. The plan has been completed, so it's time to send Minato Namikaze on his way. Water style. Isobu iron cannon continuous fire. The moment Yagura entered the barrier, he let out a shocking roar and directly entered a state of complete tailed beast transformation. You know, in order to give Konoha hope and prevent the people of Konoha from being frightened and retreating directly, Yagura had been restraining his strength and his state had always been maintained in the half-tailed beast state. After all, Konoha village has never had a perfect Jinchuriki who could completely reach a reconciliation with the tailed beasts. They simply cannot imagine how powerful Yagura, the perfect three-tails Jinchuriki, can be. Now, it can be said that the overall situation has basically been decided, so there is no need for Yagura to hold back at this point, just go all out and it'll be over. However, given the intelligence obtained by Kirigakure, Namikaze Minato's body flickering technique is also extremely fast. Even without the Flying Thunder God technique, his speed is still several levels faster than that of ordinary ninjas. Therefore, before the formal fatal attack, Yagura chose to launch a tentative feint attack first. He wanted to confirm first what level of speed Minato Namikaze was after he lost the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, information is just information, and the actual situation still needs to be confirmed personally. Moreover, although this simple teleportation technique is very fast, the distance it can move is ultimately limited. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thumping sounds of giant water bombs hitting the ground echoed repeatedly in the barrier. Yagura, who had fully transformed into a tailed beast, was unleashing his firepower indiscriminately with his chakra as if it were free. One after another, giant water bombs, carrying tremendous momentum and murderous intent, were fired continuously and madly at Minato Namikaze at an extremely fast frequency, making Minato Namikaze's expression more and more ugly. He never expected that Yagura, who had been evenly matched with him in the previous battle and even had a slight advantage over him, could burst out with such amazing strength. You know, his girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina is also a Jinchuriki, but her performance is much worse than that of Yagura now. She doesn't show the reputation of the 9 tails, the strongest tailed beast, at all. To be more precise, Kushina and Yagura are not even on the same level. Therefore, Namikaze Minato, whose claws were numb, could only rely on his powerful nerve reflexes to continuously perform the instant body movement technique to dodge again and again, and his chakra was constantly consumed in the process. Of course, Namikaze Minato had thought about using magic to counter Yagura's Isobu iron cannonball, and he had already put it into action, but soon he was shocked to find that even his magic balls seemed so powerless in the face of Yagura's attack. After all, Yagura's Isobu iron cannonball is filled with a large amount of three-tailed chakra. Although his Senjutsu Megumi is very powerful with the blessing of Senjutsu chakra, he is still somewhat powerless against the attack of Yagura, who has entered the complete tailed beast state and turned into the three-tailed Isofu. And, more importantly, Yagura's Isofu iron cannonball is not a one-time attack, but is fired at a very high frequency and at an incredibly fast speed. Even if Namikaze Minato's single Senjutsu Maru can fight against one of the giant water bombs, it will not be able to keep up in terms of endurance and will not be able to cope with Yagura's continuous bombardment of giant water bombs. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Although the speed of Namikaze Minato, who was exhausted from dealing with the situation, had not decreased, Yagura could keenly sense that the chakra aura of Namikaze Minato had already slightly decreased, and at this time he was also well aware of Namikaze Minato's speed. He had every reason to believe that under an attack of this scale, it would be impossible for Minato Namikaze to hide. Therefore, the speed that Minato Namikaze was currently displaying should be his limit. In other words, the time to make the final decision has come. So, after Namikaze Minato once again used the body flickering technique to dodge a giant exploding water bomb, a strong murderous intent flashed in the huge eyes of Sanbi Isobu, and the scarlet light that overflowed from it instantly became extremely cold. Tailed Beast Jade. The three-tailed Isobu raised its huge head slightly, and then the yang attributed blue chakra and the yin attributed black and red chakra quickly began to condense in front of its big mouth. This time, Yagura called upon a massive amount of the three tails chakra at one time, and created an incomparably huge tailed beast ball. At this point, he had complete control over the speed and distance of Minato Namikaze's body flickering technique, so this tailed beast ball of unprecedented size was specially made by him according to Minato Namikaze's situation. According to Yagura's calculations, with the power and range of the explosion of the tailed beast ball, no matter how unwilling Minato Namikaze is or how he struggles, he will inevitably be included in the attack range of the tailed beast ball. Boom! Along with a deafening explosion, an extremely dazzling white light instantly rose up in the 8-direction ceiling array barrier, like a sun rising out of thin air, and the entire barrier was instantly swallowed up by the sudden burst of light. As the white light exploded, a huge mushroom cloud expanded in the barrier at an astonishing speed. This mushroom cloud was like a towering mountain, with hot white energy rolling on its surface and continuously gushing outward, forming dazzling bands of light. At the same time, the surrounding air began to tremble violently under the shock of the violent explosion, and the low roars that came from it seemed as if the earth was groaning in pain. The power of the explosion spread quickly, affecting the entire 8-direction ceiling array barrier in the blink of an eye. Then in the next second, accompanied by a sound like a mirror shattering, the 8-direction ceiling array barrier directly shattered. However, that was all. Although the explosion of the tailed beast ball broke the 8-direction seal formation, the aftermath was also completely blocked and did not spread further to the surroundings. After all, the 8-direction seal formation barrier passed down by the Uzumaki clan, in addition to being able to restrict space-time abilities, its defensive power is also not to be underestimated. How is it? Can you sense Minato Namikaze? Yagura released his complete tailed beast transformation, came to Uzumaki Shinki's side, and asked softly. Although he also has the ability to perceive, since the current patriarch of the Uzumaki clan is here, there is certainly no need for him to waste any more effort. He can just let Uzumaki Shinki help him confirm the results of the battle. After all, he knows the power of the Kagura Heart's Eye. After hearing this, Uzumaki Shinki showed a smile on his face. He had already sensed Namikaze Minato's situation and whereabouts, so he did not answer directly, but instead took action. Sealing technique. Diamond seal. He just clasped his hands together, and suddenly, a golden chain extended from his back, and then quickly broke through the air into the distance. Soon, the golden chain returned with a thing that was burnt brown in color and could barely be called a human-shaped thing, and threw it in front of Yagura. Ha ha ha. Yagura was stunned at first, but then he burst into hearty laughter. Who else could this burnt brown human-shaped thing be other than Minato Namikaze? At this time, Minato Namikaze looked extremely miserable. He was breathing in more than out. One of his arms disappeared in the explosion, and half of the other arm disappeared. Now only one of his legs is left. His body was covered with various wounds, including burns from the evaporation of air waves, penetrating wounds and impact wounds from the splashing sand and gravel, and even more were the explosion wounds from a tailed beast ball at close range. If it weren't for the Sage Mode, which enhanced Minato Namikaze's defensive capabilities to a certain extent, and if he hadn't been in Sage Mode, and if he hadn't forcibly gathered all of his Sage Chakra at the last moment when he realized he couldn't escape, he would have used the Sage Technique, Super Large Rasengan, to offset some of the damage from the tailed beast ball. I'm afraid that under this tailed beast ball, he would have been turned into a handful of ashes and completely disappeared. After a long while, Yagura's laughter gradually stopped. Shinki, You take the others and Minato Namikaze and go back first. Yagura looked serious and said to Uzumaki Shinki calmly, he is our trophy. If he can be saved, let Shinano save him, but if he can't be saved, it doesn't matter. Let him fend for himself. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The other side. Saito Kage and Kazuna Chiba were beating up Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had his arm broken. If Jiraiya was in good condition, then even if he lost all the means of Myoboku Mountain, he and Orochimaru could achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 through the tacit cooperation. But as luck would have it, Yagura severely injured Jiraiya at the very beginning, destroying most of his strength. So at this moment, Jiraiya's role for Orochimaru was 1 + 1 less than 1. Calling him a burden or a pendant might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that he was a burden or a pendant. Therefore, it can be said that Orochimaru was fighting against 2 Kage-level ninja swordsmen on his own, with the help of Jiraiya, who was a drag. Of course, this does not mean that Orochimaru is stronger than Saito Kage and Kazuna Chiba combined. The reason he can achieve this level now is only because most of his skill points are focused on saving his life. During the fight between the two sides, Orochimaru's various slippery methods emerged one after another, and no two of them were repeated. Orochimaru felt more and more depressed as he fought. If it weren't for the fact that the outcome of the match between Namikaze Minato and Namikaze had not yet been decided, leaving him with a glimmer of hope, he would have abandoned everyone else and run away. After all, snakes are cold-blooded animals. Moreover, in the battle just now, he had already discovered that the contract between him and Wanshi had lost its effect. In fact, when Seiji and Black Zetsu destroyed the Ruchi cave, Orochimaru already had an ominous feeling of palpitations. But the problem is that the summoning contract signed by Orochimaru was not signed directly with the entire Myoboku Mountain, like the one signed by Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. In fact, although he had tried hard to go to Ruchi Cave and met the White Snake Immortal who controlled Ruchi Cave as he wished, his body was unable to withstand the immortal chakra injected into him by the White Snake Immortal and learn the immortal mode of Ruchi Cave. Therefore, he naturally failed to gain the recognition of Ruchi Cave and sign a psychic contract with Ruchi Cave. Although he could also control and communicate with many giant snakes in the Dragon Cave, that was only because he relied on his intelligence and cleverly bypassed the contract with the Dragon Cave and reached a separate spiritual contract with those giant snakes. Wanshi is the largest and most powerful snake among those he has contracted. You know, there are other snakes in the Ruchi Cave that are comparable to Manshi in size and strength, but if Orochimaru had any other choice, given Manshi's greedy nature and bad temper, he would never be able to conclude a summoning contract with him. Therefore, Orochimaru did not realize at first that there was a problem at Ruchi Cave. He just thought that the enemy they were facing this time was very powerful and would put them in a tough battle. After all, he had experienced the same feeling in several wars he had participated in before. However, just now, when Orochimaru saw Saito Kage and Kazuna Chiba arriving at the battlefield and preparing to summon all the snakes to help him fight, he was horrified to find that the summoning contract was invalid. After being shocked, Orochimaru quickly realized what this meant. The Mang snake is gone, and even the Ruchi cave where it was located may have had some problems, otherwise Orochimaru could not imagine under what circumstances the Mang snake would be killed. Therefore, Orochimaru is now planning to make a strategic shift. After all, he has always been an extremely rational and calm ninja. It is not his style to stay and continue fighting even though he knows he cannot win, and even sacrifice his life in the end. So, the moment Orochimaru sensed that the battle between Minato Namikaze and Yagura in the distance had subsided, he simply gave up on Jiraiya and ran away alone without looking back. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Orochimaru's sudden escape left Saito Kage and Kazuna Chiba stunned. They didn't expect that the Konoha ninja, who always boasted of the so-called will of fire, especially Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and one of the three ninjas of Konoha, would be so tasteless as to abandon his other companions and escape alone. In the short time that the two were stunned, Orochimaru, who had been planning for a long time, had already escaped a very long distance and quickly disappeared from their sight and perception. Although Uzumaki Kana, who was in charge of perception, could still locate Orochimaru in real time, but when they were far enough away from each other, it was not very cost-effective to chase after the extremely slippery Orochimaru. Therefore, Saito Kage and Kazuna Chiba thought about it for a moment and gave up the idea of chasing and killing, and instead turned their attention to Jiraiya, who was betrayed by Orochimaru. Water Style. Water Cannon Technique. This time, Jiraiya, who was already seriously injured and becoming more and more tired as the battle went on, could no longer withstand the secret water-style ninjutsu from the Kazuna clan after losing the cooperation of Orochimaru. He was shot directly through the abdomen by a high-density compressed water droplet that was like a bullet. Severe pain spread throughout his body, as if he was pierced by a hot iron rod. Jiraiya looked down slowly and with difficulty, only to see a horrible huge bloody hole in his abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the ground red. Puff! As a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably, Jiraiya's legs went limp and he fell powerlessly to the ground. His only remaining hand subconsciously and instinctively tried to cover the penetrating wound, but the boiling blood still continued to flow out from between his fingers. Injury upon injury. This made Jiraiya, who was already seriously injured, unable to hold on any longer. With every breath he took, it felt like countless needles stabbing deep in his abdomen. The pain came in waves like a tide, making it impossible for him to make any other movements. Jiraiya, who was sitting on the ground, was trembling slightly, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead. As he lost more and more blood, his vision gradually became blurred, his ears began to buzz, and his increasingly slow heartbeat told Jiraiya clearly that he was completely finished. Looking at Jiraiya, whose breath had become extremely weak, Saito Kage had no intention of holding back, but directly gave him the final blow. Thunder Sword Ninja Technique. Thunder Burial. Boom! Violent chakra fluctuations filled the space between heaven and earth. The next second, a thick streak of lightning streaked across the sky like a ferocious lightning snake, instantly smashing down to the ground. The dazzling lightning jumped and instantly swallowed Jiraiya. The air was filled with smoke and dust. When everything gradually calmed down, Jiraiya had disappeared, leaving only a piece of charred remains. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, was killed in this battle. At the same time, Otsutsuki Mukai also ended the battle between him and the Ino-Shika Cho trio. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akamichi Choza were suppressed by him alone, and their key acupoints were pressed one by one, causing them to collapse to the ground. However, there is an old saying that goes, when people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in their teeth. Orochimaru had just escaped from the battle with Saito Kage and Kazuna Chiba, and had run less than 10 kilometers when he was intercepted by Yagura, who was chasing him under the precise guidance of Uzumaki Kana. After catching up with Orochimaru, who was fleeing in panic like a stray dog, Yagura had no interest in talking to him anymore and directly rewarded him with a tailed beast ball. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded not far in front of Orochimaru, causing a powerful chakra storm and completely cutting off his escape route. Orochimaru's fleeing steps suddenly stopped. His face, which was already as pale as paper, turned pale as if the last bit of blood had been drained away. A hint of gloom flashed across his narrow snake-like pupils. At this moment, he knew clearly that if he couldn't get rid of Yagura as soon as possible, then today might be the day of his death. However, Orochimaru, who has not mastered the senjutsu, even though he has countless ways to save his life, how can he be a match for Yagura, the perfect Jinchuriki? Orochimaru slowed down and Yagura accelerated, and the next second, Yagura surpassed Orochimaru and stopped not far in front of Orochimaru, staring coldly at the dusty and disheveled Orochimaru. His body was extremely relaxed, and he showed his contempt for Orochimaru in the most relaxed posture. Of course, this doesn't mean that Yagura looks down on Orochimaru. In his heart, Yagura still values this 3 ninjas, who has many means and a strong ability to protect his life, and even once escaped from Seiji's hands. Otherwise, he would not have chased him in person. But given Orochimaru's current situation and the various abilities he possessed, he couldn't even break the defense of his tailed beast cloak. Therefore, when facing Orochimaru, Yagura didn't focus on defense. However, despite his relaxed attitude, Yagura did not let down his guard at all. After all, he was still thinking about burying Orochimaru completely in the desert, and then using this achievement to mock Seiji. Orochimaru once escaped from Seiji, and now he has killed Orochimaru again. So the conclusion is very obvious when comparing them. Although they are not from the same period of Orochimaru, they are still of some reference value. Therefore, he couldn't let Orochimaru escape from his hands. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru lay on the ground, and endless snakes of various kinds were summoned by him. They kept crawling out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a barrier composed of black snakes was formed, and they climbed madly towards Yagura. Orochimaru still highly recognized the strength of Minato Namikaze, but Yagura was able to defeat Minato Namikaze in a short period of time and seemed to be unharmed. Therefore, Orochimaru had already realized the seriousness of the matter with regard to Yagura's strength level. So, he started with his ultimate move without any reservation. After all, he is not willing to die like this. He still wants to pursue eternal life and master all the ninjutsu in the ninja world. However, no matter how unwilling Orochimaru was, the outcome would not be changed by his will. His ending was already doomed the moment he was caught up by Yagura. Looking at the overwhelming number of snakes in front of him that was enough to arouse trypophobia, Yagura spat with disgust, then clasped his hands together and the three tails chakra burst out instantly. Water style. Isobu waterfall. In an instant, an endless dark red torrent gushed out from Yagura's mouth like a flood that broke through a dam, instantly engulfing the endless group of snakes in front of him. The powerful impact force left the snakes powerless to fight back, and they were all swept up in it. At the same time, the impact of the waves and the strong water pressure killed all the snakes that were swept up in it in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Yagura rushed straight into the rushing flood like a cannonball, and amidst the splashing water and rolling waves, he rushed towards Orochimaru's position at an Astonishing speed. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank when his attack was blocked, and he cursed madly in his heart, but his hands did not slow down at all. He straightened up, wiped the blood flowing from the wound with his fingertips, and quickly formed seals with his hands. The art of summoning spirits. Triple Rashomon. Faced with Yagura's unreasonable large-scale water escape, Orochimaru, who had nowhere to hide, could only use the strongest defensive ninjutsu he currently mastered. So, at the last second before the flood was about to submerge Orochimaru, three gates of different colors and carved with ghost faces appeared along with white smoke, protecting Orochimaru behind them. Orochimaru also took advantage of the appearance of the triple Rashomon to retreat rapidly, then turned around and ran. However, although Rashomon withstood the impact of the Isobu waterfall, it was unable to block it for Yagura, who was no stranger to it. Yagura, who rushed over along with the raging flood, reached the top of Rashomon with a few jumps. Immediately, he locked onto Orochimaru, who was running wildly from a distance, and began to quickly gather yin and yang chakra. Tailed Beast Jade. The purple-black chakra ball, carrying a destructive momentum, whizzed towards Orochimaru. Wherever the air was passed through, ripples appeared in the space. Boom! The violent explosion enveloped Orochimaru, who was moving around like a madman. After all, what Yagura launched this time was an enhanced version of the tailed beast ball that had been charged. Therefore, no matter how skillfully Orochimaru moved, he could not escape this large-scale attack with a radius of nearly 100 meters. Whoosh! Orochimaru's figure was blown away by the blast, and then he fell to the ground like a piece of rag. The powerful air wave generated by the explosion of the tailed beast ball was like a violent hurricane, which lifted Orochimaru's body up. His body rolled in the air and he was completely out of control. In the end, Orochimaru's body, which was riddled with holes from the explosion, fell to the ground like a piece of rag, soft and lifeless, making a dull sound. Blood kept oozing out from the corners of his mouth, and Orochimaru took deep breaths, as if this would make him feel better. Afterwards, Orochimaru, despite his injuries, used his classic, Orochimaru-style substitution technique, but at this moment, Yagura arrived. Therefore, before Orochimaru finished shedding his skin, the water fang blade, condensed in Yagura's hand directly pierced his head. Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, was killed in this battle. At this point, the 6 people who came to support Konoha were completely wiped out. Lord Yagura, it has been confirmed that Orochimaru's chakra aura has completely dissipated. Uzumaki Kana's calm voice sounded in Yagura's ears. Very good. Yagura took off the tailed beast costume and returned to normal. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise high. Now he had enough to brag about when he returned to the village. After all, he was the one who completely buried Orochimaru, whom even Seiji had failed to kill. Yakura, your idea is a little dangerous. If Lord Qingxi finds out, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape from a good beating. Of course, Sanbi Isobu was well aware of Yagura's thoughts. Although he was also somewhat tempted to do so, he did not dare to be so presumptuous in front of Seiji, the authentic Otsutsuki. Therefore, after a brief hesitation, Sanwei Isobu decided to give Yagura a slight reminder. After all, it is now one with Yagura. If Yagura gets beaten, it will not be able to escape either. It's okay, it's okay. Yagura directly rejected the good intentions of the 3-tailed Otsutsuki in his heart. After leading the team to attack and destroy the Sand Village and kill Orochimaru, he unconsciously felt a little proud. You know, returning to the village and skinning him in front of Qingxi would make him feel good for a while, so the inflated Yagura ignored the dissuasion of Sanwei Isobu. Who is he? He is the assistant Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. He is also the beloved relative, friend, and brother of the 4th Mizukage Seiji. As a brother, how could Qingxi bear to beat him? Kirigakure Village. Mizukage's office. Anbu Chenkin appeared in an instant. Mizukage-sama. There's a call from Angkor Fortress. Read. Qingxi did not look up, but continued to sort out the various documents on the table. During the time he was away from the village, a lot of government affairs that needed to be handled personally by him were piled up. The ninjas that came to support Konoha have been completely annihilated under the leadership of Lord Yagura. Among them, Minato Namikaze, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Chosa Akamichi were captured by our side. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, 2 of Konoha's 3 ninjas, were killed on the spot. Jien's tone was a little excited. This battle report really made his heart agitated and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After all, Jien had experienced the days when the Hidden Mist Village was weak. So, although Jien now knew that their Hidden Mist Village was no longer what it used to be, killing and capturing the ninjas from Konoha Village, the former leader of the ninja world, still made him feel as refreshed as taking a big gulp of ice cola in the dog days of summer. After a 2-second pause, Jien calmed down and continued to read. However, the Sand Village is still resisting stubbornly. Instead of surrendering, they dare to launch counterattacks against us. But according to the current progress, the defeat of the Sand Village is only a matter of time. The 4th Kazekage Rasa has been suppressed by Zigwashin Pufferfish. In addition, the 2 elders of the Sand Village, Chiyo and Ebizo, are being chased by the 3rd Mizukage and Tusugano. Hearing this, Qingxi finally raised his head and smiled gently at the sword in front of him, but the words he uttered were extremely cold. Telegram to Yagura. Tell him to end the battle as soon as possible. Give the surrendered Sand Village ninjas simple treatment and then keep them under surveillance in the Sand Village. For the diehards who refuse to surrender, bury them directly in the desert. Then, Qingxi secretly considered his plan again, and then made a decision, so he continued to instruct the sword. After the battle, notify everyone to recover as soon as possible. After Nagato and Xiaoming come back to complete the seal of the 5 tails, I will go to the Sand Village in person. Next, We must directly attack the rock village before the news of the complete destruction of the sand village spreads. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Jien nodded, but Jien's tone was a little hesitant, as if he was hesitant to speak, and his expression was a little weird, which made Qingxi a little confused. What on earth is his Anbu chief up to? So, Qingxi glared at Jien unhappily. What are you hesitating about? If you have anything else to say, just say it now. Jien let out a breath. Forget it, it would rather my friend die than let me die. Anyway, it was Yagura who wanted to be beaten, so there was no need for him to cover up for Yagura. And seeing Yagura's confident tone, he might as well fulfill his wish. So, Jien shook his head slightly and said, Mr. Mizukage, there is a sentence at the end of the telegram from Mizukage's assistant, Karataki Yagura. Oh, Qingxi immediately became interested. As the head of the Anbu, Ken could be said to be equal to Yagura in status. He had never seen Ken address Yagura so formally before, so it must be that his little brother had done something weird again. Qingxi raised his eyebrows slightly, with a half-smile on his face. What did Yagura say? Jien looked at the expression on Qingxi's face and his heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable pressure came over him. Although it was not directed at him, he still couldn't help but break out in a few cold sweats. It seems that Lord Mizukage has already made some guesses, and this thought flashed through Ken's mind in an instant, so he began to mourn for Yagura in his heart. It seems that Yagura is bound to be beaten. Please be sure to tell Lord Mizukage that Orochimaru, who once escaped from his hands, has been killed by me. Don't be too grateful. Ken matched Yagura's tone of voice and read out the telegram attached at the end in a rhythmic manner. Then he secretly observed the changes in Seiji's expression. After hearing this, Qingxi was stunned at first, and then he burst into laughter. Yagura had prepared a big job for him. With a tone that was 50% boastful and 50% sarcastic, it really sounded like something that a little brother could do. However, since the little brother wants to step on him so much and must do this, Qingxi will of course satisfy his beautiful wish. Let me, my little brother, have a good recollection of what it means to be loved by an elder brother. I have a fever and my head is dizzy, so I can barely write this now. Qingxi shook his head slightly, then waved his hand, indicating that Jien could leave. He wanted to take this time to finish dealing with the backlog of government affairs. Although after continuous reforms, the number of things that require the Mizukage to personally intervene has been greatly reduced, there are still many government affairs that need to be handled by Seiji, the fourth Mizukage. After all, this is his village. As the boss of the Hidden Mist village, he may not have to do everything himself, but at least he needs to understand the situation in the village in real time. At the same time, the annihilation war between Kirigakure and Sand Village has come to an end. On the battlefield, facing the crazy slaughter of the Kirigakure troops led by 3 cage-level ninja swordsmen, the resistance of the Sand Village troops became weaker and weaker, and was almost on the verge of collapse. You know, it was obvious that Sand Village had the advantage in numbers, and they formed what they called outnumbered against Kirigakure, but in the end, all those who kept falling were Sand Village ninjas. It was hard not to make the hearts of the Sand Village ninjas slide towards collapse. However, under such circumstances, watching their companions fall one by one, listening to the screams from those familiar voices, they were able to hold on until now and barely continue fighting without collapsing and fleeing. This Sand Village troop can indeed be called the elite among the elite. However, for Kirigakure, this time they came to fight against the elite. Soon, the entire battlefield fell completely silent. There were no more explosions of detonating tags, no more whistling of ninjutsu. All that remained were the wailing of those Sand Village ninjas who were seriously injured but not killed on the spot. In the distance, the Ziguashin puffer demon was walking slowly towards them with a big sword, Samahata, on his shoulder. On the big sword, Samahata, was a figure wearing a black ninja uniform. However, the black ninja uniform was tattered and stained with blood, presenting a strange dark red color. It is none other than the fourth Kazekage Rasa. After a fierce battle, even though Luo Sha occupied the advantage of the desert terrain, he was eventually drained of his chakra by the Ziguashin puffer demon. Of course, Ziguashin pufferfish demon basically tried his best in the battle, and even used the Samahata fusion, which he would not easily use. This can be regarded as giving enough respect to Rasa, the fourth Kazekage. On the other hand, Chiyo and Ebizo were not as lucky as Rasa. In the battle, he used ice chakra as if it was free. He used water jutsu and ice jutsu alternately, one after another without stopping, making the two men suffer terribly. And Togusa Nobedo took advantage of the various opportunities created by ice and smashed all the puppets released by Chiyo and Ebizo to pieces with a blunt knife. In the end, after all the powerful puppets that could play a role in the cage-level battle were destroyed, Ebizo was hit by Bing's ice escape and turned into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Under the extreme cold brought by the ice escape, time seemed to be frozen. In just a few breaths, Ebizo's heart stopped beating, and his life was forever stagnant at this moment. He didn't even need the ice and the grass bait man to give him another stab. After losing Ebizo's help, although Chiyo was angry and wanted to avenge her brother, she could only be helpless and furious facing the continuous attacks from Ice and Tuso Yaito. After a while, she followed in Ebizo's footsteps and was hit by the ice escape and frozen in place. However, Chiyo's ending was more miserable than Ebizo's. Ebizo at least left a complete body in the end, while Chiyo's ice sculpture was smashed to pieces by Togusa Yaito, who did not stop his hands and used a blunt knife to cut it. At this point, with the capture of the fourth Kazekage Rasa and the deaths of advisory elders Chiyo and Ebizo, the encirclement and annihilation battle against the Sand Village forces finally came to an end. From this moment on, the Sand Village was completely destroyed by the Mist Village with thundering force. The 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world also became 4 major ninja villages at this moment. The Sand Village in the Land of Wind is expelled. The news was quickly sent back to the hidden Mist Village in the form of a telegram, and after receiving the call from Angkor Fortress, Qingxi immediately summoned all the high-ranking members of the hidden Mist Village who remained in the village without any delay. Next, it's time to plan the war against the Iwagakure village. You know, unlike the Sand Village and other villages, the Iwagakure village has always been famous in the ninja world for its explosive troops, and its main feature is the large number of people who fill in the numbers. Therefore, Kiyoshi needs to arrange another part of the Kirigakure ninjas to participate in the battle, and this time, not only the Jonin and Special Jonin, but also the Chunin will join the combat forces. According to the intelligence collected, the total number of ninjas in the Iwagakure village is currently tens of thousands. Although most of them are Genin and Chunin, the number is there. So it is obvious that the Kirigakure ninjas who are recovering in the Sand Village are a bit stretched in terms of numbers. After all, even if there are tens of thousands of pigs, it will take a long time to catch them, let alone tens of thousands of ninjas. Although if Qingji took action personally, he could destroy the Iwagakure village in just a moment, but in this case, there would probably be no survivors in the entire Iwagakure village, and this would not be in line with Qingji's future sustainable tree planting plan. What Qingji wants is the unification of the ninja world in a perfect state, not the destruction of other ninja villages. After all, these are the nutrients for the chakra fruits produced by his 10 tails divine tree. Therefore, apart from killing the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and capturing the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Kiyoshi still needs to use the normal war mode to achieve the results he wants. Of course, those ninjas from other ninja villages who died in the war can only be regarded as necessary sacrifices. After all, it is impossible for Qingji to ask the Kirigakure ninjas to show mercy to the enemy in battle. The orders he issued were only to capture as many enemy ninjas as possible while ensuring the safety of the Kirigakure ninjas themselves, so as to reserve chakra for his subsequent tree planting. An hour later, Qingxi convened a high-level meeting on time in the same conference room. However, this time, the host of the meeting was replaced by the elder Yuanxi. After all, when it comes to affinity and understanding of the Chunin-level ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, even though Qingxi has brought all of the Hidden Mist Village under his control, he is still no match for the Yuanxi who has been working in the Hidden Mist Village for decades. As someone who has come all the way from the Wars of the Warring States period, and who personally participated in the establishment of the Hidden Mist Village, and is the only surviving elder today, the master has an enormous advantage in this regard. What's more, Master Yuan is one of our own. Therefore, Qingxi readily handed over the leadership of the meeting to Yuanxi. For Yuanxi, an old man who has worked hard for the Hidden Mist Village all his life, he knows the strength and specific ninjutsu of every registered genin, chunin and even jonin in the village except for the top leaders. After all, he has the ability and power to do so. Of course, Master Yuan is only responsible for the selection and arrangement of the participants. The specific strategic deployment for attacking the Iwagakure village will still be formulated by Qingxi himself. Soon, after a heated discussion, the master finally decided on the list of people who would follow Kiyoshi to attack the Iwagakure village, including civilian chunins and chunins from various major ninja clans, a total of 3,000 ninjas. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Hidden Mist Village's strength. After more than 10 years of recuperation, and the various changes that Seiji brought to the Hidden Mist Village, 3,000 chunins are just a small matter. After the meeting, Yuanxi followed Qingxi to the Mizukage's office, ready to discuss with him how to deploy these 3,000 chunins to the territory of the Land of Earth. After all, the Angkor Fortress, which has the ability to deploy long distances, is still in the Sand Village, and Qingxi seemed to have forgotten about this matter just now and did not make any arrangements for it. Therefore, in order to maintain Qingxi's face as the Mizukage, Yuanxi chose to communicate with Qingxi privately after the meeting. However, after Master Yuan brought up the matter, Qingxi smiled and explained it to his grandfather. Qingxi naturally understood his grandfather's good intentions, but it was certainly not that he had forgotten about it. Instead, he now had a better way. Therefore, there is no need to waste time and chakra to make a special trip back to Angkor Fortress for this purpose. After all, with Kiyoshi's current strength, his bloodline network, Yosen Hirasaka, can directly teleport the large army of the Hidden Mist Village. When Master Yuan learned that Qingxi's strength had once again been epically enhanced, he was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he patted Qingxi's arm with a look of relief. Although Qingxi's strength has been constantly refreshing his cognition over the years and has infinitely raised his horizons, and he has also learned a lot about some relevant information about the strength of the Otsutsuki, but this time, Qingxi's description of his latest acquisition of the terrifying ability to sustain the time and space teleportation of thousands of ninjas still shocked the master again. At this moment, there was a slight knock on the door outside the Mizukage's office. "Come in." Qingxi smiled gently at his grandfather Yuanxi, and then spoke calmly. "Mizukage-sama." The door of the office was pushed open and an Anbu walked in. A call came from the border. Lord Nagato and Lady Terumi have entered the Land of Water and are expected to arrive at the village in the evening. "It's Z." Qingxi smiled. He had already identified Z's chakra aura when Z came outside the office, and he hadn't seen this former subordinate for some time. After a brief reminisce, Kiyoshi assigned the task to Yukari, asking her to wait until Nagato and Mai Terumi return to the village, and then notify them to seal the 5 tails into the outer path statue as soon as possible. As for Qingxi, he planned to take the daimyo of Water Country with him to the capital of Wind Country first, take over Wind Country from the daimyo of Wind Country, and completely bring it under his control, or the control of the Hidden Mist Village. After all, the removal of the Sand Village only means that the Wind Country has lost the power to resist on the ninja side, but in order to truly annex the Wind Country, it is still necessary to obtain the consent of the daimyo of the Wind Country in name. However, to take over the Kingdom of Wind, in addition to the civilian personnel who are already prepared in the Sand Village, a reasonable status is also needed. This is why Kiyoshi wants to bring along the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water who is under his control. After all, in the ninja world, having the daimyo as the supreme ruler of the country has become an established, unbroken rule. Therefore, before unifying the ninja world, there is no need for Kiyoshi to force and waste time and effort to make changes. Of course, the daimyo of Wind Country will definitely not be willing to hand over everything he has, but it doesn't matter, Qingxi doesn't care about that. He will let the daimyo of Wind Country, voluntarily, contribute everything he has. After the master left, Qingxi directly activated Yomi Hirasaka, and entered the pixelated black space channel. The next second, his figure appeared in the daimyo's palace in the capital of the water country. Immediately afterwards, Qingxi did not stay in the palace of the daimyo of the water country for long, but directly took his living puppet, the daimyo of the water country, and launched Yozen Hirasaka again and came to the Angkor fortress. Mizukage-sama, Uzumaki Kana, who was in the control room, was startled at first when she sensed the space fluctuations in front of her, but in a flash she recognized the owner of the chakra breath coming from the space channel. Therefore, she stood up respectfully and saluted towards the pixelated black space channel in front of her. As her words fell, Seiji stepped out of Yomi Hirasaka, followed by the daimyo of the land of water who was under his control. Seeing the appearance of the daimyo of the water country, Uzumaki Kana was stunned at first, but then a look of realization appeared on her face. As smart as she was, she understood the truth about the daimyo of the water country in that instant. After all, although Qingxi did not express it explicitly during the previous meeting, he had intentionally or unintentionally revealed information related to the daimyo of the land of water. Well done. You've worked hard. Kiyoshi looked at Uzumaki Kana, whose eyes showed a hint of fatigue, and spoke softly in affirmation. Kiyoshi was very clear about Kana's contribution and role in the war to destroy the Sand Village. For Kirigakure, Uzumaki Kana responded immediately with a serious expression. Kiyoshi's praise and affirmation instantly lifted her spirits. Well, have a good rest. Kiyoshi showed a warm smile on his face, waved to Uzumaki Kana, and then left the control room directly. Afterwards, Qingxi called Shenong to settle the daimyo of the land of water first, and then went to see Chino Kazuna who was busy treating the injured Kirigakure ninjas. They had a brief exchange of words and also expressed their condolences to those injured Kirigakure ninjas. Finally, Kiyoshi went to the prison of Angkor Fortress, ready to have a friendly communication with the prisoner, the fourth Keisuke Rasa. Of course, Kiyoshi also met with the disabled Minato Namikaze, and the Ino Shikacho trio. In fact, Kiyoshi also knew that neither Rasa nor Minato Namikaze and others would surrender easily, but he did not care much about it. After all, surrender or not would not have any impact or change on the final result of Kirigakure's unification of the ninja world. He came to meet the other party just to go through a process. And after that, it's time to meet his incredibly inflated little brother. At this time, Yagura was directing the reconstruction of the Sand Village. After all, as a perfect Three-Tails Jinchuriki, he did not need to quietly recover himself like other ninjas. At this moment, Yagura suddenly felt an inexplicable chill on his back, as if something bad was about to happen, but with the slight surge of the Three-Tails chakra in his body, he quickly dispelled this inexplicable feeling. Yagura, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation, spread his perception around him, but found nothing. So, after shaking his head slightly, he continued to direct the reconstruction of the Sand Village. You know, this place now belongs to their Hidden Mist Village, so they should repair the damage caused by the previous raid on the Hidden Sand Village as soon as possible. For Yagura, since the war was over, he had not spread his perception before, so he was not aware of Kiyoshi's arrival until now. Of course, the reason why Yagura did not disperse his perception was more because of the existence of the three-tailed Isobuki in his body. As a perfect Jinchuriki, the three-tailed Isobuki could completely replace Yagura in perception. However, although the three-tailed Isobu did sense Kiyoshi's chakra, Kiyoshi accurately conveyed his warning to the three-tailed Isobu through Yagura as soon as he arrived. So, under Seiji's kind words, the three-tailed beast Isobu sold Yagura without much hesitation. After all, although it was the most thick-skinned among the nine-tailed beasts, it didn't want to get beaten up for no reason. At the same time, Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed that something was wrong because he suddenly discovered that the summoning contract that he and Orochimaru used to communicate with each other had expired, which meant that he and Orochimaru had lost contact. So he immediately called Wolong and Fengchu to the Hokage's office. After a brief discussion, Wolong and Feng Hua, who were extremely confident in the strength of Orochimaru and others, persuaded Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally decided to send the Anbu team that was carrying out a mission at the border to go to the Wind Kingdom to gather information. For Wolong and Fengchu, they had never considered the possibility of Orochimaru and others being caught or killed. After all, their combined combat power was equivalent to that of 4 cage-level warriors. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also made preparations for both situations this time. While ordering the Anbu to collect news and intelligence, he also mobilized the village again, ready to reinforce the battlefield at any time. For Konoha Village, although it has now entered a downward period, as the former leader of the ninja world, it is not a problem for it to produce 10,000 or 20,000 ninjas in a short period of time. This is even far from the limit of Konoha Village. If the age limit is completely relaxed, all the war potential is overdrawn, and combined with the ninja reserves of those ninja clans, it is not impossible to continue to recruit 10,000 or 20,000 ninjas. Therefore, it was not difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to organize a ninja force of up to 5,000 people, consisting of a mixture of genin, chunin and jonin. Once he is sure that the specific information from the Sand Village is the worst outcome he imagined, he will immediately dispatch these 5,000 ninjas to nip all the plans of the Mist Village in the bud. Just as Yagura was directing the ninjas who could use earth escape techniques to repair the collapsed buildings, he suddenly heard a respectful shout of, "Lord Mizukage," from behind, which made him freeze in his tracks. Bad. Alarm bells rang deep in Yagura's heart, as if it was a scream from hell, making his mind go blank. But he soon came back to his senses from this trance and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the tension and anxiety into his stomach. Immediately, Yagura forced himself to suppress his wildly beating heart, trying to slow down his accelerating heart rate. At the same time, he forced a smile on his face and slowly turned around with a slightly stiff body. "Hey, isn't this our Mizukage assistant?" Chingsi pretended that he had just seen Yagura. The smile on his face instantly became extremely kind. He greeted him, but his words were very sharp. "Ahahaha, Lord Mizukage is joking." Yagura laughed, and at the same time, he secretly thought that something was not good, and in his heart he cursed Mitsui Isobu. At this moment, he knew very well that the three-tailed Isobu was selling him out. It was probably aware of Chingsi's arrival and was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. "What are you joking about? That wasn't the tone you used in the telegram." Chingsi continued to tease, his tone calm but the smile on his face gradually turned cold, his eyes filled with amusement. Yagura hesitated and didn't know what to say. The moment he saw Kiyoshi's smile, all the prepared words disappeared. Chingsi laughed secretly in his heart when he saw Yagura's appearance, but his expression did not show any sign. He pretended to be accusing Yagura and continued to put psychological pressure on him. This time, he was ready to increase his strength on Yagura. "If you don't fight for 3 days, go to the house and uncover the tiles. It's obvious that little brother Yagura can't tell the difference between the big king and the small king. Brother Seiji, listen to my excuse." Realizing the danger he was about to face, Yagura suddenly changed his name and tried to struggle again, but the words he blurted out were not thought through. However, Yagura realized that something was wrong as soon as he finished speaking. He said the wrong thing, so he quickly changed his words and said, "Oh, no. Listen to my explanation. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot." When Qingxi heard Yagura's careless words, the corners of his mouth showed a slight upward trend, and he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. So, he didn't give Yagura any chance to speak or quibble, and activated Yomi Hirasaka, taking Yagura directly to the different space that belonged to him. It's time to let my little brother have a taste of what the iron fist of love feels like. Dash 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 dash. 10 minutes later, as the pixelated black space channel opened, Qingxi's figure slowly floated out of it, and behind him followed Yagura with a bruised face and nose. Cool. Refreshing. This is how Qingxi feels now. You know, this was something Yagura brought to his doorstep, otherwise he would have no reason to help him clear his muscles and bones. After all, he hadn't loved his little brother for a long time. Of course, education is education, and Kiyoshi still gave face to Yagura. After all, he was the assistant of the Mizukage and the nominal number 2 figure in their Kirigakure. Therefore, Kiyoshi deliberately avoided the original public place and instead held the meeting in his own different space. Although Yagura's bruised face and nose made it clear to everyone what had happened, at least no one else saw the whole process. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Feeling relieved, Kiyoshi patted Yagura's shoulder for comfort, and then took some ninjas and civil servants who remained in the Sand Village, as well as the most important daimyo of the Water Country, to the capital of the Wind Country. It was time to completely annex the Wind Country. For Qingxi, what he wanted was a smooth transfer of power. To achieve this, he needed the emergence of the daimyo of the Water Country so that the daimyo of the Wind Country would have a reasonable step to step down. Of course, this process will definitely not be smooth sailing, and it can even be said that conflicts and bloodshed are bound to occur. After all, power is something that no one can give up easily once it is seized. But it doesn't matter, Qingxi will take action. No matter whether it is the daimyo or the nobles of the Wind Country, if they don't want to be decent, then Qingxi will naturally help them to be decent. You know, those ninjas and civil servants who came with him will give him enough manpower to take over the entire Wind Country at any time. Soon, before the sun's afterglow completely dissipated, Qingxi had the Wind Kingdom completely under his control. Although not much time has passed since the Sand Village's last hope fell into thin air after the Sand Village's last hope was defeated by the Mist Village, and even the 4th Kazekage Rasa was captured, this news has already reached the capital of the Wind Kingdom through some special channels. Therefore, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind very tactfully performed a classic scene for the nobles of the Kingdom of Wind. Your Majesty, you are about to fight to the death, but why do you surrender first? Then there is no more then. Under the leadership of the daimyo of the Wind Country, the entire capital of the Wind Country knelt down so magnificently. However, despite this, there were still some people who were dazzled by power, and some nobles who were accustomed to bossing ninjas around and took their usual superiority for granted, and they launched a resistance that did not cause any waves at all. After all, in their view, ninjas are nothing more than enhanced versions of samurai. Without the various tasks they issue and the funds they provide, unproductive ninjas will simply not be able to continue to exist in the ninja world. But it's true, if this group of nobles were facing ninjas from other ninja villages who were accustomed to the rules that had been formed imperceptibly over thousands of years in the ninja world, then they might not actually attack them. However, this time they happened to be facing the Hidden Mist village under the rule of Kiyoshi. As for Qingxi, he doesn't care at all and will not acknowledge these bullshit rules. Pub Future adds. You know, the existence of chakra means that in the ninja world, there is only one eternal and unique truth, and the name of this truth is strength. Strength is justice. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Therefore, their ending is very obvious. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. After dealing with this group of nobles who not only refused to surrender but also dared to resist, Qingxi and the Kirigakure ninjas and civil servants who came with him officially and completely took over the entire capital of the Kingdom of Wind. As for the daimyo of Wind Country, who was more aware of the current situation and took the initiative to hand over everything to the daimyo of Water Country, who was under the control of Kiyoshi, Kiyoshi did not touch him for the time being. However, in order to prevent him from just pretending and having other thoughts, which would cause trouble that would have no impact but would be very annoying, Qingxi still gifted the daimyo of the Land of Water a green spirit ball, and controlled him with the Samsara Eye as well. Afterwards, after nightfall, when everything in the capital of the Kingdom of Wind was completely settled, Seiji directly launched the Yomi Hirasaka and returned to the Sand Village. The attack on the Iwagakure village is about to begin, and Kiyoshi needs to make follow-up arrangements for the Mist Village ninjas who are currently resting in the Sand Village and Angkor Fortress. According to the information collected by Black Zetsu and the Anbu about the overall strength of the Iwagakure village, in addition to the Chunin troops that are already on guard in the Kirigakure village, about half of the Kirigakure Jonin and Special Jonin from the Sand Village will also need to be sent out. The night is getting deeper, and Qingji also completed his entire combat deployment for the Iwagakure village. In addition to the troops responsible for combat, a small number of personnel will be left on the medical side to take care of the wounded and sick who have not yet fully recovered, and the rest will accompany Kiyoshi to the Iwagakure battlefield. As for the Perception Squad ninjas who originally assisted Uzumaki Kana to expand her perception range through the Perception Water Ball, and to perform more accurate perception and positioning, as well as the Barrier Squad and Sealing Squad ninjas who assisted Uzumaki Shinki in building the barrier, Kiyoshi decided to let them all stay in the Sand Village on standby, while also helping the remaining Mist ninjas who stayed behind to take care of the Sand Village. You know, given the defense of the Iwagakure village, this war against the Iwagakure village cannot replicate the results of the previous surprise attack on the Sand Village. Although launching an attack directly before the Iwagakure village receives the news can catch it off guard and leave the Iwagakure village with no more time to prepare and mobilize for war, let alone unleash their full war potential, the Mist village will eventually have to fight a head-on confrontation with the Iwagakure village on the front battlefield. Therefore, there is no need to let those Kirigakure ninjas who specialize in perception, sealing and barriers join the battle and cause unnecessary losses. After all, the Kirigakure village is not lacking in combat power at all. Of course, with the exception of Uzumaki Kana and Uzumaki Shinki, the Vajra blockade can be said to be a good choice in this kind of large-scale group battle, not to mention that the two are already very strong and can be ranked among the top among all the Kirigakure ninjas participating in the battle. Sorry, I still don't feel well. I went to the hospital to check and found out that I am sick. The next morning, Kiyoshi returned to the Hidden Mist village and used Yozen Hirasaka to teleport the 3,000 assembled Chunins to the outside of the Hidden Sand village one by one. After a brief commotion, the 3,000 Chunins quickly formed the team formations that had been notified in advance, joined the Mist ninjas from the Sand village, and found their respective combat teams. Afterwards, all the Kirigakure ninjas quickly formed a formation, looking with reverence at the Mizukage-sama whom they respected the most from the bottom of their hearts, who was standing at the front of their team, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Feeling the rising fighting spirit, Qingxi didn't say anything else and just gave an order. Set off. After all, the target of the Kirigakure this time is the Iwagakure village, their eternal enemy that has lasted since the First Ninja World War. Therefore, there is no need for Seiji, the Mizukage, to do more encouragement. The morale of the Kirigakure ninjas will naturally be raised to the maximum. Even though many of the Kirigakure ninjas had not experienced the era when the Kirigakure village declined due to the simultaneous deaths of the second Mizukage, Hazuka Genjutsu, and the second Tsuchikage, Mu, but with the teachings and examples of their respective families, as well as the encouragement of their companions who had experienced that era, an atmosphere of common hatred and solidarity naturally arose. The blazing fire of revenge, as if ignited by endless hatred, is beating violently in the hearts of every Kirigakure ninja. dash 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 dash. At the feudal border, the 7 ninja swordsmen who had set out early had already eliminated the few Sand Village ninjas who remained at the border to monitor the movements of the Iwagakure village. Despite the results of the negotiations between Ebizo and Onoki, the Sand Village, which had suffered losses at the hands of Hanzo in the last Ninja World War, still remained vigilant towards the Iwagakure village. Therefore, Ebizo finally left behind a group of ninjas to monitor the movements of the Iwagakure ninjas at all times, guarding against the Iwagakure village tearing up the agreement between the two parties and launching an attack on the Wind Kingdom. However, these Sand Village ninjas who were only used to give warnings and convey messages were destined to be of no use. After all, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village are more or less proficient in some assassination techniques, not to mention that most of them are from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Anbu, especially Biwajuzo and Kurashai Kushimaru, who are very familiar with silent assassinations. In addition, the 7 ninja swordsmen had enough cage-level strength to crush the Sand Village ninjas stationed at the border. Therefore, without much effort, these Sand Village ninjas who stayed at the border and didn't know that the Sand Village was gone were slaughtered without any waves by the 7 of them joining forces. As for the garrison ninjas of Iwagakure who were also stationed at the border, they met with the same fate. They were wiped out by the 7 ninja swordsmen before they could send back any news. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Qingxi led the Kirigakure troops and marched straight into the feudal border without any hindrance, directly breaking into the territory of the Land of Earth, and madly advancing towards the Iwagakure village at an extremely astonishing speed. This time, Kiyoshi did not choose to use Yozen Hirasaka to directly teleport all the Kirigakure ninjas to the vicinity of Iwagakure village or inside Iwagakure village. Because of the large number of ninja troops, Yozen Hirasaka cannot be teleported all at once. For example, the 3,000 Chunins who were teleported from the Hidden Mist village to the Hidden Sand village not long ago, Seiji also divided them into nearly 100 batches before he teleported them all over. Given the situation in the Iwagakure village, if Kiyoshi did this, Onoki would likely take advantage of the situation, causing unnecessary casualties among the Kirigakure ninjas. However, teleporting to the interior of the Land of Earth and then launching an attack on the Iwagakure village would not have the effect of a surprise attack. It could even be said that there was not much difference from a direct attack. Therefore, Qingji finally gave up the idea of a surprise attack and instead used the normal war mode. However, the defense system of the Iwagakure is still meticulous after all. In addition, the flames of the Ninja World War have now begun. Although the Iwagakure has not yet officially participated in the war, the overall defense of the Land of Earth has already been raised to the highest level. After all, the demigod of the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander, taught the entire ninja world a lesson with the painful lessons of the 2 villages of Konoha and Sunagakure in the last Ninja World War. Therefore, 2 hours after Kiyoshi led the Kirigakure troops to break into the territory of the Land of Earth, the Iwagakure village discovered that they had completely lost contact with the border garrison. And this news was soon placed in front of Onoki. So, without any surprise, the cunning and experienced 3rd Tsuchikage instantly realized that something was wrong. This feeling, although he had never experienced it before, was extremely familiar to him, and he knew clearly that the Hidden Rock village was attacked. Therefore, knowing the urgency of the situation, Onoki immediately ordered the Iwagakure troops to assemble. Although it was a bit hasty, he was still confident that the Iwagakure ninjas with the Will of Stone could rely on their united strength to completely bury all invading enemies in the Land of Earth. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. At the same time, the White Zetsu clone also brought Qingxi the latest information collected about Konoha. After learning about Konoha's movements, Qingxi thought for a moment and then gave an order to the Kirigakure ninja in charge of the telegram to Yagura. Konoha has sent the Anbu into the Kingdom of Wind to gather information. Be sure to increase vigilance and strengthen border defenses. Immediately afterwards, Qingxi thought of more possibilities and added, if Konoha directly dispatches ninja troops to attack the Kingdom of Wind after confirming the news, we can make a decision immediately and go to war with Konoha directly. Chingxi handed the decision-making power to his younger brother who was left in the sand village to guard the village. He fully believed that his younger brother was capable of handling all of this. Half an hour after Onoki discovered that the garrison deployed at the Fudo border had lost contact, the Iwagakure village's perception team followed the direction and found the movements of Seiji and the Kirigakure troops he led. Of course, Chingxi had no intention of completely concealing his own movements. His purpose in choosing to eliminate the border garrison of Iwagakure village quietly was just to use this unstoppable surprise attack to prevent Iwagakure village from having more time to prepare. After all, in such a large-scale battle with the goal of destroying one side, time is everything. Lord Tsuchikage. The Kirigakure troops are now less than 100 kilometers away from the village. An Iwagakure Anbu appeared instantly, knelt on one knee and lowered his head to report to Onoki. However, before Onoki could reply, another figure suddenly appeared in front of Onoki. The man was tall and had bulging muscles all over his body, as if he was made of steel. He stood like a tall iron tower in front of Onoki, who was floating in the air with the help of the earth escape, light and heavy rock technique. It was the son of Onoki who was an expert at earth escape, Huang-tu. The tallness of the Lois and the shortness of the Onoki form a very dramatic contrast at this moment. If Huang-tu didn't have the same iconic big nose as Onoki, no one would have thought that he and Onoki were father and son. Father. As soon as Huang-tu appeared, he reported to Onoki in a deep voice, "The troops have all been assembled and are ready to set off at any time." Yeah, Onoki nodded in satisfaction at first, but then his tone changed and he scolded Huang-tu, "How many times have I told you? When you are working, you should call me by my title. At a time like this, you should call me Tsuchikage-sama." Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Huang-tu, who had been scolded, sighed slightly and responded without changing his expression. "It's nothing, it's just a habit." After all, this is not the first time that Onoki has said this to him, and Onoki is still his beloved old father. It's no big deal if he says a few words to him. For Huang-tu, he only recently began to truly take over and be responsible for some specific affairs of the Iwagakure village, and had more opportunities to report the situation of the Iwagakure village to Onoki in person. Although he was the son of Onoki and was quite powerful, and was considered a top master in the Iwagakure village, he did not enter the upper echelons of the Iwagakure village because of some of Onoki's ideas, nor did he participate in the actual management of the Iwagakure village. He rarely had any interactions with Onoki regarding the situation in the Iwagakure village. Therefore, Huang-tu is still more accustomed to using the name for Onoki at home. Although he also tries to address him by his title at work, Onoki is still his father after all, and he often subconsciously calls Onoki, father. After all, the inertia formed by habits is very strong, and it is not so easy to change the name of Lois that has been used for many years. Onoki looked at Huang-tu's dead pig-like appearance and sighed helplessly. His son is so grown up, but he still doesn't let him worry. However, he did not have extra time to teach Huang-tu more at this moment. The most urgent task was to kill the Mist Village troops that invaded the Land of Earth and advanced towards their Iwagakure village. So, Onoki's expression became serious the next moment, and then he directly ordered, "Huang-tu, follow the direction and position indicated by the perception team and lead the team to attack immediately." Then, Onoki looked at the other Anbu. Anbu also follow the troops. Afterwards, Onoki soared into the sky and flew out of the village at high speed. He mastered the bloodline eliminating dust release and could fly, and he claimed that he had no rivals in the current ninja world. Therefore, he had to take a step ahead and use his flexible mobility to test the strength of the Kirigakure. After all, the Kirigakure dared to directly attack the heartland of the Land of Earth, and came with such a fierce force, heading straight for their Iwagakure village. It is very likely that they have some confidence that he does not understand. Dash 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 dash. Lord Mizukage, there's something unusual happening in the Iwagakure village. Uzumaki Shinki's voice rang in Seiji's ears. As the current patriarch of the Uzumaki clan of the Hidden Mist village and currently the strongest member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Shinki's perception range far exceeds that of his sister Uzumaki Kana. Therefore, at the moment when the Iwagakure troops set out under the leadership of Huang-tu, Uzumaki Shinki, who was following closely behind Kiyoshi, discovered it in time and reported the situation to Kiyoshi in real time. It's okay. Qingxi shook his head slightly and didn't care about it. Originally, he had not thought of attacking Iwagakure's doorstep directly, and now that Iwagakure village has just responded, it is already a strategically effective move. Moreover, this place is only about 80 kilometers away from Iwagakure village. Soon, when the Kirigakure troops were about 65 kilometers away from the Iwagakure village, Uzumaki Shinki's voice sounded again. Mizukage-sama, someone is approaching us quickly from the air. According to chakra sensing, the person coming is the third Tsuchikage Onoki. Hey, Seiji chuckled. He immediately understood what Onoki was planning. It seemed that there was really no one left in the Iwagakure village, and they actually asked Onoki, the Tsuchikage, to go out in person to gather information. Well, in that case, let's give him an unforgettable lesson as a greeting gift. Kiyoshi did not intend to take this opportunity to kill Onoki on the spot. After all, the main force of the Iwagakure village had not arrived yet. Killing Onoki in front of all the ninjas of the Iwagakure village was the script that Kiyoshi had prepared for him. In this way, Onoki's value could be maximized and the morale of the Iwagakure village could be hit to the extreme. Onoki, the way you die will be beyond your imagination. However, at this moment, Qingxi sensed the sudden violent chakra fluctuation in the air ahead, and the next second, a dazzling white beam of light cut through the sky and came in an instant, attacking the marching mist-hidden army from a very far distance. However, it was Onoki who sensed the opportunity, and with the idea of trying his best, he launched a direct attack on the Kirigakure troops, and the first move he made was his most skilled, Dust Release, original world separation technique, which had the ability to annihilate everything. This old dang, he can only do some sneaky things. Qingxi curled his lips in disdain when he saw this, and at the same time flew up and blocked the front of the Kirigakure troops. A translucent chakra protective shield emerged in an instant. Sealing technique, suction seal. Onoki launched a dust release with lightning speed, which he thought was a sure kill blow, but it was absorbed by Kiyoshi without any ripples in the blink of an eye. Laugh. As a faint mist rose, Qingxi analyzed the properties of the dust release chakra he had just absorbed, and at the same time, a stern smile appeared on his face towards the direction of Onoki. Come and go without indecent. Although it is not the time to kill this old immortal yet, he cannot escape the lesson he has learned. Keep going. With the blessing of chakra, Qingxi's voice was clearly heard by every Kirigakure ninja. At the same time, Qingxi pointed his hands in the direction of Onoki, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his quietly opened reincarnation eyes. Your dust escape is great, but now it's mine. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Seeing the dust release inexplicably disappear in front of Qingxi, Onoki, who was floating high in the sky, was suddenly shocked. Then he turned around and fled without any hesitation. Although he still hadn't figured out how Qingxi had destroyed his dust release, after seeing that Qingxi also had the ability to fly, he knew clearly that he couldn't stay here any longer. Without the advantage of being able to fly, he would not be able to face the fourth Mizukage, Kiyoshi, and the entire Kirigakure army alone. It would be better for him to wait until the main force from the Iwagakure village catches up before making any plans. After all, if the attack has no effect, then it has no effect, and he absolutely cannot afford to fail here. If something happens to him here and he is left there by Kiyoshi, their Iwagakure village would probably be finished. As his mind raced, Onoki's flying speed increased a bit. However, at this moment, Onoki heard Seiji's slightly teasing but terrifying low moan in his ears very clearly. Senjutsu Dust Release Original Realm Separation Technique. A white light suddenly appeared between Qingxi's hands. At first it was just a faint dot, but its size began to expand rapidly in the blink of an eye, and the light became incomparably dazzling. Although Kiyoshi had just learned dust release after absorbing Onoki's attack through the sealing technique absorption seal, and this was also his first time to perform it, his movements were extremely smooth and the speed of performing the technique was not slow at all. A thick white beam of light appeared between Kiyoshi's hands in an instant, and then shot towards Onoki's position. This is a dust release that is far more powerful than Onoki's previous dust release, performed using Senjutsu chakra. Not only did Kiyoshi give Onoki a taste of his own medicine, he also gave him a super double the bonus. Under Chingxi's precise control, the dust release beam of light brushed past Onoki's scalp, instantly disintegrating the Tsuchikage hat on his head into nothingness. It all happened so fast that before Onoki could react, Seiji's voice and the dust release attack that followed had already arrived. To be precise, the total interval from the time Onoki realized something was wrong and turned around to flee, to the time Seiji used the dust release attack, was probably less than a breath. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Impossible. Onoki, who was almost frightened to death, continued to fly quickly while growling in his heart. He was very familiar with the bloodline elimination of dust release, so he knew exactly what the consequences would be if he was hit directly by dust release. As Onoki was brushed by Chingxi's dust release, he felt an inexplicable deep chill in his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Drops of cold sweat continued to appear on his forehead. Onoki, who was filled with fear, continued to accelerate his flight while turning his head to look at Kiyoshi, who was standing above the Kirigakure troops. After seeing that Kiyoshi did not make any further moves, he felt a little relieved. However, his movement of looking back from time to time made his flying posture appear a little weird, and he flew out a series of beautiful, arc-shaped trajectories in the air. What's going on with this fourth Mizukage? Onoki was frightened and also deeply confused. You know, the Kekkei Cage dust release was developed by his teacher, the second Tsuchikage Matsu, and its method of training is considered the highest level of secret in the entire Iwagakure village, not to mention the side stories. Moreover, after so many years in the entire Iwagakure village, he is still the only one who has successfully inherited Matsu's dust release. So where did the fourth Mizukage learn dust release? Looking at Onoki, who was fleeing in panic, Chingxi nodded with satisfaction. Oh, that's right. This is how Onoki, the old man, should be opened. However, although Onoki did not die this time, he was already close to death. For Kiyoshi, even though he let Onoki go this time, it was only because he wanted to squeeze out his value completely in the upcoming battle with the Iwagakure troops. But it didn't mean that Kiyoshi wouldn't kill him. Kiyoshi had no intention of sparing his life like the fourth Kazekage Rasa did. After all, not only was Onoki himself an old stubborn person who could not be educated, but also during the joint Chunin exam, his words that took advantage of his seniority and his overt and covert sarcasm really angered Seiji and made him very unhappy. So, at that time, Kiyoshi had already made up his mind that after the war with the Iwagakure village, he would definitely kill the old man Onoki. So, Onoki, cherish the last moments of your life. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Time passes quickly. Mizukage-sama. Uzumaki Shinki's voice suddenly rang out. The Iwagakure troops are still 10 kilometers away from us. Very good. Chingxi nodded in response, and at the same time looked at the Ziguashin Puffer Demon and other ninja swordsmen on the side. Then he suddenly increased his speed, broke away from the mist-hidden army, and rushed forward at a high speed. The 7 ninja swordsmen understood the signal from their own Mizukage immediately, so they accelerated and broke away from the main force, following closely behind Kiyoshi and charging towards the Iwagakure troops ahead. After Kiyoshi and the 7 ninja swordsmen took action, the Kirigakure ninjas also accelerated their advance speed at the same time without Kiyoshi's orders. Although they were not as fast as Kiyoshi and the others, they were not far behind. If other people were looking down from the sky at this time, they could clearly see that the entire Kirigakure army, with Seiji in the front and the 7 ninja swordsmen following closely behind as the spearhead, was like a huge and unstoppable arrow, stabbing straight in the direction of the Iwagakure army. The Uzumaki clan's ultra-long-range perception ability once again demonstrated the effective dimensionality reduction on the battlefield. This difference in perception distance gave the Hidden Mist village the upper hand. You know, in a collision involving tens of thousands of ninjas, taking the initiative is extremely important. Even attacking 1 second earlier will have a crucial impact on the outcome of the war. After all, the Legion-level ninjutsu used by the ninja troops is vastly different in power from the ninjutsu used by a single or several ninjas, especially the combined water ninjutsu of the Kirigakure ninjas and the combined earth ninjutsu of the Iwagakure ninjas. When the number of people performing the spell together increases, their power increases exponentially. Therefore, at this time, it becomes particularly important to use ninjutsu early to seize the initiative. 6 kilometers. Uzumaki Shinki's voice rang out in the communication channel of Seiji and others. After hearing Uzumaki Shinki's report, Kiyoshi and the 7 ninja swordsmen increased their speed again, and they advanced hundreds of meters in one breath. At this time, in the distance, the front row of the Iwagakure troops had appeared in Kiyoshi's sight. Report: the enemy appears. At the same time, the perception ninja in the Iwagakure force finally discovered Kiyoshi and others who were approaching at a very fast speed, and gave a timely warning. However, I realized it was already a little too late. While the sensing ninjas were sounding the alarm and the Iwagakure troops were about to respond and change formation to prepare for battle, Kiyoshi and the others had already advanced another 2 or 3 kilometers. At this distance, the Iwagakure troops can be said to have entered the range of large-scale water-based attacks. Ziguashan, Juzang, Chinran, Qingxi shouted softly as he watched the Iwagakure troops changing their formation. Understood. Qingxi didn't need to say much. The 3 of them understood Qingxi's meaning tacitly. While maintaining the speed of charging, their hands flew up and down, and one seal after another quickly passed by. Water style. Explosive water wave. This was a large-scale water escape performed by 3 cage-level ninja swordsmen working together. In an instant, a giant tsunami beyond the Iwagakure ninjas' cognition appeared on the endless desolate rocky land of the Land of Earth. Wow! The raging flood roared, and the huge waves it created carried unparalleled momentum and swept towards the Iwagakure troops ahead with overwhelming force. For a moment, the earth shook. The range of this technique is too large. The Iwagakure ninjas at the front couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. They had never seen such a large-scale water jutsu in a waterless environment. Keep calm. Don't panic. Let's form the seal together. Huang Tu's steady voice sounded. He gave the order on behalf of Onoki, who was recovering his chakra in the rear to prepare for the battle with the 4th Mizukage. It was just a large-scale water jutsu, and it would be no problem under the will of stone of their united Iwagakure. They can stop it. Earth escaped 10,000 miles of earth current wall. A solid dark brown earth wall rose from the ground accompanied by violent fluctuations of chakra, blocking the Iwagakure troops in front of them. This is a ninja army-level earth escape defense performed by hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas above the level of Chunin under the leadership of Huang Tu. Boom! The next moment, when the endless earth wall stood proudly on the earth like a great wall of steel, the surging huge waves hit with the force of thunder. The tremendous impact brought by the raging waves seemed to instantly tear apart and destroy the rock-solid earth wall built by countless rock ninjas. Under the fierce impact of the huge waves, the 10,000 miles earth flow wall issued a deafening roar. However, although the earth wall was a little shaky under this extremely strong impact, all the rock ninjas who cast the spell were still continuously injecting chakra to repair and regenerate the earth wall. In the end, they managed to stop the explosive water wave tsunami created by the 3 ninja swordsmen. However, before these rock ninjas could breathe a sigh of relief, the second round of attacks from the ninja swordsmen arrived. You know, this was a charge led by Qingxi. How could the attack be so monotonous? If it was just this one super large-scale water jutsu at the beginning, then there would be no need for Kiyoshi to lead the 7 ninja swordsmen to lead the charge, not to mention that this super large-scale water jutsu was blocked by the Iwagakure side. So, when the raging tsunami surged towards the Iwagakure troops, Chingsi once again whispered out the 2 names, his tone full of murderous intent, Kage. Jinpachi. Upon hearing the call from their own Mizukage, Saito Kage and Murasaki Shinpachi burst out their chakras at the same time without any hesitation. They were all old subordinates of Seiji and did not need Seiji to give any further instructions. They certainly knew what they should do at this moment. Saito Kage jumped up directly, and the lightning swords in his hands, Fang, emitted bright lightning light under the flow of chakra, and in an instant the lightning light spread to his whole body. The next second, Saito Ying, whose whole body was flashing with dazzling blue electric light, fell rapidly from the air. He held a thunder blade, Fang, in each of his hands, and stabbed it hard at the vast blue ocean below that had been turned into a vast ocean by the ravages of the water escape. Thunder Blade Ninja Technique, Raymon. In an instant, lightning raged, and countless azure blue lightning snakes, starting from the thunder blade and fang that was inserted into the water, surged rapidly with the help of the conduction of water waves. In just a moment, they hit the earth wall that looked as solid as a rock. The Thunder Gate, that consumed nearly 1/3 of Saito Kage's chakra, burst out with even greater power with the blessing of water style. Coupled with the restraint of thunder style on earth style, the 10,000 miles of earth flow wall, dominated by loess that had just blocked the devastating land tsunami, collapsed in an instant. Moreover, not only that, after the bursting lightning penetrated the earth wall, its power was not exhausted, but continued to spread in all directions, using lightning therapy to help some rock ninjas who were closer to the earth wall to quit their internet addiction. For a moment, the smell of burning spread. The rock ninjas who were electrocuted fell to the ground helplessly one after another. No, to be precise, they fell on the water. After the earth wall was destroyed, the water waves that had been blocked originally began to pour in. Although they no longer had the powerful impact that came at the beginning, they also swept away many weaker rock ninjas, leaving them no trace. However, this is not over yet. You know, the one who launched the attack together with Saito Kage was Muri Shinpachi, who wielded the explosive sword Fimo. At the same time as the power of the lightning burst through the earth wall, Muri Shinpachi, holding the explosive sword Fimo, also completed his charge. Explosive Sword Ninja Technique, Exploding Sword and Killing. Endless detonating tags and self-destructing swords emerged from the flying foam and, under the control of Muri Shinpachi's chakra, flew forward in all directions. Then, a dazzling red light suddenly lit up, and violent, chaotic, and destructive chakra fluctuations erupted instantly. However, at the same time when these countless detonating talismans were about to explode, a black pixel-shaped space channel quietly opened, swallowing up all the flying detonating talismans. It is Seiji's bloodline, Yozen Hirasaka. The next second, accompanied by slight space ripples, a black pixel-like space channel suddenly appeared in front of the broken earth wall. And then, what emerged were endless detonating talismans that had been stimulated to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted in a moment, and suddenly, dazzling flames shot up into the sky, covering the already broken and collapsed 10,000 miles earth flow wall. The earth wall, which was already broken into pieces, was transformed into tiny soil particles under this terrifying explosion of unknown magnitude. The extremely high temperature generated by the explosion whizzed towards the Iwagakure troops behind. In an instant, wailing was heard everywhere. Countless rock ninjas were pierced through the body and fell to the ground screaming, losing the ability to fight again. Among them, there were quite a few unlucky ones who were shot in the head or heart and died on the spot. This is the greeting gift that Chingji prepared for the Iwagakure troops. However, Chingsi could actually open a space channel directly in the center of the Iwagakure troops and create a central bloom for these tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas. However, he did not do so. After all, if he was caught off guard and hit by the Fappal Heavy Death attack that was unleashed with all his strength by the cage-level Muri Shinpachi, the explosion site would probably be reduced to a bloody hell in an instant. Of course, this is not because Chingsi is merciful, nor is it because he does not want to cause too much unnecessary killing. After all, these rock ninjas can be the perfect tools to contribute chakra again and again for his sacred tree to produce chakra fruits in the future. We can't kill them all. Dash 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 dash. Dear gentlemen, happy Labor Day. After the explosion, Onoki, who was recovering in the rear, suddenly discovered that the chakra aura of his son Wangtu had disappeared on the battlefield. Yellow Earth. Onoki was so shocked and angry that he almost fainted. Although in Onoki's opinion, Wangtu's ability is not enough to become his successor, the fourth Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village. But after all, he is his only son. It is an unacceptable tragedy for anyone to see an older person bury a younger person. That's right, Huangtu was one of the unlucky guys who died on the spot, and he was the most unlucky one among them. First, he was shot through the heart by the rapidly flying dirt, then his head was pierced, and even other parts of his body were riddled with holes. This kind of injury can basically be said to be hopeless, except for those who believe in the immortal body of the evil god, or Qingxi personally uses Yangdun. Damn Mizukage! Onoki's angry roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Afterwards, he didn't bother to recover anymore, and with an explosion of chakra, he slammed the ground with one hand. Earth Release. Gangly Style Technique. Roar. A gigantic rock monster instantly appeared at the forefront of the Iwagakure troops. It roared, and then, under Onoki's control, raised its huge fist and smashed it hard at Seiji and the others. Moreover, not only that, as his fist smashed down, Onoki's empty hand continued to change its position, constantly attaching a large amount of scattered soil nearby to his fist. Earth Escape Rock Fist Technique. The already huge fist of the rock monster suddenly expanded several times under the effect of the rock fist technique, and its hardness and the weight it carried also increased exponentially. Boom! The rock monster's powerful punch landed heavily on the water surface. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and visible vibrating water waves continued to spread forward. It can only be said that Onoki is worthy of the title of Tsuchikage. His combination of the two earth-style ninjutsu instantly produced an effect where 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. Moreover, his choice was extremely correct. This appropriate attack temporarily blocked Seiji and the 7 ninja swordsmen from further slaughtering the Iwagakure troops. For Onoki, he is not only Huangtu's father, but also the third Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village. Therefore, even though he was extremely sad at this moment, his top priority now was to lead the Iwagakure village to victory in this war and bury all the enemies who dared to invade their land of earth. And more importantly, he is the only one who can deal with the fourth Mizukage, Kiyoshi. As a shadow from the same village, he knew clearly what kind of horrific destructive power would be unleashed if Qingxi was allowed to rush into their hidden rock formation. So, when Seiji and others stopped charging forward and jumped backward to avoid Onoki's earth escape attack, Onoki jumped up and flew in front of the Iwagakure troops in the blink of an eye, and then attacked the Kirigakure troops that were approaching from the distance. Chen Escape Boundary Peeling Technique. A cube flashing with white light appeared between Onoki's slightly separated hands. The next second, the white cube shot out under Onoki's control, flying at a high speed towards the mist-hidden army in the distance, and continued to grow larger during the flight. Onoki hated Kiyoshi to the extreme for killing Huangtu and also killing and injuring a large number of Iwagakure ninjas. Therefore, he ignored Kiyoshi and others who were very close to the Iwagakure troops, and instead aimed his attack at the Kirigakure troops behind them. Moreover, this time, he went all out when he made his move. The strongest dust release that consumed nearly a quarter of his chakra was delivered directly. A pixelated black space channel emerged, and Qingxi quietly retreated to the top of the Kirigakure troops. The translucent chakra protective shield of the Sealing Technique Absorption Seal opened, completely absorbing the dust release that Onoki had used with all his strength. At the same time, a chuckle tinged with sarcasm continued to echo over the battlefield with the blessing of chakra. Oh, Onoki, are you getting old and confused? It's only been a short while and you've already forgotten that your dust release will be absorbed. At first, this sound was like a breeze coming from afar, lingering, vague, and as if out of reach. But then, accompanied by an inexplicable pressure that permeated the entire battlefield, the sound gradually became more powerful, like thunder exploding in the vast sky, deafening and making all the ninjas on both sides present tremble. Of course, the Kirigakure side was trembling with excitement, because the object of ridicule was the Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village, and they had already recognized that this was the voice of their own Mizukage. The Iwagakure side was angry, but at the same time there was a slight tremor of fear, because the person who was insulted by this voice was the third Tsuchikage Onoki, a man who was extremely respected by all of them, and who was known as the Two Heavenly Scales in the Iwagakure village. Moreover, not only that, the voice also carried boundless murderous intent, like a black whirlwind, sweeping over violently, and the words that reached Onoki's ears, who had just used up his full-strength dust release and was still floating in the air without moving, felt cold all over. His pupils shrank sharply, and his short body shuddered subconsciously. Yes, no wonder the previous dust release disappeared silently. Onoki finally realized that this time he saw it extremely clearly. It turned out that the fourth Mizukage actually had the ability to absorb ninjutsu. But then, followed by an uncontrollable feeling of fear, and Onoki's heart sank to the bottom. You know, in Onoki's cognition, the Hidden Mist Village does have a bloodline limit called Heaven Release, that can absorb ninjutsu, but his dust release is a bloodline elimination that is above the bloodline limit, so he never thought that Seiji's ability can even absorb dust release. Therefore, even though Onoki had been through hundreds of battles and had a wealth of experience in the ninja world, he was still somewhat at a loss and in a dilemma. Not only could Seiji fly like him, but he also had the ability to absorb his strongest dust release. How could he fight? However, Kiyoshi doesn't care what Onoki thinks. He has already been kind enough to let Onoki live a little longer. And at this moment, it was exactly the burial scene of the third Tsuchikage Onoki that Seiji had anticipated. That is, under the watchful eyes of thousands of rock ninjas, to kill them with one powerful blow. So, the next second, when Onoki was still in a daze and hadn't come to his senses, Chingsi appeared in front of Onoki and kicked him hard, sending him flying. As the air vibrated, Onoki's body was thrown away rapidly like a cannonball. The next moment, he fell heavily on the solid rock ground where the flood had not yet spread. He turned into a ground gourd, rolling continuously on the ground, and crashing into countless rock walls and stone mountains of different heights and sizes along the way. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sound continued to echo throughout the battlefield. The violent shock waves generated by Onoki's body constantly hitting the ground and the rock walls and mountains directly blew away all the rock ninjas along the way. The bodies of these Iwagakure ninjas affected by Onoki were still flying in the air, and the bright red blood had already begun to splatter everywhere crazily. When it was their turn to hit the ground, their bodies were like rag bags, and they did not react for a long time. Only the occasional rise and fall of their chests and their extremely weak and almost inaudible breathing proved that they were only seriously injured, but still alive. And this was just a casual attack from Chingsi. Horror. Boom. After crashing through countless rock walls and stone mountains, Onoki's body finally stopped and he let out a cry of unbearable pain. Although he was seriously injured by Chingsi's casual attack, he was still alive at this time. However, he could only be said to be barely alive, because his lumbar vertebrae were almost completely broken. However, Seiji could not hide the fact that Onoki was still alive. After all, although obscured by thick smoke and dust, Onoki's bright chakra was still within the field of vision of the Rinnegan. Moreover, Seiji had not intended to send Onoki directly to the Pure Land with just this one kick. After all, Onoki is the strongest in the Iwagakure village. Although he is old and frail now, he is still a top-notch cage-level warrior. Moreover, this attack was not shocking enough, and the Iwagakure troops' will to resist was not destroyed. Therefore, after Kiyoshi kicked out, he instantly predicted where Onoki's body would finally stop, and without any delay, he directly delivered a fatal blow to Onoki. Presumably, it would be an immense honor to let the third Tsuchikage die in front of all the rock ninjas using the dust release he was best at. Senjutsu Dust Release Limit Stripping Technique. I'll give you back the dust escape I just used. The dazzling white cube flew out from between Seiji's hands at a high speed, and the next second after Unoki's body stopped, it had already arrived in front of him. Immediately, the white cube expanded rapidly, enclosing Onoki, who had a terrified look on his face but was too seriously injured to move quickly to avoid the attack. In just a moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, Onoki, along with the rocky ground beneath his feet and the stone mountain he was leaning against, disappeared from the ninja world, leaving no trace of his existence. The third Tsuchikage, Unoki, was killed by the fourth Mizukage, Otsutsuki Seiji, in full view of everyone on the battlefield. The Kirigakure troops in the rear saw that their own Mizukage had defeated the enemy's most powerful third Tsuchikage in less than a breath, and they couldn't help but shout and rush forward at an accelerated speed. The Iwagakure troops could not help but feel grief-stricken upon seeing this. The third Tsuchikage, the invincible lord in their minds, had fallen. Their sky is falling. What terrified them even more was that their third Tsuchikage was killed to pieces by their own crowd blood elimination dust release. At the same time, a shadow clone that Seiji had quietly created before killing Onoki, under the guidance of the white Zetsu clone, had found the Five Tails Jinchuriki who had just set out with the second batch of Iwagakure troops to further encircle and suppress the Kirigakure troops. Although Han acted very cautiously and tried his best to restrain his chakra when not fighting, he didn't know that as the Five Tails Jinchuriki, he had already been found and targeted by the white Zetsu clone. You know, in order to capture the Jinchuriki quickly, under Chingji's arrangement, except for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina who may have the ability to perceive malicious intent, the Two Tails, Five Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki are all monitored by white Zetsu clones at all times. Therefore, Chingxi easily caught the steam ninja, man with a burly figure, wearing red armor, a red hat, and a red mask on his mouth, hiding among many Iwagakure ninjas at the gate of Iwagakure village. The pixelated black space channel opened, and the shadow clone Chingxi took Han, who was not on guard because he was in the formation of the Iwagakure troops, to his own different space with lightning speed, leaving behind the angry and terrified shouts of many Iwagakure ninjas because their commander was suddenly captured. Master Han. The sudden change in the space made Han's expression change drastically. At this time, he realized that something was wrong. As a result, the chakra in Han's body was raised to the boiling point on the verge of explosion in one breath, and a large amount of white steam immediately rose from his body. After getting rid of the discomfort caused by the spatial transfer, Han shouted loudly with a vigilant look, with an indescribable solemnity and a hint of imperceptible panic in his tone. He knew without much thought that the person who attacked must be targeting the tailed beast in his body, otherwise there would be no need to target him alone. Although he was temporarily the commander of the second batch of Iwagakure troops, he was not a high-ranking official in the Iwagakure village. If it were not for the tailed beasts, there would be no other benefit in capturing him. After all, the only identity he could boast of was the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and his cage-level strength was basically due to being a Jinchuriki. In just a few seconds, Han analyzed his situation thoroughly, but he didn't have any effective solution. This space-time ninjutsu that could instantly bring him, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, to another dimension was extremely terrifying. Although he did not have much to do with the Iwagakure village, as a cage-level strongman, all the information about the Iwagakure village was basically open to him, and he had never heard that there was such a level of time and space ability in the ninja world. Han, known as the Steam Ninja. Hand over the Five Tails Inu. The shadow clone Chingxi's figure quietly appeared in the air, looking down at Han, and pronounced his fate in a calm tone. The fourth Mizukage. Han looked up at Chingxi who was floating in the air with an indifferent expression, and instantly recognized Chingxi's identity. This also made Han's face look even uglier. It seemed that there was no possibility of reconciliation. So, let's fight. Immediately, the chakra in Han's body, which was on the verge of boiling point, suddenly erupted like a volcano. A large amount of white steam was conducted through Han's special armor, wrapped around his sturdy body, and directly launched an attack on Chingxi in the air. Boiling release. unparalleled power. In just a moment, under the effect of the sudden burst of boiling chakra, Han leapt into the air and instantly approached Qingxi, then delivered a quick and tricky punch to Qingxi's face. Oh! Qingxi slowly raised his arm and blocked Han's fist. A hint of surprise flashed in his sky-blue reincarnation eyes. The speed and strength displayed by the Five Tails Jinchuriki at this moment were somewhat beyond Qingxi's expectations. After all, Qingxi also masters boiling release, and he can also use the move, unparalleled strength. Considering Han's strength, his boiling release should not be so strong. Therefore, Qingxi instantly concluded that Han's development of the boiling escape technique was already very deep. At least in the use of the unparalleled strange power technique, he was not much worse than him. This made Qingxi feel a little excited. Han's ending is already determined anyway, so let this shadow clone play with him for a while. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Boom! A dull sound of impact was heard. Qingxi's iron-hard palm and the recoil force that came back startled Han, and his pupils constricted again. However, Han did not retreat, because he knew that at this moment he had no choice but to fight desperately, so a ruthless look flashed in Han's eyes, and the dark red Five Tails chakra instantly spread to his whole body, and he entered the half-tailed beast state. Han roared at Qingxi, as if to cheer himself up and also as if to eliminate the fear that Qingxi brought to him. Then, he opened his mouth and fired a tailed beast ball at Qingxi in front of him. At this moment, Han and the tailed beast named Mu Wang in his body have quickly reached a reconciliation. After all, even if Han doesn't know the Otsutsuki clan, how could he not know the Five Tails? Therefore, in the face of the life threat posed by Qingxi, Wu Wei simply gave in and lent all his strength to Han, trying to struggle again to gain that slim chance of survival. Hey! Qingxi looked at Han, who was firing the tailed beast ball at his face, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next second, in Han's shocked eyes, the tailed beast ball was swallowed up without any ripples by a translucent chakra protective shield that suddenly appeared. Sealing technique, suction seal. Qingxi's calm voice without a trace of worldly air also reached Han's ears at this time, as if he was introducing to him what kind of ability it was that absorbed his tailed beast ball. Immediately, Qingxi withdrew his hand that was holding Han's fist, flashed to Han's side, raised his leg and kneed Han in the head. In this attack, Qingxi used 80% of his strength. After all, Han has already entered the half-tailed beast state, and this is just one of his shadow clones, so Qingxi is not worried about killing Han and the Five Tails in his body with one blow. Seeing that Qingxi's raised leg was about to hit his head, Han hurriedly raised his arm and turned his body. At the same time, his chakra burst out instantly, and white steam mixed with the dark red Five Tails chakra rose up together, trying to block Qingxi's attack. There was a sound of tearing air. Although Han used his arm to block Qingxi's attack on his head, he was still knocked back to the ground by the tremendous force contained in the knee strike. Boom! Boom! A dull sound of impact and a loud crash were heard one after another, and Han, who was in half-tailed beast state, was smashed to the ground, and a huge deep pit appeared instantly. And Qingxi also fell to the ground at the same moment, and rushed into the smoke and dust raised by the collision, chasing after Han. Roar! Han let out a roar that was slightly painful. Despite the protection of the Five Tails chakra, he was still injured by Qingxi's attack. However, this also further stimulated Han's ferocious nature, which was subtly given by the Five Tails chakra. So, Han quickly adjusted his posture, used the Five Tails chakra to quickly heal his injuries, raised his hand and clenched his fist, and punched in the direction where Qingxi was rushing. Boiling release. Unparalleled power. Seeing Han's reaction, Qingxi's eyes suddenly showed a hint of satisfaction. Is this right? This is the feeling of punching into the flesh. So, Qingxi did not dodge or evade, but also raised his hand and clenched his fist, and punched towards Han's fist. However, unlike Han's attack, Qingxi's punch did not use the same supernatural power as Han's to amplify it. Some are just plain and ordinary. After all, this is just a Five Tails Jinchuriki in half-tailed beast form. Even if this is just a shadow clone of Kyoshi, there is no need to do anything fancy. Just crush him with numerical superiority. Bang! The violent chakra fluctuations and the deafening crash sounds mixed together to compose a shocking elegy. Ow! Amidst the extremely tragic screams of pain, Han's fist, along with the half-pulled arm behind it, was directly blasted apart by Qingxi's punch. With a puff sound, a large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain where Han's arm exploded. This scene is like a blood-red flower blooming in the air, delicate and sad. However, this scene only lasted for a moment. Before the blood could fall, it was already covered by the high-temperature steam generated by Han's own boiling escape. The steam, which was soaked in the Five Tails chakra and turned darker red, rolled in like a hot torrent and instantly swallowed up all the blood that had exploded. Under the influence of high temperature, the splashing blood evaporated quickly, turning into wisps of blood mist and merging with the steam. It was as if there was a bloody rain, but the bloody rain evaporated completely in midair, leaving only a faint blood-colored mist that slowly dissipated. Han covered his shoulder and the remaining half of his arm, and used the force to retreat violently backwards, but his steps were staggering, leaving behind solid footprints of varying depths on the ground. Damn it! Han endured the severe pain and stared at Qingxi with resentment in his eyes. He never expected that the gap in strength between him and Qingxi would be so huge. However, Qingxi did not give Han any more time to think about countermeasures. He quickly moved forward and slapped Han on the chest. There was a flash of panic in Han's eyes. He was already no match for Qingxi, and after losing most of his arm, he was no match for Qingxi. However, he did not give up struggling. After all, a broken arm was not as important as life. So, Han Cheng cheered up, gathered the Five Tails chakra in the remaining hand, and used super strength. Again, Han knew very well that he could not defeat Qingxi whether in a fist or a palm fight. Therefore, the purpose of Han's punch was just to take advantage of the recoil of Qingxi's palm. Even if it meant getting hurt again, he had to keep some distance to buy some time. You know, he had just reached a reconciliation with the Five Tails King in a hurry. Even though he had been the Five Tails Jinchuriki for many years and his body had long since adapted to the Five Tails chakra, it still took a little bit of time for him to fully transform into a tailed beast. However, Han's chakra flow was unusually clear in the vision of Qingxi's reincarnation eye. Then, snapped. Qingxi, who understood Han's idea, instantly retracted his strength, spread out his 5 fingers, and firmly grasped Han's fist with his palm, preventing him from trying to use the force to escape. The huge force transmitted made Han open his eyes wide in shock, and his face turned ashen in an instant. Bad. Seen through. Han quickly tried to pull his fist away from Qingxi, but no matter how hard he tried or how he released his chakra, Qingxi's open palm remained motionless. After clamping Han, Qing Sikongyu suddenly exerted force with his arm, and his clenched fist hit Han's body frantically like raindrops. However, this time, Qingxi consciously controlled the power of the attack. After all, it was rare to find a sandbag with such thick skin and tough flesh that he could hit at will. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of heavy punches hit Han's body continuously in a very short period of time, causing Han to scream in pain. Then, after Qingxi had enjoyed the beating, he suddenly exerted force with both hands at the same time and pushed Han out. As if being hit head-on by a sledgehammer, Han's body flew backwards dozens of meters in an instant. Then, accompanied by a dull crash, Han fell heavily to the ground. The dark red-tailed beast coat that originally covered his entire body was now in tatters and was smashed to pieces by Qingxi. Cough. The man lying on his back on the ground coughed weakly, and blood kept flowing out from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his eyes were filled with despair that was about to overflow. The Five Tails chakra could not repair his injuries enough to keep up with the speed at which Qingxi attacked him. However, the Five Tails in Han's body have not given up struggling. Although Han's plan just now did not achieve the expected effect, but was beaten up by Qingxi, and Han himself became a stalemate who had lost the dream of survival under Qingxi's repeated beatings, but in another sense, the purpose of delaying time was achieved. Therefore, the Five Tails is ready to completely transform into a tailed beast and make that final fight. Then it took over the control of Han's body, and countless dark red chakra bubbles began to surge out of Han's body. But, at this moment, Qingxi appeared, and the invisible wave instantly pressed down on Han, who was lying dead on the ground, interrupting the process of the 5 tails to completely transform into a tailed beast. Samsaranga I. Pressure. Immediately, Qingxi reached out his hand to Han's abdomen and pressed it down, ending the battle, which was slightly delayed because of his sudden excitement. Sealing technique. Tail locking seal. ... 5 Five-tailed King Mew. Capture complete. There is not much to say about what happened next. After capturing the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, the shadow clone Seiji launched the Yomi Hirasaka, and brought him directly back to the Hidden Mist Village and handed him over to Nagato. Thus, before long, there was another tailed beast in the Gaiden demon statue, which was another big step closer to resurrecting it and becoming the 10 tails. As for the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, he lost his life forever, and like the 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Shi before him, his body was recycled and provided for researchers of the Hidden Mist Village to study at will. On the battlefield, Kirigakure had an overwhelming advantage and beat up Iwagakure, which had lost the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, who was its pillar of support. The tens of thousands of rock ninja troops lacking high-end combat power did not hold out for long and completely collapsed. Except for some diehard elements who were killed on the spot by Ziguashin Puffer Ghost and others because of their stubborn resistance to the end, the rest of the rock ninjas turned into heroes who knew how to adapt to the times and surrendered on the spot. Of course, there were also a small number of rock ninjas who, seeing the bad situation, left the battle early and tried to slip away, because in their opinion, the Kirigakure's manpower was seriously insufficient compared to their tens of thousands of rock ninjas, so there was a great possibility that Kirigakure could not take care of them at all. However, these little tricks of theirs were destined to be in vain under the Kagura's eyes of Uzumaki Shinki and Uzumaki Kana. Although they did manage to escape from the battlefield, they were eventually captured one by one after the one-sided large-scale fight ended. After all, these are all the best tools that Qingxi has reserved. As for the fate of the 2nd Iwagakure force that came to support, it was even simpler. Although the 5 tails Jinchuriki who was acting as the commander suddenly disappeared not long after they left the village, the Iwagakure troops that set out later quickly selected the elite Jonin Tushinori to replace Han after a brief panic, and continued to lead them to the battlefield ahead to support their Tsuchikage. However, just when they were about to arrive at the battlefield, the Kirigakure troops had already cleaned up the mess and were ready for battle. Therefore, without any surprise, the Iwagakure troops led by Tushiren also knelt down magnificently and soon followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. It can be said that this wave of support from Iwagakure not only failed to achieve the goal of completely encircling and trapping the Kirigakure troops, but also ended up costing them their own lives. It was truly a huge loss. After dealing with both Iwagakure troops, Kiyoshi and his Kirigakure troops rested on the spot. Afterwards, Kiyoshi left Uzumaki Shinki and 3 ninja swordsmen, as well as some Chunins to guard the Iwagakure prisoners, and continued to lead his troops towards the Iwagakure village. The destruction of the Iwagakure village will take place today. Although there were still some Anbu remaining in the Iwagakure village, as well as a considerable number of Genin and Chunin, the Iwagakure village quickly fell as the combat power above the Jonin level was almost wiped out. Especially when the protective barrier that the Iwagakure high-ranking officials had high hopes for was shattered by Qingxi's light punch, endless despair enveloped the hearts of every Iwagakure ninja. Under the precise perception of Uzumaki Kana, the Kirigakure ninjas who broke into the Iwagakure village perfectly replicated their previous actions when they captured the Sand Village. Those hypocritical and olden thieves, high-ranking members of the Iwagakure who were hiding were found one after another by the Kirigakure ninjas. Before they could beg for mercy or surrender, the Kirigakure ninjas who found them followed the orders given by Seiji before the war and sent them directly to the Pure Land, to reunite with their 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, whose body had already disappeared. Afterwards, after taking care of the Iwagakure village, Kiyoshi returned to the capital of the Wind Country and brought the daimyo of the Water Country and some civil servants with him. The next day, Qingxi led the team to the capital of the Land of Earth early in the morning and brought a wave of Wind Country packages to the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Earth, completely bringing the Land of Earth under his control. At this point, of the original 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, 2 have disappeared, and even the 5 major countries have now become 3 major countries. At the same time that Kiyoshi destroyed the Iwagakure village and swept across the entire Land of Earth. The Anbu sent by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Land of Wind finally brought back the news of the changes in the Sand Village and the Land of Wind. And when Sarutobi Hiruzen browsed through all the information collected by the Anbu, he vaguely realized that his beloved disciples Orochimaru and Jiraiya, his great-granddaughter Namikaze Minato, and the patriarchs of the Ino, Shikaku, and Cho clans were probably gone. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately notified Wolong and Fenghua to come to the Hokage's office to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He never expected that what seemed to be a foolproof support mission would actually cost Orochimaru and 6 others the life of the victim. You know, there are 4 cage-level fighters here, not to mention that among them is Minato Namikaze, who has mastered space-time ninjutsu and can move freely on the battlefield. How come it's gone? Deep in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, a faint voice with a Fenghua accent said, I don't understand. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of loss. If only his good friend Danzo Shimura was still alive, he believed that he would be able to come up with a good suggestion for him. First it was Konoha White Fang, then Orochimaru and others. Now Konoha is in a precarious situation in terms of high-end combat power. Faced with the Mist Village that had powerfully destroyed the Sand Village and occupied the entire Wind Country, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a deep threat and a hint of uneasiness. Although the overall strength of the Sand Village is relatively weak among the 5 major ninja villages, it was once one of the 5 strongest forces in the ninja world, and was able to compete with Konoha in the first 2 ninja world wars. Even though the Sand Village was just one of the enemies of Konoha at that time, it was also because Konoha was full of talented people and was so strong that it was natural that they could suppress the Sand Village. And now, such a ninja village that is one of the top 5 has disappeared in the long river of ninja history in just a few days because of another village that is also one of the top 5, Kirigakure. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel uneasy about the strength of the Hidden Mist Village. After all, this is something that even Konoha can't do. Although he had overestimated the strength of the Hidden Mist Village as much as possible when he learned that the Hidden Mist Village had raided the Hidden Sand Village through the divine soldiers from the sky, everything that happened afterwards still made him realize that he still underestimated the Hidden Mist Village and the 4th Mizukage, who was not as famous as the other cages in the ninja world. It turns out that the Hidden Mist Village, which is ranked at the bottom of the top 5 like the Sand Village, and whose strength is not obvious at all, and even did not participate in the last Ninja World War, has quietly accumulated a terrifying force that is enough to quickly destroy a large ninja village. Therefore, although Sarutobi Hiruzen has already organized a ninja force of up to 5,000 people, they can cooperate with the troops that were previously fighting against the Sand Village on the border to attack the Wind Country at any time at his command, and Konoha can also mobilize more ninjas to participate in the war in a short period of time. But he was still unsure and hesitant, undecided about how to deal with the Hidden Mist Village, which had a strength far beyond his expectations. Not long after, Wolong Mizudoman En and Fengchu Tsunetsugu Kaharu arrived at the Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen showed the 2 of them the information passed back by the Anbu, they instantly felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave and felt cold all over. After all, the 2 of them had previously vowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen that nothing would happen to Orochimaru and his crew, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial decision to only send Orochimaru and others to support the Sand Village instead of directly sending all the ninja troops on standby at the border was made under their persuasion, or instigation. Looking at Wolong and Fengchu, who were speechless for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of the gloomy face of his good friend Danzo Shimura again. At this moment, in this situation, he finally understood. How can they accomplish anything by working with these two insane people, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick? How can they govern the village well, make Konoha bigger and stronger, and return to the top of the ninja world? However, although Sarutobi Hiruzen thought this in his heart, he had no better choice now. After all, Danzo was no longer here. Moreover, Mitokado En and Yutain Kaharu were his former companions and teammates. When he had just taken over the position of the third Hokage, they helped him stabilize the situation in the village and made great contributions to him. More importantly, the two of them have been high-ranking officials of Konoha for many years. He and they, as well as the families behind them, have long become a so-called community of interests and are inseparable. After a long silence, Wolong and Fengchu came to their senses. They did not mention the mistakes they had made. Instead, they changed the topic and stiffly began to discuss with Sarutobi Hiruzen how to deal with the actions of the Hidden Mist Village. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, after glaring at the two of them fiercely, he didn't say anything harsh. What else could he do? After all, he was the one who made the final decision, so he could only choose to forgive them temporarily. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also made a secret decision in his heart at this time that he would no longer easily believe the strategies proposed by these two people in the future. After all, when he thought about it carefully, he suddenly realized that he had been cheated a lot in recent years. After some discussion between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Hina, Konoha finally made the decision to immediately attack the Wind Country and drive the Kirigakure out of the Wind Country. After all, whether from a strategic perspective or from their own interests, they cannot just sit there and watch the Hidden Mist Village swallow up the entire Wind Kingdom. However, they certainly would not be so arrogant as to want to directly confront the terrifyingly powerful Mist Village with the strength of Konoha alone. So, under the advice of Wolong and Fengchu, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to join forces with Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village. It can only be said that although the ultimate goals were completely different, after many twists and turns, Konoha, which had lost Danzo, finally cooperated with Hanzo of the Salamander under the powerful inertia of history. In fact, Wolong and Fengchu originally wanted to use the fact that Qingxi had taken over the capital of the Wind Country to make a fuss, and thus call on other ninja villages to target the unruly Mist Village. After all, according to past traditions, the fighting between ninja villages cannot involve the nobles or even the daimyo. At this time, Qingxi's cleverness was reflected. Although a considerable number of Wind Country nobles were ordered to be purged by Qingxi, the daimyo of Wind Country, as a symbol of the country, still exists, and the daimyo of Wind Country also, actively, transferred everything, reasonably and legally, to the daimyo of Water Country. Therefore, what Wolong and Fengchu envisioned lost its prerequisite. After all, the Hidden Mist Village seemed to have broken the rules, but it did not break them completely, at least not completely. It can be said that as long as the daimyo continues to exist, Konoha will not be able to stand on the so-called commanding heights of public opinion and achieve a real alliance with other ninja villages through this matter. So, after making the decision, Wolong Mizutomen En personally went to the Hidden Rain Village to discuss cooperation matters with Hanzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the 5,000 ninjas on standby in the village directly to the border to meet up with the ninja troops that had been withdrawn from the front line of River Country and were now stationed at the border, waiting for news from Mitokado En. Once Mitokado En and Hanzo reach an agreement, Konoha will launch an offensive at the same time as Omegakure to invade the Wind Country and have a real fight with Kirigakure. You know, the Hidden Rain Village, with the presence of Hanzo of the Salamander, is not weak. Although Rain Village is no longer at its peak after the Second Ninja World War, it can still be considered the first tier after the 5 major ninja villages. Therefore, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Hina, the alliance between Konoha and Omegakure may not be able to definitely defeat Kirigakure, but at least they should be able to drive Kirigakure out of the Wind Kingdom. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not worried that Hanzo would reject Konoha's proposal. He thought he knew Hanzo very well. In order to develop and protect the Hidden Rain Village, he believed that the chips offered by Konoha were something Hanzo could not refuse. The other side. The Hidden Cloud Village also received information that the Hidden Mist Village had attacked the capital of the Land of Earth. All I can say is that the development of things is full of various coincidences. For the Hidden Cloud Village, which has been gearing up for war for a long time and thinks that it is already the strongest in the ninja world, they have long been planning to get involved in this ninja world war. The first target chosen by the third Raikage was the Iwagakure village in the Land of Earth. In the eyes of I, who is used to speaking with his fists and is well known in the ninja world for his reckless image, a surprise sea raid on the Land of Earth, which does not border the Land of Lightning at all, is bound to be a great success. Therefore, several months ago, the Hidden Cloud Village sent a large number of spies to the territory of the Land of Earth to collect intelligence. Thus, the news that the Iwagakure village was destroyed in a battle with the Kirigakure village was learned by the Kumogakure spies who were lurking in various places in the Land of Earth to collect intelligence, and the news was promptly transmitted back to the Kumogakure village. This made the third Raikage a little bit hard to accept, but they, the Hidden Cloud Village, were already prepared. Therefore, whether it was the third Raikage or other Kumogakure high-ranking officials, or ordinary Kumogakure ninjas, they were all extremely angry towards Kirigakure who invaded the Land of Earth before them. So, the third Raikage waved his hand and led the team to attack the water country. Since the Iwagakure village is gone, then let's take advantage of this perfect opportunity when the main force of the Kirigakure village is in the Land of Earth and has no time to return for reinforcements, and destroy the Kirigakure village first. The actions of Konoha and Kumogakure were quickly discovered by White Zetsu's clone, and reported promptly to Seiji, who was in the capital of the Land of Earth. After learning about the respective operations of Konoha and Kumogakure, Chinxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this just like someone giving him a pillow when he's sleepy? This series of actions by Konoha and Kumogakure just happened to suit his wishes. Especially in Kumogakure, the third Raikage personally led elite troops to raid his Kirigakure village, which meant that the defense force in Kumogakure village was unprecedentedly weak at this time. It can be said that this is the perfect time to capture the 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki. So, after leaving Ziguashin Fubuki and Tsuchisuma Nobito to coordinate the affairs of Iwagakure village and the Land of Earth and arranging everything, Kiyoshi took the remaining few ninja swordsmen and most of the Chunins and Jonins, and used the Yozen Hirasaka to return to the Kirigakure village. He will give a head-on blow to the third Raikage and the Hidden Cloud army who dared to invade. I guess the third Raikage would never have thought that the Kirigakure troops still in the Land of Earth would be able to return to the Land of Water in time. Inside Mizukage's office, Kiyoshi is assigning tasks to Nagato, who has just sealed the 5 tails. The only thing left for the resurrection of the 10 tails are the last 2, 8, and 9-tailed beasts. Therefore, Seiji decided to attack Konoha's 9 tails and Kumogakure's 2 tails and 8 tails at the same time as Konoha attacked the Wind Country and Kumogakure attacked the Water Country. He planned to capture the strongest 9 tails himself, while the 2 tails and the 8 tails would be left to Nagato and Black Zetsu. As for the upcoming attack by the Kumogakure troops led by the third Raikage, Chinxi handed them over to the third Mizukage Bing, who had already returned from the Sand Village with the Angkor Fortress. Of course, in Chinxi's opinion, the third Mizukage Bing only needs to be responsible for the pressure and command. After all, there are too many cage-level fighters available in the Mist Village at this time. Even if a part of them are divided to support the Wind Country to deal with the combination of Konoha and Omegakure, it will be enough to crush the Cloud Country. Just talking about the perfect 6 tails Jinchuriki, Mei Terumi, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is worth 100 alone. Not to mention that this is a battle on home soil, and most of the Kirigakure ninjas are in extremely advantageous geographical locations. In addition, there is one point that must be mentioned, and that is the Uzumaki clan. You know, the Uzumaki country was destroyed by the third Reikage himself, and it can be said that the Uzumaki clan and the Hidden Cloud village have a blood feud. Therefore, when they learned that the Hidden Cloud village had once again invaded their home, the entire Uzumaki clan was immediately furious. If Qingxi had not stopped them, I'm afraid the entire Uzumaki clan would have rushed out in full force to avenge the blood feud that almost wiped out their clan. Time flies, and 2 days go by in a flash. At noon, after a long voyage, the ship carrying the Hidden Cloud force finally saw the coastline of the Land of Water. In order to keep the operation secret and prevent the Hidden Mist from making a timely response, the third Reikage adopted the advice of his right-hand man Dodai. He did not use the Land of Hot Springs as a springboard to launch a surprise attack. Instead, he took a slight detour and chose to land in the northern part of the Land of Water, and then head straight for the Hidden Mist village. However, all the actions taken by Union were destined to be in vain. The omnipresent White Zetsu clone passed the message back to the Hidden Mist village at the same time as the Hidden Cloud army set out. Therefore, after knowing the approximate route and landing direction of the Hidden Cloud army, the Hidden Mist village made preparations early on. After resting up, the Kirigakure ninjas who followed Seiji back from the Land of Earth went directly to the northern part of the Land of Water, and joined up with a group of new Chunin troops that the master had selected in the village. In addition, under the control of Qingxi's living puppet Shenong, the Angkor fortress came to the northern coastline and hovered above the already gathered mist-hidden forces. Boss. According to the perception team's estimation, we are about 30 kilometers away from the coastline of the water country, and we are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Dodai said in a deep voice to the third Reikage. Very good. Notify everyone. Have everyone ready for battle. The third Reikage, who had been feeling a little bored after a long voyage and had been eager to kill a lot, was shocked when he heard this, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As he stood up, a heavy feeling of oppression suddenly filled the entire command room. Yes, Tutai responded respectfully, his tone somewhat excited. He also couldn't suppress his restless desire to fight. Let the perception team calculate the distance. We will disembark 5 kilometers from the coastline and charge straight over. After a brief pause, the third Reikage added. Although in his opinion, their secretive action of Cloud Village would surely catch the unprepared Mist Village off guard. But the brave and aggressive nature running in Union's blood still made him make this decision. Moreover, from a tactical point of view, there is actually nothing wrong with this operation. After all, for most of the Kumogakure ninjas who are proficient in ninjutsu, a distance of 5 kilometers can be crossed in a very short time. Compared to slowly approaching the coastline by ship and being likely to be discovered by the Kirigakure border patrol at any time, it is correct to adopt a rapid advance tactic. But, the third Reikage had no idea that every move of their Kumogakure had already fallen into the Kagura heart's eyes of the siblings Uzumaki Shinki and Uzumaki Kana when they were dozens of kilometers away from the coastline. Sandaime-sama, teacher. Inside the control room of the Angkor fortress, Uzumaki Shinki and Uzumaki Kana looked at the third Mizukage Bing eagerly, with flames of revenge in their eyes, which kept jumping and jumping. Let's start. Knowing what the two wanted to do, Bing nodded slightly and spoke softly. The disciple wanted to take revenge personally, but he would not, and had no reason to refuse. So, after getting Bing's approval, Uzumaki Shinki and Uzumaki Kana immediately brought the rest of the Uzumaki clan members and quickly came to the control room of the chakra cannon. All of a sudden, extremely huge chakra began to surge through the black spell array engraved on the ground and towards the chakra cannon that had been fully charged. That's right, what Uzumaki Shinki and Uzumaki Kana want is not just a round of artillery fire. What they want is continuous artillery coverage, using chakra cannon to give the Hidden Cloud army a big welcome gift. After all, if you are poor, you can use tactics to infiltrate, and if you are rich, you can use firepower to cover. Their Uzumaki clan just happens to have this ability. You know, the Uzumaki clan has always been famous for their enormous amount of chakra. Even a child who has not yet reached the age when chakra begins to grow rapidly, the amount of chakra in his body is comparable to that of an ordinary Jonin. After recuperating in the Hidden Mist village for such a long time, the Uzumaki clan has recovered a lot of vitality. The combined chakra of all the members of the clan is far more than the combined chakra of the Sky Ninja and Sand Ninja in the Angkor Fortress prison. It can be said that the Uzumaki clan has nothing but plenty of chakra. So, just as the third Raikage took the lead and led the Hidden Cloud army to rush towards the coastline, accompanied by a distortion of the air near the coastline ahead, and the chaotic and violent chakra fluctuations that instantly appeared due to the cancellation of the barrier, the dense and countless mist ninjas and the Angkor Fortress floating above them suddenly appeared in the eyes of the third Raikage who was charging in the front. Come on, translate it. What the hell is a surprise? What a fucking surprise. And, this isn't a surprise, okay. This is clearly a shock. Ai's pupils shrank instantly, and a deep chill rose in his heart. It was obvious that the Hidden Mist village had received the intelligence in advance and wanted to bury all of their elite members of the Hidden Cloud village here. Bad. There's a mole. Stop trading. This was the thought that flashed through the mind of the third Raikage at this moment. However, although this surprise attack was initiated by Union, it is not up to Union to decide when it will end. So, at the same time, as the stern and bloodthirsty look flashed across Uzumaki Shinki and Uzumaki Kana's eyes, all the chakra cannons on the Angkor Fortress that had reached overload status emitted violent explosions at the same time. In an instant, thousands of guns fired, gunfire roars, countless chakra artillery fire, like a torrential rain, poured towards them madly the moment the barrier dissipated and the Mist Hidden Army appeared in the sight of Ai and the Cloud Hidden Army. Moreover, with the support of the Uzumaki clan's chakra, the bombardment of the chakra cannon did not end with just one round of volleys like the previous attack on the Sand Village. Instead, it was round after round of uninterrupted covering bombardment, determined to destroy the entire Cloud Village army in the sea before it reached the coastline. For a while, the originally calm sea surface was now stirred up by huge waves like an enraged beast because of the chakra artillery bombardment that was as dense as raindrops. Under this sudden, intensive and impossible to avoid saturation chakra fire, the Hidden Cloud army completely lost the ability to fight back and was immediately blown to pieces. Countless broken limbs and arms were flying in the air, intertwined with the bright red blood scattered everywhere in the air, forming a horrific picture. The black uncles of Kumogakure were stunned for a moment. They roared in anger and wanted to speed up and rush out of this hell of artillery fire. However, the distance of a few kilometers that they could quickly cross in a few breaths was like an insurmountable chasm, making it difficult for the Kumogakure troops who were bathing in the chakra artillery fire to move forward. This scene made the third Raikage's eyes suddenly red. Kirigakure village. No patience. Deceiving too much. He had completely forgotten that if the Hidden Cloud village had not intended to launch a surprise attack first, how could they have fallen into the trap set by the Hidden Mist village? Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Union people, follow me. The third Raikage roared, and with dazzling flashes of lightning and exploding thunder all around him, he directly turned the lightning chakra mode to its maximum power. Immediately, I turned into a thick blue lightning, his speed soared instantly, and he left the Cloud Hidden Army behind him far behind, and rushed towards the Mist Hidden Army who were waiting on full alert at the coastline alone. This time, they, the Cloud Village, were in trouble. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but now they have fallen into the calculations and trap of the Kirigakure. Before they even officially landed in the water country, the entire army had already suffered heavy losses. Therefore, the only thing he can do now is to use his unrivaled strength, his strongest spear, and his strongest shield, to single-handedly kill the Mist Hidden Army. Just a blink of an eye. I had already approached the coastline. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed 4 fingers at the Mist Hidden Army, but at this moment he retracted 3 of them, leaving only the index finger, which was flashing an extremely dazzling blue lightning. It was an electric blade made entirely of extremely large amounts of lightning chakra that was highly compressed and had extremely strong piercing and slashing abilities. Hell thrust, one punch hand. I was confident that no one in the Kirigakure on the opposite side could withstand his strongest spear, that was invincible on the battlefield. After all, this was the strongest attack from the third Raikage that even the 8 tails, whose strength was second only to the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails, could not withstand. Just when I seemed to have seen the hidden mist army being directly killed by him in the next second, a figure with dark red chakra flames burning all over the body suddenly stood out from the hidden mist formation, and then rushed straight towards eyes, Ipengwanshu. Boiling release. Unparalleled power. It is the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Mei Terumi. Dash 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 dash. At the same time, just when the hidden cloud village was attacked, Nagato and Black Zetsu had already arrived at the hidden cloud village through the evening fly technique of the White Zetsu clone, and under the guidance of the White Zetsu clone, they found Killer Bee, the current 8 tails Jinchuriki, who was rapping. Kangmi Changeman is officially online. A remote corner of the hidden cloud village. Today's light is so blinding. But Kailu, Kunai dear, I've been practicing since early morning. My stomach is empty. I love rap and I'm a busybody. I've decided to have sukiyaki for lunch. Yeah, Kurabi, who sneaked out during his spare time from training, is teaching the villagers of the nearby hidden cloud village his clumsy singing, dancing and rap, which he has practiced for 2.5 years but are still quite immature. Rabbi the 8-tailed Jinchuriki. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of footsteps with a special rhythm, a faint question also floated in Kurabi's ears. Although the question was spoken in the form of a question, the tone of the voice was extremely confident and affirmative. Kurabi, who had performed a rap smoothly, suddenly turned around with a slightly confused expression. This kind of address doesn't seem like someone from the hidden cloud village. A gleam of light flashed in Kurabi's eyes behind his sunglasses. However, although he thought so in his heart, he did not lose out in his words. No, you should say, are you Lord 8 Tails? Here, after a slight pause, Killer Bee waved his hands and made a rap gesture he had just mastered, and continued, you should say, are you Lord Jinchuriki? Here, so, who are you? But Kailu, Kunai dear. Killer Bee subconsciously ignored the dark guy who had just emerged from the ground next to Nagato. As expected, Nagato sneered and did not answer Killer Bee's question. Immediately, his tone lowered, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. What a joke that pollutes your ears. It seems that he is a guy who can't communicate normally. Hearing Nagato's low muttering, Killer Bee suddenly became anxious. He said that he had no problem with everything else, but he could not allow this denial of his art. This is not a joke. This is the rhythm of fashion. You idiot. Asshole. Oh, yeah, humph. Nagato sneered. What an infuriating way of expressing yourself. What kind of rap is this? So, that being the case, let's just get started. The moment Nagato finished speaking, an invisible wave of air rose up, blowing away Nagato's soft red hair that was covering his eyes, revealing his eyes with ripples and a deep purple color. Suddenly, the expression of the 8-tailed Ushioki, who had already reached a reconciliation with Kurabi and was communicating with Kurabi in the spiritual space, suddenly changed drastically. What did it see? Samsara eye. Bad. This is directed at it. As a result, the anxious voice of the 8-tailed Ushioki, which was slightly frightened and trembling, began to echo continuously in Kurabi's spiritual space. Be careful. It's the Rinnegan. ... Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arm-long chakra black sticks slipped out of Nagato's hands, and then he threw them directly at Killer Bee with great force. Then, Nagato's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Taking advantage of the brief gap when he made a feint to attract Killer Bee's attention, he appeared on Killer Bee's side and punched him. Sawtooth Assault. This is the ability from Shirado. Several saw teeth suddenly extended from the sleeve of Nagato's right hand, trying to pierce Killer Bee's body with one blow. However, After being reminded by the eight-tailed Gyuki, Killer Bee had already been extremely wary of Nagato. Therefore, facing the black chakra stick shot at him from the front and the sharp serrations full of murderous intent from Nagato beside him, Killer Bee exploded directly. Killer Bee pulled out two small swords from his back in an instant. At the same time, the explosive lightning chakra and the violent eight tails chakra surged out of Killer Bee's body and instantly spread to the blades in his left and right hands respectively. The azure lightning was mixed with a hint of scarlet color. Lightning release. Supersonic thunder release blade. Killer Bee attacked with his left and right swords that were emitting dazzling lightning. With the crisp sound of ding ding dang dang, all of Nagato's attacks were blocked. However, the chakra black stick formed by yin-yang release and the sharp serrations summoned by the Shirapath ability are not something that this small sword made of metal mixed with a small amount of chakra can easily resist. Therefore, after blocking Nagato's first wave of attacks, the two swords in Killer Bee's hands shattered so gorgeously. It's a bit difficult. Shaoba, Killer Bee complained to the eight-tailed Ushio in his mind. This was only the first wave of collision, and he had already lost two weapons. As a result, he could not use his most powerful A-level physical skill, Wanglu Fadao, to its full potential. You know, his Arashiru Fatsudo can be equipped with Supersonic Thunder Blade, and can even cooperate with the Tailed Beast transformation. Don't be careless. After all, that's the old man's Rinnegan. The voice of the eight-tailed Gyuki was full of solemnity. Judging from the slight move that Nagato just made as a trial, his control over the ability of the Rinnegan was already very proficient. However, the eight-tailed Ushiki was slightly relieved at this time. If Nagato was at the same level as the Six Paths Sage, then there would be nothing to say, he could just lie down and surrender. But it could sense that although Nagato's strength at this moment was a little too strong, it should still be within the range that it and Killer Bee could deal with. This made the eight-tailed ox ghost vaguely feel that it could still be rescued. After all, the eight-tailed Gyuki is firmly in second place among the nine-tailed beasts, only slightly inferior to the strongest nine-tailed. Moreover, this kid Killer Bee is to its liking. It reached a reconciliation with it early on and became a perfect Jinchuriki. The power he can unleash is extremely terrifying. Not to mention, this is the Hidden Cloud Village. The chakra aura that Killer Bee just released has already conveyed the news that he was attacked. Therefore, it won't take long for the Hidden Cloud Ninja to surround Nagato here. Even though the strongest third Raikage and a large number of elite ninjas were not in the village at this time, the remaining cloud ninjas who stayed behind were enough to give the holder of the Rinnegan a hard time. Nagato sneered. This eight-tails Jinchuriki seemed to look down on him as he didn't even transform into a tailed beast directly. However, Nagato immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. With his excellent perception ability, he could of course sense that many ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were rushing towards this side. But that's just fine, because at this time, Black Zetsu had already gone to capture the two tails Jinchuriki under his instructions. Well then, let's just play a little with this eight tails Jinchuriki who is a pretty good opponent. It will also help to buy some time so that Black Zetsu can relax a little. So, Nagato dodged and retreated, quickly forming seals with both hands at the same time. Since you don't want to transform into a tailed beast, then I will force you to use it. Besides, it's just lightning release, I can do it too. Lightning release. Pseudo-darkness. The sharp lightning spear, with amazing penetrating power, swept towards Kurabi from near to far in an instant. The dazzling lightning light instantly filled Kurabi's black sunglasses. Feeling this pseudo-darkness, that was obviously far more powerful than the normal B-level lightning release, Killer Bee pulled out all the remaining 5 swords behind him. At the same time, chakra bubbles with a somewhat eerie red color appeared on his body surface. A layer of light fiery red chakra coat was instantly draped over Killer Bee and the blades that were clamped on his body. This is the initial stage of the tailed beast coat formed by borrowing the chakra of the 8 tails, and an incomplete version of the Aragusagi Hakakuto, with only 5 swords left. Then, Kurabi's body began to dance and jump at an astonishing speed as if pushed by an invisible force. Each of his movements was as fast as lightning, and his figure was like a burning flame. However, In this expanse of red fire, dazzling blue lightning would appear from time to time. These lightnings combine perfectly with Killer Bee's movements, forming a unique and shocking visual effect. They sometimes flash in his hands, sometimes explode under his feet, and sometimes surround his body, as if he had put on another layer of lightning coat over his tailed beast coat. The attack of Pseudo-Dark was offset by Killer Bee's Hypersonic Thunder Blade, which was equipped with Supersonic Thunder Blade, and used thunder to generate high-frequency vibration waves, giving it super-penetrating power. All I can say is that the Hidden Cloud Village is quite knowledgeable in using lightning release to counter lightning release. But Nagato couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Although Kurabi's behavior may be a bit of a test and a way to delay time and wait for support, it also somewhat disdains his Rinnegan. In front of the Rinnegan, even if you don't transform into a full-tailed beast right away, you should at least transform into a half-tailed beast first. And now you have this tailed beast coat that breaks at the slightest touch. What's the matter with that? So, Nagato simply opened his 5 fingers and pointed his hands at the red figure that was still dancing and jumping wildly. He was ready to give Killer Bee a hard blow first. All things are attracted by heaven. In an instant, a tremendous gravitational force burst out from Nagato's palm, instantly grabbing Killer Bee's twisting body, and then pulling it towards him at an extremely fast speed. However, facing the sudden powerful gravitational force, Killer Bee did not show any panic at all. After all, the 8-tailed Gyuki in his body had already told him all the information about the basic abilities of the Rinnegan. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a large amount of 8-tails chakra bursting out, the tailed beast coat covering Killer Bee's body became thicker in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the color of the tailed beast coat instantly changed from fiery red to dark red. Half-tailed beast. Immediately, Killer Bee adjusted his posture, and with the help of Nagato's gravity, he took the initiative to accelerate and crash into Nagato's direction. Dance. Dance like a butterfly. Yata. Sting like a bee. Kurabi sang passionately and recited his favorite rap. At the same time, his figure was like a dancing butterfly. He picked up the 5 small swords that were clamped on various parts of his body and stabbed Nagato, who was already close at hand, frantically. The Wild Heron Blade. Moreover, this also adds the Supersonic Thunder Blade, and the Arashi Heron Blade, with the 8-tails chakra. However, at this moment, Nagato's extremely indifferent voice was clearly heard by Killer Bee, who was excited because his plan had succeeded. I seem to have given you hope that you can rival me. Upon hearing this, Kurabi's attack suddenly paused for a moment, and an inexplicable chill suddenly surged from deep within his body. Nagato's calm tone gave Killer Bee a strong premonition that something bad was going to happen. But, before Killer Bee could react, that is, at the moment when Killer Bee's attack was about to hit Nagato, 2 thick mechanical arms suddenly emerged from Nagato's shoulders, and then grabbed Killer Bee's throat and right wrist with incredible precision. Then, right after that, Nagato smoothly activated the ability of the Hungry Ghost Realm. Chakra. Swallow. Nagato stretched out his hand and pressed hard on Killer Bee's abdomen. Suddenly, in Killer Bee's slightly astonished eyes with a flash of fear, the 8-tails chakra coat on his body that exuded a burning breath was attracted by an invisible black hole. It was peeled off in an instant, and then turned into strands of chakra, flowing continuously towards Nagato's palm. In less than a breath, Nagato sucked away Killer Bee's half-tailed beast coat. And that's not all. After absorbing all the tailed beast coats, Nagato immediately began to absorb the 8-tails chakra in Killer Bee's body. However, because Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki, with the help of the 8-tailed Gyuki in his body, he successfully slowed down Nagato's absorption of the 8-tailed chakra. But Kaialu, kunai a deer. Kurabi's eyes were wide open with anger, and beads of cold sweat the size of beans oozed out of his forehead. Even though the 8-tailed Gyuki had already informed him of the abilities of the Rinnegan in advance, and he had made certain mental preparations, the terrifying chakra absorption ability displayed by Nagato still far exceeded his expectations. But at this moment, Kurabi suddenly sensed something, and a hidden smile of pride appeared on his face. Immediately, he suddenly exerted force, and his body began to swing and struggle violently, as if he was trying to use brute force to break free from Nagato's grip. However, how could Nagato be fooled by Killer Bee's little trick? After all, his bright red hair was not for decoration. Isn't it because he sensed that reinforcements were arriving and wanted to attract his attention with his own actions, thus creating opportunities for the reinforcements? A trace of disdain flashed through Nagato's mind. Oh, the beads on this abacus are about to fall directly on my face. But it's too naive. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Heavy flow, accompanied by a roar that sounded far away at first, but was already close in the next second. Xiao Ai, Killer Bee's sworn brother, who had arrived at the battlefield first to support, raised his ruthless iron elbow, which had been honed day after day and year after year and was now filled with endless lightning chakra. His figure was like a blue lightning that cut through the sky, and he hit Nagato's back hard. However, Nagato had already noticed Xiao Ai's actions a long time ago, and he had even sensed it long before Killer Bee did. Ai is the name passed down from generation to generation by the rakeage of the Hidden Cloud Village. From the first rakeage to the fourth rakeage, once they succeeded to the rakeage, their name would be Ai, which is E in Japanese, which is the A in the AB combination. There are also rumors that the fourth rakeage was named Otsutsuki Ai before he succeeded the rakeage, but I did not find it in the Book of Formations. Since he is one of the third rakeage, I will just call him Xiao Ai here. Therefore, not surprisingly, Nagato first let go of Killer Bee, and then easily dodged Xiao Ai's powerful elbow attack that was determined to hit him. As Nagato released the mechanical arm that was clamping Killer Bee, who had lost a large amount of the Eight Tails chakra and entered a temporarily weak state, suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground in embarrassment. Xiao Ai, whose attack missed, was not discouraged. Instead, he released the lightning chakra that was exploding on his body and held up Killer Bee. "Bye, are you okay?" His rough voice was filled with deep concern for his brother's safety. "Brother, I'm fine. The enemy is very strong. And he has the legendary Samsara Eye." In response to Xiao Ai's concern, Killer Bee immediately responded, and quickly told Xiao Ai all the information about the eight-tailed Yuki and the Rinnegan that he had just experienced personally. "It's okay." Xiao Ai waved his hand proudly and did not take Nagato's threat too seriously. After all, he and Killer Bee, the new generation of Kumogakure AB combination, had been invincible in all previous battles, big and small. Not to mention that this is the Hidden Cloud Village. As the son of the third rakeage and the future fourth rakeage, as long as he raises his arm and calls out, every cloud ninja still in the village can drown the enemy with just a spit. Therefore, he had no idea of the seriousness of the matter and was not afraid at all. "The advantage is mine. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot." Evil spirit emanated from his body, and a fierce look appeared on Xiao Ai's face. Immediately, his light yellow hair stood up, and his lightning chakra mode was fully powered. The next moment, with a loud thunder, a blue lightning had already arrived in front of Nagato, and then a punch was thrown out. Raito Ninja meets Shutokui Sword. The move he used when fighting Minato Namikaze during the Third Ninja World War. "It's very fast, but I don't know how strong it is." Nagato was not at all flustered by this, and even had the leisure to make a calm comment. Then, just before Xiao Ai's fist was about to hit his face, Nagato's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a dead tree that was smashed to pieces by Xiao Ai's punch. It is one of the three most basic ninja techniques, the substitution technique. For this kind of attack, there is no need to use Shinra Tensei. After all, that is a gift he prepared for Killer Bee, Xiao Ai, and the Hidden Cloud Village beneath his feet. Compare. Xiao Ai's attack missed and she stomped the ground with one foot to change direction, then rushed towards the place where Nagato appeared again at a high speed, shouting loudly at the same time. "Coming." Killer Bee, who had an unusual tacit understanding with Xiao Ai, understood it instantly. Fiery red chakra bubbles surged from his body again. While putting on the tailed beast coat, he rushed towards Nagato at a high speed from the opposite direction of Xiao Ai. Lightning style, absolute bull thunder plow hot knife. Accompanied by a stern shout, Killer Bee and Xiao Ai, one in front and one behind, launched a throat lock on Nagato's neck at the same time with exactly the same movements. However, neither Killer Bee nor Xiao Ai noticed that at this moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Nagato's lips. Nagato was of course aware of the AB combination's famous move, Absolute Thunder Plow Hot Knife, and he also knew that the opponent would definitely use this move to attack him, but what he was waiting for was this opportunity to severely injure both of them at the same time. Then, Super Shinra Tenjang. Nagato, who had already secretly condensed a large amount of eye power and chakra, exploded directly. In an instant, an extremely powerful repulsive force, carrying enormous and unstoppable power, descended at the moment when Xiao Ai and Killer Bee were about to attack Nagato. Boom, boom, along with the dull sound of flesh being hit, two figures, one blue and one red, flew backwards hundreds of meters at a speed even faster than when they came. At the same time, everything within a 3-kilometer radius centered on Nagato disappeared with Nagato's attack, leaving only a huge deep pit. It can be said that this remote corner of the hidden cloud village no longer exists from this moment on, and this is just the result of Nagato's conscious control of power. After all, he knew that his teacher Seiji had kept these cloud ninjas for a use, so he did not use too much chakra in this Super Shinra. He simply released the 8 tails chakra that he had just absorbed from Killer Bee. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. When Xiao Ai and Kurabi dragged their badly injured bodies and struggled to get up from the ground, what they saw was a scene of devastation that made them unbelievable and heartbroken. Check it out. What are they guarding? Not only was the village invaded, but it was also destroyed to such an extent. As Xiao Ai, the future 4th Raikage, and Killer Bee, who deeply loves the hidden cloud village, his heart was broken at this moment, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. And at this moment, Black Zetsu's figure quietly appeared next to Nagato, who was standing in the center of the deep pit. The 2 tails Jinchuriki has been dealt with. Do you need help here? Black Zetsu first informed Nagato of his progress, and then asked. No, no need. Nagato shook his head slightly, then controlled the repulsive force and floated up. Now that Black Zetsu has finished his work, it is time for him to end this hunting game that he deliberately let go of. Bye. Use that trick. Xiao Ai's voice couldn't help but sound a little dejected. At this moment, as arrogant as he was, after being hit hard by Nagato's Super Shinra, he had to admit that he seemed to have no way to deal with Nagato. The only hope is Killer Bee, who is the perfect Jinchuriki who can completely transform into a tailed beast and fight as the 8 tails. Oh, brother. Kurabi nodded solemnly, regret unconsciously welling up in his heart. If he could have completely transformed into a tailed beast from the beginning, would the ending have been different? Next second, as the terrifying chakra fluctuations echoed in the air, the incomparably huge figure of the 8-tailed Yuki instantly appeared, with 8 thick tails dancing wildly behind it. Roar! A roar filled with endless anger and murderous intent sounded, and a powerful chakra wave instantly spread out with the 8 tails' huge body as the center. Wherever the wave passed, the air was violently stirred, forming layers of rippling ripples. However, Nagato was indifferent to this. It was just the complete form of the 8 tails, which was not enough to move him. Just a grain of sand. Not half as good as me. Nagato said lightly the pretentious words learned from his teacher Seiji, floating in the air, looking at the 8 tails in the distance with an indifferent expression. After a pause, Nagato murmured again, "One move. I'll finish you off." As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato opened his clasped hands and slowly released a black sphere that was compressed to the extreme. Earth Explosion Star. Dash 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 dash. The northern coastline of the Land of Water. Mei Terumi, in half-tailed beast form, with the help of boiling release, collided head-on with the high-speed attack of the 3rd Raikage Eye. This is a showdown between super strength and one-handed. Suddenly, deafening sounds and terrifying chakra fluctuations continued to echo on the battlefield. I looked at the dark red figure in front of him that was emitting hot white steam, and his brows couldn't help but frown. This result was completely beyond his expectations. After all, before this, he had never thought that there would be someone in the hidden mist village who could block his strongest attack, Ippenkansho. Moreover, looking at the situation of this person in front of him, his use of the tailed beast's chakra is very likely to be the same as that of Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki of their hidden cloud village, and he has also reached the level of perfect Jinchuriki. Ai's heart began to sink gradually. His sneak attack on Kirigakure failed, and he was instead discovered and attacked by Kirigakure. The fact that the Kirigakure village had just displayed a strength that was probably just the tip of the iceberg really frightened him. Thinking of this, Ai's face became even more gloomy. Kirigakure village. Damn it. However, Mei Terumi, who was wrestling with Ai, didn't care what I thought. She stared at Ai with her scarlet eyes, which were rendered red by the Vulpix's chakra. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, without the slightest fluctuation, and at the same time, the corners of her mouth raised a hint of provocation. For a moment, the two distinct colors, one blue and one red, were stuck in a stalemate in front of the coastline. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Zizizi. After a few breaths, Ai, who was at the peak of his personal strength at this time, finally gained the upper hand in the stalemate with Mei Terumi by relying on his strong physique that allowed him to engage in passionate hand-to-hand combat with the 8 tails. The blue color began to spread slowly but steadily towards the red color. However, at this moment, as the chakra artillery fire stopped, the 3rd Mizukage Bing ordered the entire Kirigakure troops to attack, as they could no longer suppress their restlessness. So, under the leadership of the 5 ninja swordsmen, the high-spirited Kirigakure troops immediately rushed forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, roaring and killing the Kumogakure troops that had just experienced several rounds of horrific chakra artillery fire. The 3rd Raikage's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he no longer held back. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the violent azure lightning was tamed by him at will. His lightning release chakra mode had already entered an extreme overload state, which would leave hidden injuries in the body if used for a long time. Power 150%. The next second, accompanied by a loud bang, I directly knocked the half-tailed beast Mei Terumi away. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed towards the Mist Village troops that had passed him and were charging madly towards the Cloud Village troops behind. But how could Kirigakure let Ai get her wish? Under the command of the 3rd Mizukage Bing, the 5 ninja swordsmen divided into groups and carried out layers of blocking attacks, forcing the 3rd Raikage to stop. Then, together with Mei Terumi who rushed back again, they launched an inhumane group beating on him. Of course, 6 against 1 is a bit unethical, but after all, this is a war between Kirigakure and Kumogakure, and everything is for the final victory. What's more, this war was initiated by Kumogakure. Moreover, in comparison, the 3rd Raikage is indeed a strong man who has no weaknesses at all, whether it is attack or defense, or chakra amount and endurance, they are all among the best among the cage level. It can be said that any one of the 5 ninja swordsmen taken alone would not be a match for the 3rd Raikage. Therefore, in order to deal with Ai as quickly as possible, a group fight is the best option. At the same time as the 3rd Raikage was besieged by the people of Kirigakure, the battle in the hidden cloud village had already come to an end. Under Nagato's move, Chibaku Tensai, even though Killer Bee had already fully transformed into a tailed beast, he still could not escape the fate of being sealed by the rock sphere floating above the hidden cloud village. After a futile struggle, the huge body of the 8 tails was sucked into the air by the terrifying gravity that almost suffocated it, along with the land near this remote corner of the hidden cloud village, and then sealed in the Chibaku Tensai. As for the future 4th Raikage, Xiao Ai, and the other cloud ninjas who came to support gradually, they also could not escape the fate of being sealed. They rolled around in the air, and finally, together with the 8 tails, they were also sealed in the Chibaku Tensai. Immediately, Nagato's Rinnegan, which was full of indifference, swept across the rock sphere in the air, and raised his right hand towards the position where the 8 tails was sealed inside. Kakaka. Along with a burst of mechanical mechanism sounds, Nagato's entire right arm began to be slowly wrapped by a huge mechanical chakra cannon under the power of Shirado. Ashura's attack. Destructive chakra fluctuations emanated from the muzzle, and the next second, as a dazzling purple light lit up, a thick chakra laser cannon instantly burst out, like a blazing whip of destruction, carrying terrifying potential energy that could tear everything apart, and shot straight at the huge rock sphere floating high in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The moment it came into contact with the rock sphere, the rock surface where the laser cannon penetrated was instantly vaporized by the high temperature. Dazzling white light spread, and the surrounding air was violently disturbed, forming circles of distorted ripples visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, the laser cannon accurately hit the 8 tails sealed in the rock sphere, and then pierced through the entire rock sphere. A straight channel quickly spread inside the rock sphere, and wherever it passed, the rock melted quickly like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. The fragments on the surface of the sphere fell off under the powerful impact and flew in all directions. Thick smoke and dust that covered the sky filled the sky above the hidden cloud village, like a scene of doomsday. The 8 tails, which was hit head-on, was knocked directly back into Killer Bee's body by this horrific attack, and fell to the ground through the extremely smooth channel left by the laser cannon piercing the sphere. All things are attracted by heaven. Nagato released the chakra cannon on his arm, used gravity to suck Killer Bee who was in free fall, and sealed his chakra. Afterwards, after carefully confirming that the 8 tails Jinchuriki in his hand was not some highly deceptive, octopus foot clone technique, Nagato called Black Zetsu and left the hidden cloud village directly. 8-tailed bull ghost. Capture complete. As for the huge rock sphere that was still floating in the air but was badly shattered by the destructive attack of the laser cannon, and the cloud ninjas sealed in it who had not yet been killed by the aftermath of the laser cannon, Nagato could only give them a good wish to fight for their survival. Dash 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 dash. Explosive sword ninja technique. Exploding sword and killing. After blocking the iron elbow of the third Raikage with a powerful sweep, Murray Jinpachi decisively launched his strongest attack. Endless detonating tags gushed out from the self-destructing sword and splashed with bubbles, and in the blink of an eye they filled the area around the third Raikage. At the moment when Murashinpachi was about to attack, the other 4 ninja swordsmen who had reached the maximum level of tacit understanding quickly withdrew and retreated at the same time, leaving only Meitarumi in the half-tailed beast state to continue her crazy attack on Ai. This is certainly not a problem with the coordination between the ninja swordsman and Meitarumi, but this is the battle plan formulated by the third Mizukage for everyone against the third Raikage. After all, as everyone knows, the third Raikage is a tough guy who can fight hand-to-hand with the tailed beasts, and ordinary attacks cannot break his defense at all. According to the information provided by Seiji, among all the Kirigakure ninjas present, only Meitarumi, who is the 6 tails Jinchuriki, can use her Kekkei Jinkei Boil release blessed by the 6 tails chakra to corrode Ina's lightning release armor that has been developed to the extreme and break his defense. Therefore, the third Mizukage formulated such a strategy, using the equally solid defense formed by the 6 tails chakra coat to engage in an extreme exchange with Ayla that would result in mutual destruction. Of course, this was also the decision that Bing made after consulting Meitarumi and actually testing the defensive power of her tailed beast coat. It seemed like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 1,000 of his own, but in fact, it might only be killing 1,000 enemies and losing 100 of his own. Not a loss at all. Then, just 1 second before the densely packed detonating tags lit up and were about to explode, the 6 chakra tails flying wildly behind Meitarumi, under her control, madly wrapped around and slapped Ai from all directions, delaying Ai's attempts to dodge. At the same time, Meitarumi herself came forward, and while Ai was dealing with her chakra tail, she grabbed one of Ai's arms tightly, making it impossible for him to break free in a short time. Immediately, Meitarumi took a deep breath and opened her mouth to release a extremely thick acid mist towards Ai who was nearby. Boiling style. Skillful mist technique. There was a white mist with a little bit of scarlet in it. As soon as it appeared, it corroded a layer of the lightning armor on Ai's body with a sizzling sound. Then, in the next second, the detonating tag with the largest yield that Jinpachi Murray could currently use exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The plan against Ai formulated by the third Mizukage was perfectly implemented. Ai and Mei Terumi were instantly engulfed by the horrifying explosion. When the explosion subsided, two figures, one blue and one red, pierced through the extremely thick smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion and flew out backwards. Cough. Ai, who was blown away, coughed violently while spinning backwards in the air, and bright red blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. But soon, Ai controlled his body to absorb the impact of the explosion, and then fell heavily on the sea, creating a huge splash of water. The lightning armor on his body was blown into pieces and full of pits. Moreover, his strong and sturdy body was also affected by the explosion, and there were dense and hideous wounds on it. Blood continued to seep out of it, forming drops of shocking bloodstains. However, Ai's physique and defense were still too strong. Although he was successfully injured by this wave of explosion, his injuries were not as serious as the Kirigakure people had expected. However, this also proves that the boiling release, which has been blessed by the Six Tails chakra, is indeed effective in breaking through the defense of lightning release armor. This means that the third Raikage Ai, who seems to be invincible on the battlefield, does not need to be killed by outnumbering others, but can be killed directly by breaking through the defense. At the same time, the Hidden Mist troops had already rushed to the front of the Hidden Cloud troops and started a fierce battle with a group of elite cloud ninjas who had survived the bombardment. But it must be said that the Hidden Cloud village is well known in the ninja world for its martial arts loving people, and the whole village is full of fighting ninjas. Both the quality and strength of the ninjas are stronger than the Sand Village and the Iwagakure village that have been destroyed by the Hidden Mist village. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the performance in the artillery bombardment, it can be seen that after being bombarded by rounds of chakra artillery fire at the beginning, the Cloud Village still retained a considerable number of manpower after the Mist Village troops rushed up. Of course, most of the Cloud Ninjas were able to survive the artillery fire thanks to Dodai, the top capable general under the third Raikage Ai. Dodai, who is deeply trusted by the third Raikage Ai, possesses the same bloodline limit of lava release as the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Laozi, of the Hidden Rock Village, but the direction he develops lava release is completely different from that of Laozi. The form of Dodai's lava escape technique is not the magma or lime developed by the Iwagakure village, but rubber with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Therefore, when the overwhelming chakra fire fell not long ago, Dodai used his technique called Lao Jia, Humo Jade, to protect a large number of elite Kumogakure troops, preserving a large number of Kumogakure troops who were injured but not in danger of their lives and could still fight. However, as a price, the chakra in Dodai's body was almost drained out, and he temporarily lost his combat power. Mei Terumi, who was also blown away, fell on the sea almost at the same time as Ai, but her condition was much better than Ai's. After all, she had planned and prepared for this mutually damaging tactic for a long time. Looking at Ai, who was half squatting on the sea in the distance and looked a little embarrassed, Mei Terumi did not hesitate at all. After slightly adjusting her posture, she instantly burst out with chakra and rushed towards Ai. Take advantage of his illness. Kill him. For a tough guy like Ai, you must not give him any chance to breathe. Whoosh! The dark red figure crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant and arrived in front of Ai, then punched him hard in the chest. Boiling release. Unparalleled power. Accompanied by a few wisps of dark red-white steam rising up, the moment Terumi Mei threw a punch, her speed increased again. As the sound of breaking through the air was heard, her fist had already hit the lightning armor on Ai's body that had been activated again. However, although Mei Terumi was very fast, Ai's nerve reflexes and speed, which had been trained by years of baptism of lightning chakra, were even faster. With a pop sound, Ai's palm arrived first and firmly blocked Mei Terumi's fist. And Ai only took 3 steps back under the impact of this punch. But this was not beyond Mei Terumi's expectations. Therefore, while Ai's body was forced to retreat, she quickly retracted her fist and then jumped up lightly, looking down at Ai with a violent kick using the boiling release. I couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. You know, he is the Raikage, he is not afraid of competing in physical skills. So, between the explosions of lightning, Ai stomped his feet hard on the sea surface and met Terumi Mei's powerful kick with an iron elbow. Heavy flow. Boom. The blue elbow and the red kick collided in midair, instantly causing a violent vibration, roar and strong impact. The violent air waves spread rapidly in all directions with the location where the two people collided as the center, and all the surrounding seawater was directly repelled. Immediately, both sides retracted their moves at the same time, fell back to the sea surface, stabilized their bodies on the sea, and then rushed forward again at the same time. Boom! The blue and red collided violently again, and a passionate collision between the lightning release chakra mode and the half-tailed beast mode broke out instantly. For a moment, the third Raikage Ai and the half-tailed beast Terumi Mei kept punching and retracting their fists, kicking and then retracting their legs, engaging in a hearty close combat. Dozens of rounds passed in the blink of an eye. Although the third Raikage Ai was stronger than Mei Terumi was able to fight Ai on equal terms in the physical combat of fists and feet thanks to the ability of boiling release to break Ai's defense. But at this moment, Tutai's angry and sad voice reached Ai's ears. Boss. The village was attacked. The entire northeast corner has been completely reduced to ruins. And, Xiaoai and Kurabi's life and death are currently unknown. What? Ai's heart started beating wildly after hearing this. His vision went dark in an instant and the movements of his hands suddenly stopped. Broken. Home was stolen. Of course, Mei Terumi would not miss Ai's fleeting moment of daze. Then, Mei Terumi changed her form directly, and the dark red Vulpix chakra coat on her body turned into a weird blue-purple color in just a moment. Boiling escape. Haruma. This move is a further development of the Vulpix's ability using the boiling release technique by Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi's half-tailed beast body suddenly became extremely soft, and in a strange posture she tightly entangled Ai, who was distracted and dazed by the attack on the hidden cloud village. Immediately, a large amount of milky white boiling chakra bubbles emerged from Terumi Mei's body, instantly corroding Ai's lightning chakra armor, leaving only a thin layer. At the same time, several ninja swordsmen who were watching from the sidelines because they could not intervene for the time being, instantly seized the opportunity and moved forward one after another, launching a fierce attack on the third Raikage Ai whose defense had been broken. Boom! Boom! Oh! As the sounds of various bombardments rang out one after another, the third Raikage Ai was knocked out again. And this time, he really suffered an injury that was enough to affect his fighting ability. However, although the third Raikage Ai's combat power began to gradually decline after being injured, Mei Terumi and the ninja swordsmen were unable to kill him on the spot for a while. But although the battle is still going on, the scales of victory are gradually tilting towards Mei Terumi and others. In addition, the Kirigakure ninjas also gradually gained the upper hand in the battle with the Kumogakure ninjas, and with the participation of the third Mizukage Bing in the battle, it was only a matter of time before the Kirigakure ninjas achieved the final victory. Time passed slowly. As Kirigakure gained the upper hand and Nagato and Black Zetsu returned to Kirigakure with the captured 2 Tails Jinchuriki and 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Kiyoshi also began his action. Without any preparation or testing, Kiyoshi drove the Yosen Hirasaka directly at the doorstep of Uzumaki Kushina's house. After all, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki's bright chakra is not too obvious in the field of vision of the Samsara eye, and there is no need to deliberately perceive or search for it. However, Konoha is still Konoha with a profound heritage. Relying on the barrier left by Uzumaki Mito, Konoha's barrier team and perception team discovered the abnormality of space fluctuations the moment Seiji entered Konoha village, and confirmed that an external enemy had invaded the village. Of course, this is also because Qingxi did not intend to deliberately hide his own chakra. There's nothing else to it. It's just not necessary. After all, no one in Konoha could stop him, and they couldn't even stop him for a while. What's more, At this time, a large number of Konoha's elite ninjas had been transferred to the border by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to prepare for a joint operation with the Hidden Rain Village. The moment Seiji emerged from Yomi Hirasaka, Uzumaki Kushina, who was preparing a meal in the house, suddenly sensed a malicious intent directed at her that made her tremble all over. The malice was so strong that it could not even be compared to all the malice she had felt since she mastered this ability. So, just when Kiyoshi was about to, politely, invite Uzumaki Kushina out of the house, a sharp shout filled with vigilance and uneasiness came from the house. Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's sudden shout, the Anbu ninjas who were lurking nearby to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki instantly appeared, with chakra ready to stare at Kiyoshi, who was standing at the door of Uzumaki Kushina's house and was about to go forward and knock on the door. Sure enough, malice perception, Chingsi said to himself, but he was not surprised by this. It seems that this Uzumaki Kushina can already use the power of the Nine-Tails. I went on a business trip to Tianjin and just came back. 1 2 3, 12 people, 3 teams in total. Chingxi's reincarnation eyes, filled with indifference, glanced at the group of Anbu ninjas who suddenly appeared and surrounded him, and he said in his heart. Immediately, before these Anbu could make any further moves, Chingxi took action. Samsaranga I. Pressure. Suddenly, under Chingxi's precise control, tremendous pressure descended upon the 12 Anbu ninjas, instantly knocking them unconscious. Chingxi did not kill these Anbu directly. After all, those who can join the Anbu of Konoha village must be the best among ordinary ninjas. Therefore, when they could not hinder him in any way, Chingxi was not reluctant to spare their lives so that they could provide chakra for his 10 tails divine tree later. After easily dealing with the 3 teams of Anbu, Chingxi ignored Uzumaki Kushina's question and continued to step forward, came to the door of the room, raised his hand and prepared to knock on the door of Uzumaki Kushina's house. However, before Chingxi could raise his hand to knock on the door, the wooden door was shattered from the inside by Uzumaki Kushina's punch, accompanied by a crack sound, and then she continued to hit Chingxi's heart. Hey! Chingxi chuckled at the sight, his expression unchanged. Under the insight of the Samsara eye, all of Uzumaki Kushina's actions were visible. She's really hot-tempered. With a pop sound, Uzumaki Kushina's fist was firmly blocked by Chingxi. Then, Chingxi kicked out directly and hit Uzumaki Kushina's abdomen hard, kicking her directly out. In an instant, Uzumaki Kushina's house was turned into ruins by herself. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina lying in the ruins, Kiyoshi had no sympathy for her. As his eye power flowed, he released several black chakra rods from the Takamagahara space and directly inserted them into Uzumaki Kushina's body. Young name is Viguna. Kushina. What happened? At this moment, a woman's scream was heard from the nearby street, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. It was Uchiha Makoto, who was preparing to ask Uzumaki Kushina to go shopping together. As Uzumaki Kushina's best friend, Uchiha Makoto heard the sound of a house collapsing in the direction of her destination, and saw smoke rising from the place where Uzumaki Kushina's house originally was, so she knew that something might have happened to Kushina. So, as a former Konoha Jonin, she quickly summoned the ninja cat back to the clan and asked for support from her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. While being extremely vigilant, he quickly moved towards Uzumaki Kushina's home, constantly calling his best friend's name. It seems that after marrying Fugaku and giving birth to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Makoto retired from active service and cancelled her ninja status. Although there is no record of her taking action in the original work, according to the information given in the Book of Formations, she is indeed a Jonin. As for the Sharingan, it is speculated that it should be 3 Magatama. Makoto, don't come over here. Uzumaki Kushina's tone was anxious and painful. Run away. But how could Uchiha Makoto, who was worried about Kushina's situation, abandon her without a fight. You know, she is from the Uchiha clan. No matter how gentle her personality is, she still has the pride of the Uchiha clan flowing in her body. Moreover, she was once a Jonin, and a Jonin of the Uchiha clan with a 3 Magatama Sharingan. There is absolutely no possibility of escaping without fighting. Therefore, after hearing Uzumaki Kushina's warning, Uchiha Makoto instead burst out her chakra and instantly sped up to rush to the scene. Then, there is no more. As soon as Uchiha Makoto arrived at the scene, she was instantly immersed in a wonderful illusion that Chingxi had casually woven under Chingxi's light glance. Samsaranga I. Illusion. Makoto. Seeing Uchiha Makoto, who was running fast, fall to the ground without any resistance in front of Kiyoshi, Uzumaki Kushina, who was nailed to the ground by the black stick, suddenly became anxious and went into a state of frenzy. Suddenly, a large amount of fiery red nine-tails chakra emerged from her body. Then, with a violent explosion, the black chakra stick inserted into her body was directly bounced out. Roar! An unbearable roar of anger sounded in an instant, and Uzumaki Kushina, who was lying on the ground with her limbs crouching on the ground, came close to Chingxi like a red lightning in the blink of an eye, and then punched him again. Then I'll play with you for a while. Chingxi still used the same calm movements as before without a trace of worldly air, and stretched out his hand to block Uzumaki Kushina's punch, which was doubled in power. But then, Chingxi's follow-up action changed. He gently placed his free hand on Uzumaki Kushina's shoulder, and then suddenly exerted force, pressing her directly to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth suffered great damage under this huge force. With smoke and dust rising, a huge hole was smashed into the ground. Dense cracks, with Kiyoshi and Kushina as the center, spread from the depths of the hole to the surrounding ground. Countless houses around were also affected by the aftermath of this attack and collapsed into ruins. Stop talking to yourself here, asshole. Uzumaki Kushina, who was pinned to the ground by Kiyoshi's blow, madly released Nine-Tails chakra. First, her boyfriend Minato Namikaze disappeared on the battlefield a few days ago and may have met with an accident. Then, the Anbu ninja who had just protected her was knocked to the ground in an instant by Seiji. In addition, her best friend Uchiha Makoto was also in danger of death because she wanted to rescue her. All the things that happened recently have completely broken the string that had been taut in Uzumaki Kushina's heart. Therefore, she no longer cared about the risk of the nine-tailed fox in her body going berserk, and for the first time, she fully stimulated the nine-tailed fox chakra that she could control, which was plundered by the nine-tailed fox in her body during the tug of war. Sealing technique. Diamond seal. In an instant, several chains mixed with dark red and bright gold shot out from Uzumaki Kushina's back and strangled Chingxi madly. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. However, in Kiyoshi's eyes, Uzumaki Kushina's outburst was just that. After all, Uzumaki Kushina is not even a perfect Jinchuriki. At most, she can forcibly use part of the Nine-Tails power by relying on the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan. Not to mention, Chingxi is not afraid of sealing techniques. So, Chingji gathered chakra in his hands and slapped the many chains that were attacking him at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he defeated Uzumaki Kushina's Vajra blockade. Immediately, Chingxi raised his fist and punched Uzumaki Kushina, whose entire body was covered by the dark red nine-tails chakra and had entered a half-tailed beast state. Boom! The fist, carrying an irresistible force, slammed into the lower half of Uzumaki Kushina's face. The power of this punch was so great that even Uzumaki Kushina's face was visibly distorted. Click! A sound of collision that sounded like teeth-ache was heard, and Uzumaki Kushina's upper and lower gums slammed together heavily under Kiyoshi's blow. A large number of teeth broke and shattered in an instant, spurting out of her mouth with blood foam. I have to say that he is worthy of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the Uzumaki clan. If an ordinary ninja had received such a blow, the result would have been that his eyes would have become dazed and he would have fainted on the spot. As for Uzumaki Kushina, she was only stunned for a short moment after being hit, and she quickly recovered. Although she still looked a little dazed, there was really no big problem. Seeing this, Qingxi raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then punched down again, while activating the ability to absorb chakra. Dash 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 dash. The other side. The battlefield on the northern coastline of the Land of Water. After the third Mizukage personally took action, the Kirigakure forces, which already had the upper hand, became even more powerful and gained an overwhelming advantage. They began to gradually divide, surround, and annihilate the Kumogakure forces in batches. The war between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village was gradually coming to an end. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. At the same time, the third Raikage was also becoming more and more exhausted under the repeated siege of the ninja swordsman and the 6 people including Mei Terumi. His lightning release armor no longer sparkled as it did at the beginning of the battle. Even his movements had lost their previous extreme agility, and his speed had dropped by more than 1 level. For a strong man with top physical skills, what this means is self-evident. So, after another round of collision, sensing that Ai's momentum was getting weaker and weaker after multiple attacks that broke her defense, the 5 ninja swordsmen and Mei Terumi looked at each other and retreated at the same time, keeping a distance of dozens of meters between them and Ai. It's time to end this war. Saito Kage and Terumi Mei both took a step forward at the same time and stood in front of the other 4 ninja swordsmen. When it comes to the ability to make the final decision and completely destroy the third Raikage, among the 6 people, only Terumi Mei and Saito Kage can do it. Ai, who was breathing heavily, suddenly understood in his heart after seeing the actions of Mei Terumi and others. The moment of the final battle had arrived. Therefore, Ai, who knew very well that he had no chance of survival, gathered all the little chakra left in his body and quickly formed seals with his hands, preparing for a final burst of energy to see if he could take away several important fighters of the Kirigakure side and make Kirigakure pay the price. After all, after fighting for such a long time, the people from Kirigakure must not be in much better condition. Therefore, he must have a chance to complete an extreme exchange with the Kirigakure side. Lightning release. Double black spot difference. With Ai's angry roar, the lightning flashing around Ai turned from blue to black, and instantly flew out of his body, forming 2 huge black thunder cheetahs in the air, and then the black cheetah emitted a roaring sound like thunder, and then rushed towards Mei Terumi and the others at lightning speed. At the same time, Saito Kage also completed his strongest attack, draining all of his remaining chakra. Thunder Blade Ninja Technique. Ramen. As Saito Kage crossed the thunder blades in his hands, azure lightning shot up into the sky, forming a huge lightning portal. Then, with a deafening roar of thunder, with the help of the sea water under his feet, he faced the 2 roaring black panthers with terrifying momentum. The chaotic chakra echoed over the battlefield. Moreover, the chakra fluctuations emitted by these 2 powerful lightning attacks alone have already brought great impact to the air around the attack path and the sea water below. The violently vibrating shock waves spread out in all directions from the path of the Black Panther and the Thunder Gate. Next second, the black and blue lightning collided with each other with a loud bang, then eroded, collided, and fought each other, causing rounds of horrific aftermath to erupt in the air. For a moment, Saito Ying and Ai's attacks were at a stalemate. Seeing that the attack was blocked, both sides paused for a short moment and then simultaneously launched an additional second burst. Suddenly, with the further chakra output of both sides, the fluctuations caused by the collision of lightning became more violent. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Finally, after a short period of stalemate, the azure blue portal-shaped lightning gradually overwhelmed the black thunder, gained the upper hand, and slowly but firmly advanced forward, swallowing up and destroying the 2 black panthers transformed by thunder one by one, and finally arrived in front of the third Raikage. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as lightning hit the flesh, and in an instant, a large number of exploding lightning flowers covered the body of the third Raikage in a blinding flash. Saito Kage's strongest attack successfully hits. Endless azure blue thunder continued to rage on Ai's body, and instantly broke through the already shaky and dilapidated thunder armor. Even though Ai had been using lightning chakra for years to stimulate his own cells for training and had already developed strong antibodies to lightning chakra, he was already at the end of his strength at this point and was still unable to resist Saito Kage's most powerful lightning chakra attack. Ai was paralyzed for a moment and couldn't move. At the same time that Saito Kage and Ai's lightning release collided with each other in midair, with the help of the extremely chaotic chakra fluctuations at the scene, Mei Terumi quietly began to quickly gather yin and yang chakra. So, at the moment when Saito Ying's attack hit, Ai was controlled in place. Mei Terumi decisively launched her tailed beast ball, which had already maximized its power to the limit of what she could currently control. A high-density chakra sphere exuding a destructive aura arrived in front of Ai at an extremely fast speed in the blink of an eye. Then, with Elliot's eyes filled with unwillingness and despair, the tailed beast ball directly hit his defenseless body and exploded. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose above the sea, and the stirred-up seawater mixed with thick smoke and dust instantly began to spread outward in circles from the center of the explosion. At the center of the explosion, a huge, spherical hole-shaped vacuum zone temporarily appeared. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. When everything returns to calm, all the cloud ninjas who were still resisting at the scene saw it. The third Raikage, who was supposed to be invincible in their minds, fell. Dash 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 dash. Wow! Uzumaki Kushina, who was hit hard by Qingji again, opened her mouth unconsciously and a handful of bright red blood spurted out. This made Uzumaki Kushina even more angry and manic. The dark red nine-tails chakra gushed out of her body frantically without any regard. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina's heart seemed to be ignited by a raging fire. The anger was like a raging tsunami, surging in her chest. This raging wave was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, running wildly without any intention of stopping. It was as if an invisible giant hand first tightly grasped her heart, and then suddenly tore it apart, causing her to feel so much pain that she could hardly breathe. Every heartbeat was like salt being sprinkled on the wound, bringing waves of pain. Seeing that Uzumaki Kushina was still struggling, Qingxi's hand, which was rapidly absorbing chakra on her body, couldn't help but increase the strength again. It can be said that Qingxi still has a little interest in what this nine-tails Jinchuriki can do. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. It's almost there, it's almost there. We'll be able to get out soon. The voice filled with hatred continued to echo in the sealed space. It was actually an orange fox with 9 tails that was bound by several golden chains and unable to move. It kept muttering with its mouth opening and closing. It is the strongest tailed beast named Kurama, the 9 tails, that firmly occupies the top spot among the 9-tailed beasts. Since Uzumaki Kushina borrowed the chakra from it through tug of war, every time Uzumaki Kushina used the 9 tails chakra on a large scale, it would cause a great burden on her body and even consume some of her vitality. Moreover, the biggest risk of this approach is that once Uzumaki Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, consumes too much of her own chakra, then without reaching a reconciliation with the 9 tails, the massive amount of negative hatred in the 9 tails chakra will cause a great reverse erosion on her spirit, causing her to go berserk. And under this kind of rampage, there is only one final result. That is, the 9-tailed fox successfully escapes from the seal and reappears in the ninja world. Therefore, under Kiyoshi's continuous attacks and absorption of chakra, Uzumaki Kushina is now getting closer and closer to going berserk. However, at this time, Kyuubi obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter. After all, Uzumaki Kushina used the Vajra seal to lock the 9 tails tightly in the sealed space, leaving it no chance to peek into the outside world. In other words, the 9-tailed fox only knew at this time that Uzumaki Kushina was using its power madly, giving it a chance to escape. But it is not clear at all who is fighting with Uzumaki Kushina, and it is even less clear what is happening in the outside world. At this moment, it was still dreaming of corroding Uzumaki Kushina into a puppet, and eventually breaking the seal and regaining its freedom. So, soon, as the equally enormous chakra belonging to Uzumaki Kushina was almost completely sucked away by Kiyoshi, the Nine Tails officially went berserk. Roar! A beast roar with a hint of joy was heard, and the Nine Tails gained control of Uzumaki Kushina's body. At the same time, several thick white bones emerged, draped over the dark red-tailed beast chakra coat. The 5 chakra tails that were originally fluttering behind him instantly turned into 7. Noisy. Looking at the Nine Tails that was about to have fun as soon as it appeared, Qingxi snorted coldly, and at the same time, a wisp of light blue translucent chakra flame lit up on the tip of each of his 5 fingers. Since Uzumaki Kushina's spirit had been eroded by the Nine Tails and entered a runaway state, there was no need for him to expect anything from her. He had only waited a little longer because of a spur-of-the-moment interest. After all, Qingxi had no idea about communicating with the nine-tailed fox. Because, to an Otsutsuki who sets his sights on the chakra fruit and the sea of stars, it is ultimately just a slightly stronger beast. Then, just as he hadn't focused his attention on Qingxi, the nine-tailed fox noticed something was wrong and its tails grew to 8, and some muscles began to appear on its body. Qingxi's 5 fingers have already touched the Nine Tails chakra coat. Sealing technique. 5 elements seal. The black sealing runes quickly spread from the tips of Qingxi's 5 fingers to all over the body of the Nine Tails. In just a blink of an eye, the Nine Tails, which had just taken control of Uzumaki Kushina's body and had not yet completely broken the seal, was suppressed and sealed back. After all, this is a sealing technique performed by a 6 paths level Otsutsuki using Senjutsu chakra. How could the nine-tailed fox, which only showed 8 tails, resist it? Therefore, without any ripples, the nine-tailed fox, which had just enjoyed the feeling of freedom for less than a minute, was defeated. Nine-tailed 9 llamas. Capture complete. After receiving the report from the barrier squad, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to send the Anbu to investigate, but when he sensed the massive eruption of Nine Tails chakra from Uzumaki Kushina in the village and heard the huge noise coming from there, he immediately realized that something was wrong. An enemy is trying to attack Konoha's most important Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Therefore, there is no need to say or think anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted up the Hokage robe and the Hokage hat on his head, revealing the black tight combat suit that he always wore during the war. Then he jumped out of the window of the Hokage's office and rushed towards where Uzumaki Kushina was. As for Uchiha Fugaku, after receiving the distress message from the ninja cat summoned by Uchiha Makoto, he immediately opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan. Then he put aside the work of the Uchiha guard at hand, used the flash body technique, regardless of the chakra consumption, and quickly rushed towards Uzumaki Kushina's house. So, just as Kiyoshi casually picked up the wounded Uzumaki Kushina in his hand, he opened the pixelated black space channel of Yomi Hirasaka, and prepared to return to his hidden mist village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku arrived one after the other. However, since Kiyoshi was now facing away from Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to identify who the enemy that invaded the village was for a while. As for Uchiha Fugaku, let alone him. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had met Seiji during the last joint Chunin exam, but Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who was ostracized and suppressed by the Konoha high-level officials, was not present that time. Therefore, although Uchiha Fugaku had relevant information about the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, he was also unable to recognize Kiyoshi's identity at this moment. Bold maniac. Seeing that his most important, strategic weapon, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was captured and had lost his resistance, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared loudly, while his hands flew up and down, quickly forming seals. Sichen Maoyin. The 4 seals were completed instantly by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique. A scorching dragon-shaped flame spewed out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth and rushed straight towards Qingxi with its fangs and claws bared. This is the best ninjutsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen can use at such a critical moment, taking into account both speed and power. Since he had arrived in time, there was no way he would let Qingxi take away the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of their Konoha village in front of him. Ha! Boring. Qingxi chuckled, calmly turned his head to look at the oncoming high-temperature flames, and immediately launched the eye technique, Xiaoming Biguna. He was too disdainful to absorb such rubbish ninjutsu. And the moment Qingxi turned around, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly shook and contracted violently. This is the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously ignored the fact that Kiyoshi had destroyed his dragon fire technique out of thin air, and questioned Kiyoshi directly in a grim tone, his eyes filled with pure murderous intent. Qingxi's behavior can be said to be a provocation to their Konoha. Mizukage, are you declaring war on Konoha? At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who had settled Uchiha Makoto, who was knocked down by Seiji with one glance, also came to the side of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, his heart was suddenly filled with endless waves of shock. He probably, seemed to, should have heard it right. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village actually went into the village alone. But in a flash, Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the fear in his heart, stared at Qingxi with angry eyes, and the black Magatama was spinning rapidly in the scarlet, and it seemed that it was about to merge into one. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to hurt his beloved wife, he will definitely come to demand an explanation, even if the other person is the Mizukage, one of the 5 Kage. Uchiha Fugaku gently brushed his eyes with his hand, feeling confident. Having received the final gift from his best friend in the war and having opened the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan, he believed that he was no less powerful than the other side. Of course, for the sake of the overall interests of the clan, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is strong enough, he does not intend to expose his situation at this time. Although the first Hokage Danzo Shimura, who always confronted the Uchiha clan, has disappeared, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has greatly eased in recent days, he also does not trust the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, as well as Mito Kato-en and Utain Kaharu. After all, he knew very well that these Konoha high-ranking officials, including the missing Nabekage, were all students brought up by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, who was wary of and had deep malice towards their clan. His mind raced as Uchiha Fugaku finally made up his mind. It would be better not to use his Mangekyo Sharingan if possible. Oh, you mean declaring war, right? Qingxi asked slowly and calmly. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's ridiculous question, Kiyoshi really wanted to laugh. Is it possible that the third Hokage has become senile and confused, or has he lost all respect for his position as Hokage? You know, it was Konoha that first sent ninjas to mix in with the Sand Village troops and intervene in the war between Kirigakure and Sand Village. If there is a declaration of war, it should be Konoha declaring war on Kirigakure. After all, although Kirigakure does have the idea of unifying the ninja world and will launch a war against Konoha sooner or later, Kirigakure has not taken any action against Konoha at the moment. Therefore, no matter from which perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called questioning about declaring war is untenable. Therefore, before he finished speaking, a sneer full of sarcasm unconsciously appeared on Qingxi's face. It looks like Konoha is going to lose their Hokage today. Sarutobi Hiruzen, since you are so eager to come up and give yourself away, then I will grant your wish. As the thought flashed through his mind, a fierce murderous intent suddenly emerged in Qingxi's heart. Then, just consider it as Kirigakure's declaration of war on Konoha. Kiyoshi's tone was filled with indifference, and he spoke in a cold voice. Although his voice was light, what he said was indescribably heavy, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku beside him feel their hearts sink to the bottom in an instant. At the same time, Qingxi did not stop his actions. At the same time as he declared war on Sarutobi Hiruzen, he first casually threw the captured Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina into his Takamagahara space with a time-stop effect, and then directly launched an attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Young name Big Yuna Mei Rain. A large amount of yin-yang release chakra black rods were released by Qingji from the Takamagahara space, and then instantly restored to their original size. They were then shot towards Sarutobi Hiruzen at an extremely fast speed, making bursts of piercing and sharp sounds of breaking through the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, became even gloomier when he saw this. There was nothing wrong with what Qingxi said, it was just that he was unwilling and unable to admit it. If he really admitted that Konoha was the first to participate in the war, the reputation he had accumulated over the years, as well as the peace concept inherited by Konoha from the time of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would all collapse. After all, since the ninja world entered the ninja village era or since Konoha was established, Konoha has never taken the initiative to initiate a foreign war. You know, this time it was indeed their Konoha that intervened in the war first, and Qingji's act of coming to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can be interpreted as revenge against their Konoha. Not to mention, a large number of Konoha's ninja troops have already gathered at the border and are on standby, and Hanzo of the Rain Country should be almost ready by now. It can be said that the war between Konoha and Kirigakure has already entered a state of being on the verge of breaking out, and the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen just habitually used his usual official tone to accuse Kiyoshi of declaring war. However, Qingxi's direct response and the reckless declaration of war made him feel a little broken. Hey, if only Danzo and his root elite were still there, they would do all the dirty and tiring work, and once something went wrong, he could just push the blame onto Danzo without thinking twice. How could he let him fall into such a situation? You know, he has been cooperating with Danzo in this way for so many years. The tacit understanding couldn't be better. After all, those two people, Wolong and Fengchu, are more despicable than humans and cannot be trusted at all. He has to take personal responsibility for everything, and everything will be blamed on him in the end. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind one by one, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became firm. In any case, since things have come to this point, he has no more choice but to keep the fourth Mizukage who dared to break into their Konoha alone to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Earth escape, Earth current city wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together and quickly completed 3 seals. Then, a large amount of brown soil came out of his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, a seemingly extremely solid and thick earth wall formed in front of him. However, without any specific information, Sarutobi Hiruzen underestimated the black chakra stick. Even though the earth flow wall was erected before the black sticks were shot over, the defense of the earth wall was unable to block all of the chakra black sticks made of yin-yang escape. So, the next second, although many black sticks were blocked by the earth wall, quite a few of them instantly penetrated the earth wall and pierced into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body without any reduction in momentum. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is, after all, a seasoned cage-level warrior. Although he has not stepped into the battlefield to fight for life and death for many years, the keen combat instinct he has cultivated over the years still allows him to perceive the danger in time. At the moment when the earth wall was pierced and collapsed, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally launched the substitution technique, in a very dangerous way, avoiding the fate of being killed by Seiji in a single encounter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who escaped the disaster, was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he no longer thought about leaving Kiyoshi there. There is something wrong with the strength of the fourth Mizukage. Something is very wrong. This strength is so exaggerated that it's outrageous. You know, his earth flow wall could even withstand Jiraiya's conventional fairy arts for a moment, but now it was pierced instantly by a bunch of inexplicable black sticks, as if it was made of paper. Taking advantage of the opportunity that his vision was obscured by the smoke and dust stirred up by the collapse of the earth wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared on the side, staring at the direction where Seiji had just been with a serious expression. If that's the case, even he and Uchiha Fugaku combined would probably not be a match for Kiyoshi. It seems that we need to wait for support. However, Because he rushed here at the fastest speed, it would take a while for the following Anbu and other Konoha ninjas to arrive. But before that, he needs to further confirm the information. Then, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Combined Ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Style. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Kiyoshi's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though the earth wall blocked his vision and the smoke and dust obscured his view, none of Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements could escape the observation of the Rinnegan. I can only say that he is worthy of being the ninjutsu professor, who is known to have mastered all the ninjutsu of Konoha, and he can use combination ninjutsu with ease. However, these were all the moves that Chingsi had used to death in the past. Therefore, Chingsi waited quietly in the same place with a calm expression until Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack came in front of him. He then waved his hand and summoned a truth-seeking jade that turned into a round shield and blocked it in front of him. At this time, the smoke and dust surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually dissipated. And seeing what Kiyoshi was doing, using only the black round shield in front of him to block all the lava bombs spewed out by his combination ninjutsu, and turning the attacks that hit it into powder, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel shocked again. Not only is it fast, but it's also very hard. And it can instantly render a ninjutsu ineffective and turn it into ashes. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, then, try this. Along with the appearance of a handful of white smoke, an extremely huge shuriken appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. This time, he changed his thinking. Although it was still a ninjutsu in essence, the target of the attack became a physical shuriken. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. The huge shuriken whizzed towards Chingsi rapidly, and handfuls of white smoke kept coming out during the flight. The number changed from 1 to 2, then to 4, then to 8, and then more and more. In an instant, countless huge shurikens covered the sky and earth and pressed towards Chingsi at a high speed. Kiyoshi first glanced calmly at Uchiha Fugaku, who was watching the show, on the side, with the Magatama in his eyes spinning rapidly looking for an opportunity to join the battle at any time. Then he transformed the Magatama into a long sword, and then danced with sword flowers, quickly approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. For a moment, the sound of ding dang dang of shurikens breaking was heard continuously. It's very similar to Onoki's dust release, and its appearance can be changed at will when responding to attack or defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized that the fourth Mizukage might also have mastered some kind of bloodline elimination, or some kind of jutsu that was even superior to bloodline elimination and utilized a greater combination of nature changes. But it was too late. Chingsi suddenly sped up, and at the same time, the Tao-seeking jade sword in his hand suddenly became longer. He slashed vertically in the air at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still some distance away from him. Shish! As the Tao-seeking jade sword was swung at a high speed and the friction between the sword and the air was creating a sound of breaking through the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to react before his right arm was cut off by Seiji's blow. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not feel any pain. His entire right arm was like a snowflake encountering the scorching sun, and was instantly melted into nothingness by the terrifying effect of the truth-seeking jade. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Fugaku, who was paddling on the sidelines looking for the best opportunity to intervene, suddenly changed his expression and exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was known as the strongest in their Konoha village, would be seriously injured by the fourth Mizukage in the second round. So, without bothering to wait for the best opportunity, Uchiha Fugaku took decisive action. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The three Magatama Sharingan predicted Chingsi's movements, and Uchiha Fugaku started with the Uchiha clan's most proficient and most classic fire-style ninjutsu. Attack the enemy and save him. No matter how much dirty stuff there was between the Konoha high-ups and the Uchiha clan before, as the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku would never just watch the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen die in front of him. Therefore, after predicting through the Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku aimed at a position about 3 body lengths in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as soon as Uchiha Fugaku started to form hand seals, he was noticed by Qingxi. So, when the Great Fireball struck, Qingxi did not show any surprise. He just turned his head and looked in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku calmly. And when Qingxi's emotionless eyes swept over Uchiha Fugaku coldly, Uchiha Fugaku's heart couldn't help but tremble subconsciously, and instantly he felt as if he was falling into an icy cave. But soon, next second, the huge fireball that exploded, burned fiercely, and disappeared without a ripple out of thin air. Eye technique. Younger name is Viguna. Uchiha Fugaku, who had just recovered from the shock of Qingxi's eyes, suddenly froze in expression. However, Uchiha Fugaku reacted quickly. When Sarutobi Hiruzen's dragon fire technique suddenly disappeared just now, he had already observed the violent fluctuations in Seiji's pupil power through his Sharingan. Therefore, although he has not yet figured out the true nature of Qingxi's ability, he can clearly realize that this is some kind of eye technique belonging to Qingxi. Just like his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Uchiha Fugaku's attack did not cause any trouble to Qingji, but with Uchiha Fugaku's interruption, coupled with Uchiha Fugaku's exclamation that contained chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had suddenly lost one arm, suddenly reacted and let out an unpleasant roar of unbearable pain. Puff! Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose balance was broken due to the loss of his right arm, staggered under the impact of the aftermath of Kiyoshi's attack, and then, he spat out a large mouthful of scarlet blood. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with endless confusion and shock, as well as a hint of fear hidden in the deepest part that was barely perceptible but very real. He never expected that as soon as the fight started, he, the Hokage, was almost forced into a desperate situation by Qingxi. It can be said that he went up with full confidence, and then directly typed GG. This strength gap is simply too huge. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally showed his magnanimity as a Hokage at this time. He endured the severe pain and discomfort of losing his arm, quickly steadied his staggering body, and then with a few seemingly nimble but actually indescribable jumps that revealed indescribable panic, he came to the side of Uchiha Fugaku. Before the support of the Anbu and other Konoha ninjas arrives, he, who is now injured and his combat power has declined, must join forces with Uchiha Fugaku. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to be at a loss for words when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen coming to him. After witnessing Kiyoshi's power, even though he had awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan in his clan, he still felt a little unsure. After all, it was obvious that the fourth Mizukage also had a pair of eyes that he did not understand but were very powerful. Therefore, he made up his mind to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise, he might never have another chance. Fugaku, prepare to fight. Cover me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still unaware that Uchiha Fugaku had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, said in a gloomy voice. After all, in his understanding, Uchiha Fugaku was at most an elite Jonin, and there was no problem in relying on the Sharingan to assist him. No, Hokage-sama, I will take the lead. Without further thought, Uchiha Fugaku, who had already made a decision, directly rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal in a serious tone. At the same time, the black magatama in his eyes were spinning faster and faster. The next moment, they were completely connected into one, forming a unique and strange pattern composed of three Tai Chi-shaped patterns. Mangekyo Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, without any pause, the moment the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, Uchiha Fugaku directly used his Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique. Amatras. With the explosion of pupil power and the unstoppable flow of blood and tears from his eye sockets, at the end of Uchiha Fugaku's sight, a large ball of extremely hot black flames suddenly descended, wrapping Qingxi tightly in it. Kirigakure village. At this time, Seiji was sealing the two tails and the 8 tails together with Nagato. After the battle in the Hidden Cloud village, Nagato's strength had improved slightly. With the help of Seiji, a 6 paths level warrior, in less than a breath, the two-tailed Matatobiki and the eight-tailed Gyuki were dragged out of the bodies of the two Jinchuriki by the chakra dragons formed by the Phantom Dragon 9 sealings, and sealed in the Gaiden Demon statue. Following a low roar filled with excitement, the Outer Path Demon statue that had absorbed the two tails and the eight tails into its body opened its eyes again. Immediately, Kiyoshi released Uzumaki Kushina from the Takamagahara space, and without any pause, he and Nagato controlled the chakra dragon formed by the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, and continued to seal the 9 tails. However, this time, the seal took a lot of time. All I can say is that the 9-tailed demon fox was worthy of being the one that Otsutsuki Hagoromo loved the most back then. The chakra possessed by the complete 9 tails is so much that it makes the other tailed beasts ashamed and suffocated. Although the process of capturing the 9 tails Jinchuriki was as easy as shopping or drinking water for Qingxi, even Qingxi could not deny that the 9 tails was indeed far stronger than the remaining 8-tailed beasts in terms of chakra volume and strength. Time passes quickly. About 10 minutes later, accompanied by the dull sound of Uzumaki Kushina's body falling powerlessly to the ground while being wrapped in the chakra dragon in midair, Kiyoshi and Nagato finally completed the extraction of all the 9 tails chakra from Uzumaki Kushina's body. The final 9-tailed fox is sealed. Roar! The deafening roar and violent chakra fluctuations echoed in the sky above the hidden mist village, but soon returned to calm with a faint glance from Qingxi. The heretic golem has completely revived. Moreover, the Outer Path Demon statue with its 9 eyes open can already transform into the 10 tails form at any time. Everything is just one step away. As time entered evening, a big sun was setting slowly in the distant sky near the lake. The setting sun's light gradually becomes dim, as if a tired traveler is slowly walking towards a resting place after a day's journey. The dim afterglow, like a golden veil, gently covers the sky and the earth, dyeing everything with a light golden color. Ignoring the restlessness of the Outer Path Demon statue whose eyes were open because all the tailed beasts had been gathered, Qingxi slowly walked to the edge of a large lake in the corner of the hidden mist village, with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance with a distant gaze. The plan has been carried out to the very end. After he adjusts his condition and recovers to his peak, he can start to unlock the seal of 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai, and bring Kagaya back from the moon. Thinking of this, Qingxi's mood kept fluctuating. The time, the place, and the people were all right. Everything was ready. All that was missing was the final east wind to lift the seal. As if sensing Qingxi's turbulent emotions hidden under the calm, the lake water in front, which was dyed with a touch of golden color under the afterglow of the setting sun, also set off waves at this moment, with splashing waves, and it seemed that one could faintly hear the sound of waves hitting the shore. The white clouds floating in the gradually darkening sky, at the same time, seemed to be ignited by the scattered light, forming an endless scene of fiery red, in a place beyond the reach of the sea of clouds. Large patches of clouds are shrouded in this beautiful halo, creating a wave-like feeling in the sky, like a yellowed ancient scroll slowly unfolding. Qingxi stared blankly at this beautiful scene that is rarely seen in the water country shrouded in fog all year round. The noise and disturbance in his heart gradually subsided, and his constantly fluctuating emotions gradually calmed down, as if he was baptized in this poetic and picturesque scenery. At the same time, Qingxi's condition reached its peak in this instant. It's time to lift the seal of 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far behind Qingxi and knelt on one knee, Lord Mizukage. Urgent telegram from the Kingdom of Wind. The one who came was none other than Anbu Changjian. Konoha and Amegakure crossed the border of Wind Country 10 minutes ago and launched an attack on us. Jian quickly and concisely informed Qingxi of the battle situation in the Wind Country, and suggested relying on the delivery capability of Angkor Fortress to dispatch the Kirigakure Anbu to provide support and wipe out all the Konoha and Amegakure troops in one fell swoop. I didn't bring my computer, and my typing efficiency on my phone was extremely low. The arrival of the sword interrupted Qingxi's ever-wandering thoughts. He slowly turned around, looking down at Jian, who was half kneeling in front of him, and did not speak for a long time. Qingxi's silence made Jian suddenly feel an invisible heavy pressure spreading, and he couldn't help but lower his head even deeper. Get up first. Another moment passed, just when the sword was about to collapse under the overwhelming pressure that Qingxi subconsciously emitted. Qingxi spoke softly, his tone neither sad nor happy, without the slightest fluctuation, nor did he have the kind of anger and displeasure that Jian was thinking, of having his thoughts suddenly interrupted. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Ken breathed a sigh of relief deep in his heart, and at the same time he was also lamenting that the power of his own Mizukage-sama was really becoming more and more powerful. Although the pressure that Qingxi unintentionally revealed was not directed at Jian, to Jian, the short period of time just now seemed to be as long as hundreds of breaths. Moreover, under this invisible pressure, Jian almost couldn't breathe. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Qingxi walked slowly along the lakeshore and looked into the distance. His sky-blue eyes were calm and gentle, as if reflecting a deep and boundless starry sky. If someone were to look into Qingxi's eyes at this moment, they would unconsciously feel the urge to indulge in it. And Jian responded, then quickly stood up and followed Qingxi not far behind, his eyes fixed on Qingxi, and they were also walking slowly by the lake. All the confusion in his heart was swept away, and Qingxi gradually formed a real-time situation picture of the ninja world in his mind. All preparations are ready, so there is no need to wait any longer. Unlocking the seal and unifying the ninja world can be done at the same time. It is time for the Hidden Mist Village to show its sharp fangs and display all the foundation it has accumulated over the years. With lightning speed, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, it will swallow up and sweep across the entire ninja world in a very short period of time, laying a solid foundation for its subsequent tree planting and the rapid production of chakra fruits after planting trees. You know, among the 5 major ninja countries and 5 major ninja villages, apart from the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, there are only 2 left at this time, Konoha Village in the Land of Fire and the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. The remaining forces are all small countries with small-scale ninja villages within their borders. Some small countries don't even have ninja villages, and only a small number of wandering ninjas roaming around the country. So, soon, Qingxi then made the decision and made specific arrangements. Sword, Qingxi said calmly, please remember this. I will make the following deployment adjustments. Yes. Jian's expression suddenly became serious, and he concentrated highly to wait for Qingxi's instructions. Use the 1st and 2nd Anbu teams, together with the Kirigakure police force, to support the Wind Country battlefield through the Angkor Fortress. The remaining Anbu teams plus the border garrison will join the troops on the northern coastline and take the sea route to attack the Land of Thunder and the Hidden Cloud Village. Send a telegram to Ziguashan. Except for the necessary forces, all other garrison troops of the Land of Earth will move south to the direction of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. While destroying the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, pay attention to intercepting the salamander Hanzo, who may retreat at any time if the situation becomes bad. The Bear Country garrison troops will go directly to the Fire Country, clear out Konoha's border troops, and then besiege Konoha. After the war in the Kingdom of Wind is over, we will jointly launch a general attack on Konoha from the east and west. In addition, let each ninja clan in the village claim a country, and together with other ninjas in the village, through the delivery of Angkor Fortress, all countries except the Demon Country will be brought under the rule of our Kirigakure. Qingxi issued instructions quickly and clearly. He sent out all the ninjas that Kirigakure could mobilize at once, intending to wipe out the ninja world with the force of thunder. As for the Land of Demons, he plans to go there in person after Kagaya returns. After all, he has a friendship with the priestess Maitreya, so Maitreya would naturally be able to make a choice that suits his wishes. Oh, right. Inform the Fujiwara clan leader who is on duty on the moon this month, and have him immediately lead the moon garrison troops and the residents there and withdraw them all back to the village first. Qingxi then remembered something and added at the end. Immediately, Qingxi stopped, turned around and looked at Jian. His tone paused for a moment, and then he spoke again. Repeat it for me. The sword, which was still fascinated by Ching-Si's grand maneuver, immediately stopped after hearing it, and then repeated it subconsciously. With the 1st and 2nd Anbu squads, plus the Kirigakure police force, Jian adjusted Ching-Si's deployment word for word without any mistakes and repeated it quickly. Very good. Ching-Si nodded slightly in satisfaction. Execute it immediately. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The setting sun was like a huge fireball slowly falling below the horizon. The golden red in the sky, dyed by the afterglow of the setting sun, gradually faded, and was replaced by a dark night with deep blue, like a thick curtain, slowly descending and covering the entire ninja world. It's night. At the same time, the huge war machine of the Hidden Mist Village was fully put into operation under Ching-Si's command. At this time, except for the troops that were attacking the Kingdom of Thunder by sea, all the ninja troops that were being deployed over ultra-long distances through the Angkor Fortress, or the ninja troops that were already deployed very close to the targets, had already launched attacks on their respective predetermined targets as scheduled. Ninja World will be unified soon. The night became increasingly darker, as if a mysterious brush was painting the endless darkness layer by layer. At this time, in the Hidden Mist Village, Black Zetsu, who had gone to the Hidden Cloud Village with Nagato to capture the Jinchuriki and was now helping to organize and summarize the information sent back by White Zetsu's clones from all over the ninja world in the Anbu headquarters, suddenly heard the faint voice of Kiyoshi transmitted through his chakra in his ears. Black Zetsu, come. After receiving Ching-Si's call, Black Zetsu paused for a moment. Excited heart, trembling hands. In addition, he had just sensed the powerful aura emitted by the Outer Path Demon statue after it absorbed the last of the nine-tailed fox. At this moment, Black Zetsu has already realized that the time to resurrect his mother Kagaya has come. Therefore, Black Zetsu immediately followed the direction where he sensed the breath of the Outer Path Demon statue at the fastest speed, turned into a pool of fluid, black mud, and sneaked away from underground at a high speed. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Father, looking at her standing quietly by the lake, looking up at the bright yellow jade plate in the sky that was sprinkled with soft moonlight, there was uncontrollable excitement in Heiju's tone. 1,000 years of planning, 1,000 years of waiting. Finally, go prepare with Nagato. We will begin removing the seal shortly. Ching-Si remained in his actions, and spoke softly with his back to Black Zetsu, but the words he said made Ching-Si's back infinitely elevated in Black Zetsu's heart. Okay, father. As soon as the words fell, Black Zetsu responded directly. He had really been looking forward to this moment for a long time. After all, rescuing his mother Kagaya from the seal was his only mission. Dash 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 dash. The battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. After receiving the support sent from Angkor Fortress, Yagura and Mukai, who were extremely frustrated and unable to achieve effective results and final victory due to their huge numerical disadvantage, immediately launched a counterattack against Konoha and Omegakure. On Otsutsuki Mukai's side, the Kirigakure police force led by Otsutsuki Tenshin arrived. With the help of the rapid mobility of Angkor Fortress, although the perception ninjas of Konoha sensed the rapid arrival of the support from the Hidden Mist Village, before they could pass on the information, Otsutsuki Tenshin and the Hidden Mist police force he led had already arrived at the battlefield like a god descending from the sky. Moreover, before the Angkor Fortress left for the next battlefield for delivery, Shenong, at the request of Otsutsuki Tenshin, also covered the Konoha troops below with a round of chakra artillery fire. Therefore, it was no surprise that when the elite Jonin in the Konoha army were rapidly killed by the combined forces of Otsutsuki Tenshin and Otsutsuki Mukai, the morale of the entire Konoha army had reached its lowest point and was on the verge of collapse. On Yagura's side, the 1st and 2nd Anbu teams, led by Ken, arrived. However, it must be said that although Hanzo Salamander is no longer at his peak strength, at least in terms of his perception of danger and combat intuition, he lives up to his title of demigod. Therefore, at the same time, Ken led 2 teams of Anbu to jump down from the Angkor fortress and rushed directly into the formation of the Rain Hidden Ninja. Realizing that the development of things was completely different from his expectations, and suddenly feeling an inexplicable threat of death lingering around him, Hanzo of the Salamander directly ordered the Omegakure troops to retreat. However, how could Yagura and Ken let the duck that was already in their hands fly away? Therefore, Salamander Hanzo could only constantly abandon his subordinates to block the knife for him during the pursuit. Then, Hanzo finally managed to escape back to the Land of Rain after leaving behind most of the Rain ninjas to cover his retreat. However, the reason why Yagura and Ken did not continue to pursue Hanzo of the Salamander was because the garrison troops of the Land of Earth led by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon had already captured the hidden rain village like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Therefore, the good luck of the Salamander Hanzo ended here. Not long after he fled back to the Land of Rain, he ran into the team that was sent by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon to intercept him after the hidden rain village was captured. The members of this team are Yahiko, Konan, and Hoshigaki Kisame. After many twists and turns, history has finally returned to the right track. Yahiko, who was supposed to die because of Hanzo, the Salamander, sounded the death knell for the demigod. After a fierce battle, Hanzo of the Salamander had his chakra drained by Yahiko and Kisame using water jutsu, and was finally blown to pieces by the horrific explosion of Konan's paper god's technique. The other side. After receiving the order from Seiji, the Kirigakure troops stationed in the Bear Country immediately split into 2 groups, led by the current clan leader of the Crystal Style Miyajima clan, Kimiko Miyajima, and the current clan leader of the Boiling Style Terumi clan, Hiroshi Terumi. They charged into the territory of the Fire Country and, in accordance with Seiji's instructions, eliminated Konoha's border troops one by one. The huge gap in hard power was like a chasm, which meant that Konoha's border troops were wiped out without any effective resistance. However, given the rich experience of several previous attacks, Konoha's border troops eventually passed the news of the Hidden Mist Village's raid on the Land of Fire back to Konoha village. However, at this time, Konoha's internal affairs were not in order yet. After the death of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Konoha's dragon Mizudomen was being beaten on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Therefore, as one of the only surviving former Konoha high-level F4, Konohagakure Udatane Kaharu can be said to be unable to support the family alone. After all, with her ability, vision and capacity, she simply couldn't handle such a chaotic situation. So, as a last resort, Udatane Kaharu had no choice but to use her eloquence to ask Tsunade, who still suffered from hemophobia, to temporarily take over the position of Hokage. With her reputation as one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, and her prestige as a descendant of the Senju clan and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, she barely suppressed the undercurrents in the village. But it was too late. The Hidden Mist Village has completed the encirclement of the Konoha village from the east and west, and may launch further attacks at any time. Pure Land. Just after some time had passed since Seiji and Nagato sealed the 9 tails into the Outer Path statue through the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, the Hidden Mist Village, under Seiji's orders, launched a full-scale war to unify the ninja world. The old man with a long beard, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, who was sleeping with his eyes closed deep in the Pure Land, suddenly opened his eyes. All of a sudden, the ripples of light purple were rippling, and a deep purple was reflected from Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes. At the same time, the white robe worn by Otsutsuki Hagoromo moved without wind, and the corners of his robe swayed slightly. The inky black immortal staff quietly appeared in his hand. This feeling, the old and low muttering voice continued to echo in the Pure Land. Even though Seiji had already strengthened the barrier of the Hidden Mist Village through Yin-Yang release, and had gathered all 9-tailed beasts, the aura emitted by the Outer Path demon statue was not detected by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. However, as a person who had achieved the 6 paths level of the Kekkei network, Otsutsuki Hagoromo still received a warning from somewhere and was startled, awake from his slumber. An inexplicable feeling of panic and palpitations lingered in his heart for no reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Then, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's face unconsciously revealed a look of confusion. You know, ever since 1,000 years ago, he used the ultimate yin-yang escape to split the 10 tails belonging to his mother Kagaya that was sealed in his body into 9-tailed beasts, and then peeled them off, and then after the natural death of his physical body, his soul entered the Pure Land and fell asleep in the Pure Land. He has never encountered a situation that could cause him to have palpitations. Therefore, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression suddenly became serious. He must find out the source of this inexplicable uneasiness and eliminate it in time. The purple eyes of reincarnation narrowed slightly, and the power of the pupils flowed faintly. The next second, Otsutsuki Hagoromo raised the immortal staff lightly held in his hand and drew a line at the space in front of him. As a faint light flashed across the sun-shaped top of the staff, the space in front of Otsutsuki Hagoromo instantly became like a stone hitting the water, and it quickly spread out in all directions with the place where the immortal's staff passed as the center. Immediately, a space crack about the size of a person, deep and dark like black pixel fragments, quietly emerged. His perception spread to the ninja world along this spatial rift like a tide. The scenes happening in the ninja world suddenly formed a series of wonderful pictures that began to unfold before his eyes. Another war. Oh, looking at this war that almost swept the entire ninja world except for the land of earth and the land of demons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo let out a long sigh and still chose to stand by and watch as usual. However, after seeing the course of the war that was very different from the past, Otsutsuki Hagoromo became more concerned about the Hidden Mist Village. If he remembered correctly, the Otsutsuki he saw last time, whose bloodline had surpassed that of his younger brother Hamura and was born in the native ninja world, should be the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, which has already gained a decisive advantage in the ninja world war. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's perception subconsciously focused and spread towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. However, what happened next made Otsutsuki Hagoromo immediately discover the highlight. His perception was blocked by the barrier that enveloped the entire Hidden Mist Village. You know, the last time he observed the ninja world because of Indra's chakra reincarnation of Uchiha Madara's death view, the Hidden Mist Village did not have a barrier that could block his perception of the 6 paths level who had achieved the bloodline network. The churning thoughts flashed through my mind one by one. Deep in Otsutsuki Hagoromo's heart, a strange intuition suddenly emerged at this moment. The source of the inexplicable uneasiness that just made him feel was in this Hidden Mist Village. However, just as Otsutsuki Hagoromo was about to break through the barrier of the Hidden Mist Village and explore the Hidden Mist Village hidden within the barrier, a bright chakra beam that broke through the barrier's shielding and suppression, emitting a terrifying aura that shook the entire ninja world, burst up towards the full moon hanging high in the sky. Along with it came the magnificent sound emitted by Qingxi's chakra blessing. 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai Resolution. The tone was indifferent, yet there was a hint of excitement that was barely perceptible. All of a sudden, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression, which was originally calm and composed without any change, suddenly changed drastically. Not good. Seal of the moon. There was no time to think about what was going on. Surging eye power and terrifying chakra burst out instantly and surrounded his body. Otsutsuki Hagoromo stood up and took a step forward, descending directly from the Pure Land into the living world. Let's go back in time a little bit. The night deepens. Darkness completely enveloped the ninja world. At this time, a fine drizzle suddenly floated from the sky, falling gently onto the earth. However, this did not affect Qingxi. He still maintained the same posture, standing by the lake, looking up at the full moon in the sky that was emitting a soft glow. However, the fine raindrops that were falling seemed to be intentionally avoiding Qingxi. They actually bypassed Qingxi and fell one after another from his side. As time passed, the rain gradually got heavier, but at this moment, Qingxi finally sensed that the garrison troops and all the residents on the moon had returned to the Hidden Mist Village through the space channel. So there was no more delay. Qingxi turned around and took a step forward, creating ripples in the water on the ground. Again and again, he instantly came to Black Zetsu and Nagato who were already prepared, ready to start working on unlocking the seal on the moon that was jointly constructed by the 6 Yang forces and the 6 Yin forces. Let's start. Qingxi ordered Black Zetsu and Nagato. When he saw Qingxi coming and heard Qingxi's words, Black Zetsu, who had been extremely excited and agitated, directly used yin-yang escape, spirit possession, and attached himself to Nagato's body. Of course, Black Zetsu's move was only to strengthen the strength of Nagato's yin-yang release, so that it would have enough power to cooperate with Qingxi to lift the seal of the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai. You know, although Nagato's strength at this time, under Qingxi's training and combat experience, is already infinitely close to the Super Shadow level, and even with the blessing of the Samsara Eye, it can be said that it is comparable to the Super Shadow level, but his attainments in yin-yang escape are still a little bit short of lifting the seal of the 6 Paths level. Therefore, the existence of Black Zetsu is the last piece of the puzzle. After looking at each other, Qingji and Nagato began to make complicated hand seals in sync. His hands flew up and down like flowers and falling leaves. As the seals kept changing, surging pupil power and chakra fluctuations began to gradually spread from the two of them. Next second, when the last sea seal fell, a beam of chakra light emitting a terrifying aura instantly broke through the yin-yang escape barrier covering the hidden mist village, soared into the sky, and illuminated the surrounding night sky. Om! A humming sound that seemed to come from the darkness spread above the endless sky, forming waves of invisible yet visible ripples that quickly covered the entire ninja world. 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai Resolution. Qingxi's majestic voice, which concealed a hint of excitement in his indifference, also resounded through the sky at this moment. All the people in the ninja world, whether they were ninjas or civilians, whether they were asleep or awake, were frightened by the terrifying aura that was overwhelming the ninja world. They all looked up at the sky in panic, not knowing what was happening in the ninja world. But then, when Qingxi's voice, blessed by chakra, rang in everyone's ears like a dusk drum and a dawn bell, the Kirigakure ninjas who were fighting in various places in the ninja world at that time suddenly understood. This is the voice of our own Mizukage. Although they didn't know what Qingji was doing, nor did they know what such a big scene meant, they relied on the prestige and trust that Qingji had accumulated in the hidden mist village over a long period of time. All the Kirigakure ninjas knew clearly that the Mizukage-sama was right. Then, they shouted slogans such as, "Long live the Kirigakure," and, "Long live Lord Mizukage," and continued to attack those enemies who had not yet recovered from their stunned state. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who descended from the Pure Land, discovered with a grim expression that he was unable to enter the hidden mist village directly, but was blocked outside by the barrier that was strengthened by yin-yang release used by Seiji. What's even worse is that even though he is very proficient in yin-yang escape, he is still unable to break through the barrier constructed by the 6 Paths level yin-yang escape in a short period of time. In other words, even if he had the means to stop Qingxi from being unblocked, he could only watch Qingxi's actions and could do nothing. If Otsutsuki Hamura was also there at this time, then with the combined strength of the two brothers, no matter how strong the barrier set up by Kiyoshi was, it would not be able to form an effective barrier. But unfortunately, the incident happened suddenly, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not have enough time to go to the moon to wake up his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura, who, in his perception, was sleeping in a space somewhere inside the moon. However, what Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't know was that even if he went to the moon and found Otsutsuki Hamura would not be able to provide him with any help. Let's not talk about whether Otsutsuki Hamura is willing to become an enemy of his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya again after talking with Seiji. Just talking about strength. In order to help Seiji absorb the giant Samsara Eye, Otsutsuki Hamura consumed all of his soul power accumulated over thousands of years, and even used up a part of his own soul power. In other words, Otsutsuki Hamura now has little strength left. Even if he is awakened from his deep slumber by Otsutsuki Hagoromo and is willing to join in, he will ultimately just be making up the numbers. What's more, Qingji still has good intentions towards Otsutsuki Hamura, who once helped him and obviously has regrets and intentions to reform. Therefore, in order to protect Otsutsuki Hamura and prevent him from having any chance to get involved with the rebellious son, Otsutsuki Hamura, he had already set up the strongest yin-yang escape barrier he could construct at the place where Otsutsuki Hamura was sleeping. Ever since, the powerless and furious Otsutsuki Hagoromo could only directly use his bloodline network ability that could absorb the power of Pure Land for his own use, and at the same time began to frantically attack the barrier that covered the entire Hidden Mist village. But, one step slower, step by step slowly, at this time, Qingxi had already completed the unsealing of 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai. The chakra light column shot up into the sky, heading straight towards the moon at a high speed, and then in the blink of an eye, it crashed into the moon, and in an instant, it completely enveloped the moon. Click, click. The crisp sounds of broken seals rang in the ears of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was trying to break the barrier, making his face completely gloomy, and a very faint but inexplicable fear arose deep in his heart. He has already realized it. The mother who was sealed away by him and his brother Hamura 1,000 years ago, goddess of the rabbit, Kagaya Otsutsuki, is about to return. However, although she knew that her mother Kagaya Otsutsuki would soon return from the seal, Hagoromo Otsutsuki was not prepared to give up the struggle and surrender. On the one hand, he knew clearly that there was no way this matter could end well. After all, even though Kagaya is his mother, the resentment that has been sealed for 1,000 years cannot be resolved so easily. What's more, Kagaya was sealed by him and Hamura together as a child. Moreover, in his opinion, Kagaya had already fallen into a state of inexplicable madness a long time ago. On the other hand, he still has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength. You know, in the protracted war 1,000 years ago, as time went by, the power of him and his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura had surpassed that of their mother Kagaya. Well, today, 1,000 years later, he is much stronger than he was then, and like his mother Kagaya, he has also achieved the bloodline network. So, with so many advantages at his disposal, how could he possibly lose? Even though there is now one more Otsutsuki who was ignored by him because he grew up in the ninja world, but is obviously against him, he is still full of confidence. After all, his bloodline network can draw on the power of the Pure Land without limit to increase his strength. Moon, the sealed space of 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensai. Just as Qingji was working on unsealing the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was suppressed by layers of thick and complex black sealing runes and had almost no room to move, suddenly looked up at the top of the sealed space as if she had sensed something. A hint of deep expectation could not help but be revealed in those pure white eyes. She was vaguely aware of something. When Seiji was on the moon and fighting the Otsutsuki clan, the sealed space inside the moon was affected by the sudden outburst of the weakened version of Golden Wheel Tensai Explosion by Otsutsuki Haishiki, and it began to vibrate enough to create cracks. Although the crack was quickly repaired on its own, for Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was considered to be at the top level among the 6 paths, this fleeting opportunity was enough for her to project her power from the sealed space to the outside to get some fresh air. And it was at that time that she sensed Qingji's chakra and the power of Qingji's newly born samsara eye, thus awakening the memories that she had sealed and buried in the deepest part of her mind 1,000 years ago. However, it was obvious that Qingxi at that time had not yet experienced the time travel back 1,000 years ago. Therefore, after a brief reunion, Kagaya Otsutsuki could only be suppressed in it again after the seal of 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai completed its self-repair. But this time, Kagaya Otsutsuki had an inexplicable intuition that this was his Seiji, who came to take her back. The chakra beam carrying the power of unlocking created by Seiji and Nagato using the ultimate yin-yang escape technique sank into the interior of the moon, and in an instant, reached the sealed space hidden in the deepest part of the moon. Then, in Kagaya Otsutsuki's expectant eyes, the densely packed, countless black sealing runes that had sealed her for thousands of years, like crystal snowflakes meeting the scorching sun, melted and dissipated silently in just a moment. These black sealing runes seemed to be swallowed by an invisible force, like a group of black butterflies that had lost their direction. Under the gaze of Kagaya Otsutsuki, they turned into nothingness in an instant. As these sealing runes dissipated, all the suppression and restraint that Kagaya Otsutsuki had suffered also disappeared. So, the next second, without any hesitation, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had already sensed the strong aura of Qingxi in the chakra that had released her seal, floated forward. At the same time, a black pixel-shaped space channel quietly appeared in front of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Exactly. Bloodline net. Yomi Horizon. Dash 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 dash. Ninja World. After the chakra light beams completely sank into the moon, the dark night covered the sky again. Boom, boom, boom. This was the sound of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's non-stop and frantic attack on the barrier covering the hidden mist village. And as Otsutsuki Hagoromo continues to absorb the power of Pure Land through his bloodline network ability, the intensity of his attacks is also increasing rapidly. And if Qingxi hadn't been in charge personally, this barrier, which was normally extremely solid, would have been about to be broken by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But at this moment, a blue-green light rose from Qingxi's body, illuminating and replacing the dark and deep night sky above the hidden mist village in an instant. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. However, after this, Qingxi did not make any further moves. He just floated quietly in the air, staring coldly at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was about to break through the barrier and attack from a distance. The sky blue eyes are as deep as the starry sky. Pub Future adds. Of course, this does not mean that Kiyoshi is ready to forgive Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the rebellious son, and give up on taking action against him and educating him. But it was because he had already sensed that Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had escaped from the seal of Six Paths Chibaku Tensai, had arrived. Too late to say. That was fast. Just when the barrier covering the entire hidden mist village was about to be broken by Otsutsuki Hagoromo, a pixel-like black space channel appeared in the sky high above the hidden mist village. Then, in the pitch-black night, an elegant, beautiful, and noble white figure slowly emerged. The goddess of Mao, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Come. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The moment Kagaya's figure appeared, Black Zetsu, who was attached to Nagato below, broke away from Nagato directly, tears of excitement streaming down his face. The long-cherished wish of 1,000 years has finally come true. When Nagato saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted violently unconsciously. Even though Seiji had already revealed information about Kagaya to Nagato before, and Black Zetsu had also told Nagato about the relationship between Seiji and Kagaya, as well as some other things, during his preparation period. However, when Kagaya broke free from the seal and truly descended into the ninja world, although Nagato had already prepared himself mentally, he was still deeply shocked when he actually faced his master's wife Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was known as the goddess of the rabbit, and the ancestor of chakra. The terrifying sense of oppression that the superior creature unintentionally exuded, coupled with the innate sense of transcendence and nobility of the Otsutsuki clan, made a chill go straight into the bone marrow, and even Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan and whose strength was very close to the super cage level, was stunned for a moment. This is the invisible suppression that comes from the deepest and most essential level of life. However, this is just Kagaya Otsutsuki, who has not yet recovered the outer path demon statue, the 10 tails, into her body. You know, his teacher, Seiji, is also a 6 paths level Otsutsuki. But except for the oppressive feeling of belonging to the Otsutsuki clan shown by Kiyoshi during battle, he never made him feel this way in their daily interactions. Could it be? The master's wife is actually much stronger than the teacher. Nagato's heart was shaking madly. Of course, this was actually Nagato's fault. He usually didn't feel any oppressive aura of a 6 paths level Otsutsuki from Kiyoshi, it was simply because Kiyoshi restrained everything out of habit. The pressure from Kagaya Otsutsuki's aura that he felt now was because Kagaya Otsutsuki had just been released from the seal and was so excited that she subconsciously had no control over her own strength. In addition, for Seiji, who has now achieved the bloodline network, he and Kagaya Otsutsuki can be equated in terms of strength level or life level. Outside the barrier of the hidden mist village, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was absorbing the power of the pure land while attacking the barrier, was struck by lightning when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya appear, and his movements stopped for a moment. "Mother," Otsutsuki Hagoromo murmured, but then, he suddenly came to his senses again. A sharp cold light flashed in his purple samsara eyes, and then he became determined, and the movements of his hands couldn't help but speed up a lot. For the sake of the ninja world, he wants to seal his mother Kagaya again. Moreover, he will use thunderous means to punish Chingji, the Otsutsuki who dared to break the seal. After all, in the eyes of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Seiji, who is not the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, has the possibility of being killed. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Kagaya Otsutsuki slowly floated out of Yomi Hirasaka, and looked fixedly at Seiji who was surrounded by blue-green chakra flames not far ahead. That pair of sky-blue eyes of reincarnation were dazzling, just like a blue lotus isolated from the world, blooming with endless luster, adding a bit of brilliance to the endless dark night sky. All kinds of memories suddenly flooded into Kagaya's heart. The scenes of Chinen and Seiji spending time together were like scenes from a movie, constantly playing in her mind. Memories surged, and tears of joy silently fell from Kagaya's eyes. At this moment, everything, including the rebellious son, Yuya who had already been noticed by her and sealed her up 1,000 years ago, was temporarily put behind her mind. What remains is only the overflowing infinite joy of reunion. Immediately, Kagaya Otsutsuki moved. She turned into a stream of white light and rushed towards Chingxi at a high speed. And when Chingxi looked at the white light that was rushing towards him, a very happy smile instantly appeared on his face. Along with a smile on Chingxi's face, the speed of the white light suddenly became faster. Wherever it passed, the air was directly split apart, making a whistling sound. Finally, white and blue-green quietly collided above the large lake in the corner of the hidden mist village. Kagaya Otsutsuki threw herself directly into Seiji's arms, just like a young swallow returning to its nest. As for Chingxi, he opened his arms and tightly embraced the soft curves in front of him. The blue-green chakra flames burning around his body also quietly dissipated in an instant. At the same time, the full moon that hung high in the sky like a silver plate, emitted its cold but soft light, like mercury pouring on the ground, sprinkling on the two people who were hugging each other tightly. The light seemed to cover the two of them with a layer of silver gauze, making their embrace appear so perfect and beautiful under the moonlight. Looking at the incredibly beautiful face of Kagaya in his arms, Chingxi lowered his head and slowly approached her with his lips. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. A long time. Lip points. Kagaya raised her head slightly, looking at her beloved whom she had not seen for 1,000 years with a dazed look in her eyes, and a blush instantly spread across her face. Outside the boundary, looking at Seiji and Kagaya kissing passionately in the night under the moonlight, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was completely stunned. How can it be? Otsutsuki Hagoromo's whole body trembled unconsciously. At this moment, his heart was filled with huge waves, and he also felt deep disbelief and confusion, as well as a bit of indescribable and inexplicable panic. This Otsutsuki, who completely overturned the prophecy that Gamamaru had made for him, and who is now the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village in the ninja world, is called Seiji Otsutsuki. Could he be his father? But if his memory is not confused, his mother Kagaya once said that the birth of him and his younger brother Hamura was due to the blessing of the planet ninja world. Otsutsuki Hagoromo suddenly felt that his brain might not be enough. After all, in his understanding, it was impossible for Seiji, who grew up in this era, to have any chance of interacting with his mother Kagaya. You know, the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai, launched by him and his brother Hamura, can isolate everything. However, Otsutsuki Hagoromo certainly didn't know that the Otsutsuki clan, which was considered to be one of the most powerful clans in the universe, was so unreasonable. Even though he was the 6 Paths sage who founded the ninja clan and spread the true meaning of chakra in the ninja world, he did not know that within the Otsutsuki clan, there existed an Otsutsuki noble phantasm called Plow, that had the ability to travel through time and space. The more Otsutsuki Hagoromo thought about it, the more confused his mind became. Although he was now a soul, he suddenly felt a chill running straight into his heart. However, Otsutsuki Hagoromo eventually achieved the 6 Paths level of a powerful being in the Kekkei network. His eyes were blurred for only a brief moment before he regained clarity and calmness. It doesn't matter what Qingxi's identity is. Nowadays, right now, he will once again fulfill his responsibility to protect the ninja world. After all, with the bloodline network that can absorb the power of the Pure Land without limit, he will be the only one who has the advantage. Then, as the immortal swung the top of his staff vigorously, a crack sound like glass breaking was heard instantly. The barrier that enveloped the entire Hidden Mist village was shattered by Otsutsuki Hagoromo's powerful blow. The crisp sound caused Seiji and Kagaya to pause for a moment, and then they all looked in the direction of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Of course, the two of them had noticed Otsutsuki Hagoromo's actions of attacking the barrier before, and they knew exactly what Otsutsuki Hagoromo was thinking. However, the two people who had been separated for 1,000 years did not care about Otsutsuki Hagoromo's actions, but only had eyes for each other. However, the joy of reunion and the pleasure of sharing their innermost feelings had been disturbed, which made Seiji and Kagaya's mood not so good. The two of them separated from the embrace, and the deep affection disappeared in an instant. They looked coldly at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had just broken the barrier and was approaching at a very fast speed. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, rebellious son, you have already sought death. Universe Starry Sky. At the same time that Kagaya Otsutsuki broke free from the seal and descended into the ninja world, two bright streams of light that were crossing the starry sky at an astonishing speed suddenly stopped and looked far away in the direction of the planet where the ninja realm was located. It was Otsutsuki Momoshiki who had completed the last mission of collecting chakra fruits and was now hurrying along the direction of the incomplete Otsutsuki Kagaya's aura that he had sensed last time, and his guardian, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood in the void, and two rays of light suddenly shot out from his eyes with bulging veins. This breath. No mistake. It's Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kinshiki. Did you sense it? Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked indifferently with an imperceptible cold smile on his lips. Yes, Lord Momoshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki responded respectfully as always. But this time, Kagaya's aura became complete. Otsutsuki Kinshiki added immediately. The last time, Kagaya Otsutsuki's aura was sensed by the 3 golden grapes, only because the seal had some cracks for a short period of time and she took the opportunity to transfer her power out to meet Seiji. However, due to the seal of 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensai, the aura sensed by the 3 golden grapes was not complete. However, what Momoshiki and Kinshiki now sensed, what they thought was the complete aura of Kagaya, was actually not complete. After all they knew was Kagaya who went to the ninja world to plant trees with Otsutsuki Ashiki 1,000 years ago. Neither Momoshiki nor Kinshiki knew that Kagaya had already eaten the chakra fruit of the ninja world thousands of years ago, and had further absorbed the sacred tree or the 10 tails. Of course, Arashiki, whose remains had been fed to the 10 tails by Seiji, knew this, but unfortunately, he had already been completely wiped out by Seiji. Therefore, after snorting coldly, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki started their journey towards the planet where the ninja world was located again. This time, guided by the distinct aura of the Otsutsuki clan that was emitted when Kagaya escaped from the trap just now, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, under the command of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, activated his Byakugan's pupil technique of hypnosis, and began a rapid space-time jump with Momoshiki. At this speed, the journey that originally took nearly 2 years to reach the ninja world was suddenly shortened by more than half. There is still about half a year until Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki deliver to your door. Looking at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was approaching at a very fast speed, Seiji and Kagaya held hands and smiled at each other. However, there was not even a trace of smile in the two people's smiles. Instead, there was only an indescribable endless coldness. It's time to clean up the house. Takamagahara, Infinite Fall. I saw Seiji entering the Samsara Eye Chakra mode again, releasing countless Okatsura from the Takamagahara space, directly throwing them above the path that Otsutsuki Hagoromo must pass, and then smashing them down with a loud bang. At the same time, Kagaya, who had a tacit understanding with Qingxi, also understood the meaning in Qingxi's eyes, and fell rapidly towards the outer path demon statue below. She must first take back the power that belongs to her and take the 10 tails back into her body. The outer path demon statue became even more agitated under the stimulation of Kagaya's aura. It directly broke away from Nagato's control and began to change into the form of the 10 tails. It can be said that it can't wait to return and reunite with Kagaya. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was flying at high speed, did not look panicked at all when he sensed the large sky rockets falling above his head. I saw a faint light flickering in the pair of lavender eyes of reincarnation, and the next moment, a tremendous repulsive force suddenly exploded in all directions with his soul body as the center, repelling everything around it. Shinra Tenjang. Immediately, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's old voice resounded through the sky, echoing continuously. Seeing this, Qingxi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and his expression became serious. It has to be said that the power of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's instant release of Shinra Tensai made Qingxi a little amazed. This was much stronger than the one he had fought in the parallel world. Of course, this makes sense. Although the time was advanced by nearly 20 years, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo also absorbed the power of the Pure Land through the bloodline network ability to bless himself, he did not separate his own power after all. It can be said that he is still in full condition. Therefore, Qingxi was not surprised that he had such strength. However, it was just a slight surprise. Kiyoshi, who has already achieved the bloodline network, is not at all inferior to Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who is on the same level as him. Then, that is, at the moment when Otsutsuki Hagoromo exploded with repulsive force and bounced all of Okuraiden away, Qingji's second round of attack arrived. Moreover, this time, Qingxi showed his other bloodline net ability for the first time in battle. Immortal Technique Yin Dun Thunder Sect. Under the cover of night, dazzling purple-black lightning instantly burst out from the palms of Qingxi's hands and swept towards Otsutsuki Hagoromo rapidly. But it's not over yet. At the same time as the thunder and lightning exploded, a crack appeared quietly between Qingxi's eyebrows, and a hint of scarlet color was reflected directly from it. Samsara Sharingan. Bloodline net ability. The Divine Emperor produces twice as many spiritual lords. Instantly, a purple-black light burst out, and the endless lightning illuminated the entire night sky nearby. However, for Qingxi, he did not increase the output to the maximum right from the start, but only tried out the actual effect of God Emperor's spiritual master, by using twice the power. After all, Kagaya hadn't entered the field yet, so he certainly couldn't just use 10 times the power to kill Otsutsuki Hagoromo directly. The lightning snakes that appeared in an instant and were flying all over the sky made Otsutsuki Hagoromo's pupils shrink and his heart beat wildly when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya going to absorb the 10 tails and prepare to stop her. For a ninja, even just an ordinary ninja, it is possible to have a whim and avoid something bad. Well, for a 6 paths level warrior who has reached the 6 paths level through the bloodline net, his intuition about danger is even more mysterious and should not be underestimated. Therefore, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was warned by his combat instinct, exploded directly. Senjutsu, lightning release, Takamiya Thunder God. The extremely huge and terrifying complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo, carrying purple thunder with an extremely destructive aura, descended instantly and directly wrapped Otsutsuki Hagoromo in it. Then, under the control of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the fairy technique Susanoo drew out the long sword from his waist and chopped it heavily in the direction where the lightning came from, and Seiji who was behind it. Boom! I saw a powerful slash that was stained with the cold moonlight, cutting through the night sky with the blessing of thunder. In the dark night, it was fleeting and directly hit the lightning cast by Qingxi. For a moment, it was as if a high-yield bomb exploded in the air, causing all the people in the Hidden Mist village who had been evacuated far away to feel a dull pain in their eardrums and an extreme feeling of tightness in their chests due to the pressure on their hearts. This is the collision between thunder and thunder. It can be said, the battle reached its climax right from the beginning. Where the thunders collided and intersected, a vacuum instantly appeared. Both Kiyoshi and Otsutsuki Hagoromo retreated a considerable distance under the spreading impact. Under this blow, the two sides were evenly matched and fought each other. This kind of power. Otsutsuki Hagoromo frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Although he did not accumulate any power in this strike, it was a hasty response. But he was well aware of the power of this sword, so he did not think that Qingxi's ordinary magic could withstand his terrifying power of Takemika's Thunder God. You know, in the Great War 1,000 years ago, even his mother's 10 tails could not easily withstand the attack of his complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo, which was blessed with the power of Takemika's God. Therefore, his original idea was to break through Qingxi's attack with lightning speed, and then attack Qingxi, who might not have time to change his tactics, and defeat him with one move. But now, to his complete surprise, the attacks from both sides actually ended up canceling each other out. In other words, the strength of Qingxi's attack was comparable to his. This made Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was originally full of confidence, begin to have doubts in her heart, especially when she saw the Rinnegan revealed between Seiji's eyebrows, which was exactly the same as his mother Kagaya's. Otsutsuki Hagoromo couldn't help but feel a very faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. Like, he didn't have the advantage as expected. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Seeing Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression change, Qingxi suddenly sneered, with a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, there are many things you can't imagine. Immediately, a black pixel-shaped space channel opened, Qingxi stepped into it, and then instantly appeared above and to the side of the huge azure complete form of the fairy jutsu Susanoo. Then, before Otsutsuki Hagoromo could respond, Seiji made an elegant mid-air turn, his right leg transformed into a sharp battle axe, and he turned around and chopped down, while at the same time, the Rinnegan on his forehead instantly emitted a faint scarlet color. In an instant, a graceful white arc flashed across Otsutsuki Hagoromo's sight in the night, and the light was like the moon. Its speed was even faster than the endless lightning that just flashed across the air. Immortal technique. Righteous Thunder Fury Thunder Axe. The Divine Emperor produces 3 times the Spiritual Lord. The ninjutsu from the Reikage lineage of the Hidden Cloud Village was borrowed by Qingxi, and was even more blessed by the Fairy Chakra and the Bloodline Network, Shenwangchanlingzhen, and now it is shining brightly under his feet. In just a moment, Qingxi's kick hit Otsutsuki Hagoromo Susanoo's shoulder heavily. Then, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Under the shock wave that erupted in an instant, the air was twisted into ripples in a wavy pattern and began to spread outward rapidly. Boom! The kick hit Susanoo's shoulder with a sound like the loud bang of a bell, which instantly shook Otsutsuki Hagoromo's huge and solid complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo. The next second, accompanied by the sound of crackling, the complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo appeared, which was able to compete with the 10 tails 1,000 years ago and gave Otsutsuki Hagoromo the confidence to attack Seiji and Kagaya. Broken. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression suddenly changed, and endless eye power, mixed with a torrent of fairy chakra, burst out together, trying to repair Susanoo. However, in front of Qingxi, this was just a futile effort. After kicking Susanoo and causing it to crack, Kiyoshi dodged gracefully, slightly adjusted his posture, and continued kicking towards Otsutsuki Hagoromo at the crystal on Susanoo's forehead without losing momentum. Under the pressure of Kiyoshi's second kick, Otsutsuki Hagoromo had no choice but to give up maintaining and repairing Susanoo. He jumped out of the crystal and retreated violently to the rear. A pixel-like black space channel emerged, and Seiji used Yomi Hirasaka to instantly catch up with the fleeing Otsutsuki Hagoromo. At the same time, the truth-seeking ball behind him also turned into a sharp katana as soon as he thought about it. Immediately, Qingxi stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the Chudao Jade Sword, and slashed at Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But this time, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had already witnessed Yozumi Hirasaka, and had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Yozumi Hirasaka, was already extremely wary of Seiji's space-time abilities. Therefore, even though the bloodline net ability of Yomi Hirasaka did not have any back and forth sway, and could even be cast instantly, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was already on guard, still sensed the spatial fluctuations that appeared right in front of him in time. Then, the truth-seeking ball behind Otsutsuki Hagoromo instantly merged together under his control, and then transformed into a huge shield, blocking in front of him, and narrowly blocking Qingxi's attack at the critical moment. Seeking the Truth Jade versus Seeking the Truth Jade. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing was heard, and the Dao-seeking Jade Sword heavily slashed on the Dao-seeking Jade Shield, and an invisible air wave spread instantly. And Otsutsuki Hagoromo took advantage of this opportunity and retreated rapidly under the reaction force. However, Seiji ignored Otsutsuki Hagoromo's actions. After he made this slashing attack, his gaze turned to Kagaya, who was absorbing the 10 tails below. Because he has sensed that Kagaya is only a little bit away from full recovery. Immediately, the next second, terrifying chakra fluctuations, with Kagaya Otsutsuki's body as the center, instantly spread out, and an extremely powerful momentum rose up and rushed straight into the sky. Even the dark night seemed to be faintly dispelled by this terrifying chakra shock, revealing a little light. At this moment, the ninja world, which was originally shrouded in darkness, suddenly became bright as if it had entered the day. However, the light only flashed for a moment before disappearing into thin air, and the ninja world once again returned to darkness. The aura that Kagaya exuded was immediately restrained at the moment it was released, without leaking even a trace. When everything returned to calm, the huge outer path demon statue, or the 10 tails, that was standing below had disappeared. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had recovered to her peak condition, looked coldly at the rebellious son, who was running away in panic with his head in his hands after being beaten by Seiji in the air. Her long, soft blue-white hair moved without wind, and her figure slowly floated up. Just when she took back the 10 tails, she had already completed her communication with Black Zetsu. While relieving Black Zetsu's pain of missing his mother, Kagaya also gained a detailed understanding of what had happened in the ninja world for 1,000 years since she was sealed. Although Seiji had briefly told her about the various sassy operations of Otsutsuki Hagoromo as the Six Paths sage who created the ninja clan and spread the true meaning of chakra to the ninja world, after listening to Black Zetsu's specific description, Kagaya was simply speechless about this rebellious son. Ah, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is this what you're willing to do even at the cost of betrayal? Kagaya secretly curled her lips and sighed softly with extreme helplessness. She did not deny that after she sealed their memories, she turned many humans into white Zetsu. But to be honest, because of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's attitude of not caring about the spread of chakra, and he allowed Indra and Ashura's chakra to continue to reincarnate and fight, the ninja world has been burning with war for thousands of years. And the number of people who died among them was far more than the number of the lucky ones she, randomly, selected to be made into white Zetsu. It cannot be said that the number is countless, but it can be said that it is definitely innumerable. And so, what exactly is Otsutsuki Hagoromo protecting? Under the claws of Kagaya Otsutsuki, she successfully protected the ninja world from being destroyed. However, she had not originally intended to destroy the ninja world. After all, this is the most important nursery for her and Qingxi. Moreover, when she ruled the ninja world was extremely peaceful. However, none of this matters to her anymore. Because no matter what, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's betrayal is unforgivable. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Two gray-white bone spurs emitting an aura of annihilation slowly extended from the palms of Kagaya's hands, pointing at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had a solemn look on his face in the distance. As the old saying goes, the sword in the hand of the loving mother struck the wanderer. He struck 12 times with the sword, and every strike was a critical hit. And so, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, are you ready for the whip of love from your mother? Immediately, Kagaya's Rinnegan, the same model as Seiji's, appeared between her eyebrows, and endless pupil power burst out instantly. Aim no Michu, Black Zetsu, stay with Nagato and keep an eye on the village. In the moment before, Aim no Manaka was activated. Seiji, who already knew what Kagaya was going to do, gave a light order. With the blessing of chakra, his voice penetrated the layers of violent and chaotic chakra fluctuations in the air and was accurately transmitted to the ears of Black Zetsu and Nagato. Immediately, next second, with the activation of the Bloodline Net ability, Aim no Manaka, in just a blink of an eye, the space around Qingxi suddenly changed silently. The violent chakra fluctuations were like surging waves, constantly surging in the space, just like flashing arcs that appeared, constantly interweaving and colliding in the space, or like nimble fish that quickly flashed and shuttled in the cracks in the space. Everywhere you look, you see desolation, chaos and wasteland. The sky of the entire space was a strange yellow-green color. There was no sunlight during the day, nor twinkling stars at night. Instead, there was only thick haze that was slowly flowing. Looking down carefully, you can see that the ground is rugged everywhere, and it is covered with all kinds of strange and tall dark red rocks. And at the farthest point in sight, there stands a huge castle. Its outline appears particularly blurry in the dim light of this space, as if it is hiding some secret. It is, among the 6 spaces connected by Kagaya's, Ain no Michu, the most important space of the starting ball. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The sudden change in space caused Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression to change drastically. There was a gloom flashing in his lavender eyes, and an indescribable horror. With the Rinnegan, he could clearly realize that everything before his eyes was not an illusion, but was all real. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Otsutsuki Hagoromo's mind, but in the end they all turned into deep uneasiness and fear. This terrifying ability to change space in the blink of an eye was beyond his comprehension, not to mention that Kagaya had forced him in. Even though he was also a 6 paths level warrior who had achieved the Kekkei network, and his Kekkei network ability was also extremely strong, the unreasonable ability of Ain no Mikado was still something he had never heard of. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hagoromo knew how huge the ocean was when his mother Kagaya fought with him and his brother Hamura. However, Kagaya and Seiji did not give Otsutsuki Hagoromo any more time to think, and the welcome mixed doubles match time had arrived. Then, with the explosion of chakra, the two of them attacked together. Samsaranga Eye, Pressure, Rabbit Hair Needle, Seiji and Kagaya had a wonderful collaboration. The overwhelming and extremely heavy pressure directly shocked Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul, causing it to lose control and fall from the air. At the same time, Kagaya used her Byakugan to predict Otsutsuki Hagoromo's falling trajectory. Her long hair fluttered up behind her, and the hair turned into long, fine needles like sharp thorns, shooting towards Otsutsuki Hagoromo. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness echoed throughout Otsutsuki Hagoromo's entire soul. However, after all, they are both strong people of the same level. Although Otsutsuki Hagoromo was indeed under the pressure of Seiji, he still got rid of this negative state at the moment when the rabbit hair needle was about to hit him. Then, after sensing that he could not avoid Keigaya's covering attack, Otsutsuki Hagoromo acted decisively, and at the cost of his soul's shock, he forced out a massive burst of eye power in an instant, completing the construction of the complete fairy jutsu Susanoo in a split second. The endless flow of fairy chakra formed a layer of hard armor on the surface of the huge complete form of Susanoo, as hard as a rock without any gaps. Boom, 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 accompanied by deafening roars, the rabbit hair needles hit Susanoo's armor like raindrops. Every impact made a loud noise, and the armor flew with sparks, like fireworks, brilliant and dazzling. Under the impact of the rabbit hair needles, cracks and damage began to appear on the solid armor condensed by the fairy chakra, and the huge complete form of Susanoo was also trembling and retreating step by step. Moreover, as time went on, the cracks on the armor became more and more numerous and deeper, and the broken chakra fragments were spinning and tumbling in the air, colliding with each other and flying in all directions. There was a gloom in Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes. This was another kind of ability that he had never seen 1,000 years ago. But then, his eyes were filled with madness, and he was ready to fight. Drink! Otsutsuki Hagoromo let out a deep roar. Immediately, azure light bloomed all over Susanoo's body, and the torrent of fairy chakra instantly repaired the damaged armor and completely blocked the rabbit hair needle. However, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also paid a heavy price for this. His soul body showed a little illusion at the moment he exploded just now, and this was the proof of excessive consumption of power. For Otsutsuki Hagoromo, although his bloodline network ability allows him to use the power of the Pure Land to improve himself without limit, in Keigaya's space of the first sphere that isolates everything, the power he borrowed from the Pure Land cannot be replenished at all. Use a little, and you will have less. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Seeing that Otsutsuki Hagoromo blocked the attack of the rabbit hair needle, Keigaya couldn't help but reveal a little surprise in her eyes. It seems that after 1,000 years, the strength of this rebellious son has been greatly improved. But then, the surprise in Keigaya's eyes turned into a slightly sarcastic smile. Because, at this time, Kiyoshi had already appeared behind Otsutsuki Hagoromo's complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo through Yozen Hirasaka. When she held hands with Chingxi just now, she had already completed the transmission of information with Chingxi through chakra. Therefore, Keigaya is very clear about Chingxi's current strength. Of course, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also saw the sneer in Keigaya's expression, and even sensed the spatial fluctuations behind her. But dealing with the attack of the rabbit hair needle had already exhausted all his energy, and he had no energy left to defend against the threat from behind. Next second, as the Tao-seeking jade in his hand spun rapidly, a silver storm compressed to the extreme instantly surrounded Chingxi's wrist. Then, under Chingxi's control, the silver storm instantly spread out the moment it was thrown out, sweeping and rushing towards the complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo. Silver wheel reincarnation explodes. The divine emperor produces 10 times the spiritual lord. The Rinnegan in the center of his forehead moved slightly, and Chingxi simultaneously used his bloodline network ability to enhance the power of silver wheel reincarnation explosion. Moreover, this time, he had no scruples and directly increased the degree of increase to the maximum. After all, this is the original sphere space opened up by Keigaya's bloodline net gathering ability, Ain no Manaka, and Chingxi does not need to worry about not being able to control the power and causing any damage to the ninja world. Not to mention, the solidity of the space in the initial sphere is so great that it can even withstand Keigaya's other extremely destructive bloodline net ability, the expanding truth-seeking ball. To put it another way, even if the silver wheel reincarnation explosion, with 10 times the power really shattered the original spherical space, it would not matter, because Kagaya is here at this moment and she can repair the original spherical space anytime and anywhere. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The fierce silver tornado pressure, at the moment it enveloped the entire complete form of the fairy jutsu Susanoo, instantly burst out with unparalleled powerful force. The surrounding space, under the impact of the tornado, suddenly began to twist and deform, as if it would be completely torn apart in the next moment. Along with a flash of dazzling silver light, the tornado pressure spread rapidly at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge wind column connecting the sky and the earth in the original space. It was like a roaring dragon, stirring the surrounding air with its fangs and claws, making a deafening roar. The airflow inside the wind column was spinning rapidly, forming a vortex with extremely strong cutting force, which instantly tore the complete form of Susanoo in it into pieces of broken chakra fragments. The fragments flew around in the space of the origin ball with the strong wind, and then were completely crushed into powder by the violent airflow in an instant. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's Susanoo was broken by Seiji again and again. Moreover, this time, with Chinxi's all-out, silver wheel reincarnation explosion, with 10 times the power, Susanoo was shattered very thoroughly, as if it had never appeared, without leaving even the slightest trace. At the center of the silver wheel reincarnation explosion, irregular black cracks also emerged at the same time, and a chaotic and palpitating atmosphere emanated from them and gradually spread. Call out. The moment Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul was shattered, it was thrown out by the powerful impact force. If it weren't for the protection of the truth-seeking jade, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul would have been torn apart the moment it was caught in the silver wheel reincarnation explosion. The storm gradually subsided. Although Otsutsuki Hagoromo looked extremely miserable at this moment, and his soul body was vague and illusory, and his chakra aura was obviously weak, he did, tenaciously, survive Kiyoshi's attack and was not killed by Kiyoshi's blow. However, this was not too unexpected for Chinxi. After all, compared to the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, that focuses on single target attacks and is even powerful enough to shatter a star with one blow, the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion focuses more on covering a large area. In addition, Otsutsuki Hagoromo just had the double protection of the complete form of the fairy technique Susanoo and the truth-seeking ball. Therefore, even with the bloodline network, Shenhuang Chanlingzhen, with 10 times the power, this silver wheel reincarnation explosion only seriously injured him, but failed to completely destroy his soul. Looking at the miserable state of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Chinxi's eyes. Comfortable. The same was true for Kagaya on the other side. The affection between her and Otsutsuki Hagoromo had been exhausted by Otsutsuki Hagoromo, personally, 1,000 years ago. The seriously injured Otsutsuki Hagoromo stared at Seiji, and the madness in his eyes regained some clarity for a moment, but was replaced by an even more resentful madness in the next moment. Although he was already a soul body, at this moment Otsutsuki Hagoromo still felt an extreme chest tightness as if his heart was about to burst. This extremely uncomfortable feeling made him even want to get his body back, then tear open his chest to let his heart out and breathe. He hates it so much. Why didn't he discover Chinxi's problem earlier? If Chinxi hadn't interfered and ruined his original plan, things would never have developed to this point. Although Mother Kagaya will also escape from the predicament according to Gamamaru's prophecy, he has already prepared sufficient backup plans. Under his planning and guidance, the Child of Destiny will set things right, and finally get back on track. It can be said that until this moment, Otsutsuki Hagoromo still did not realize his own problems, and did not realize that he had brought such an end upon himself, but instead put all the blame on Seiji. He even felt a slight resentment towards his younger brother Hamura. He blamed Hamura for not staying in the ninja world with him, and even more blamed Hamura for staying on the moon after his death, so that now that his mother Kagaya has broken the seal and come out, she does not have enough power to help him. However, from the perspectives of Seiji and Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was just helpless and furious. Moreover, the more uncomfortable Otsutsuki Hagoromo felt, the happier the two of them would be. Then, next moment, just when Otsutsuki Hagoromo was about to kill Seiji with his fierce eyes, Kagaya attacked again. Om! A surge of chakra energy burst out in an instant, and a huge amount of chakra was extracted by Kagaya at the same time, and then condensed and compressed in the palm of her hand. Then, Kagaya was seen extending her jade hand towards the position where Otsutsuki Hagoromo was with an expressionless face. Her movements seemed extremely slow, as if time had frozen at this moment, but in fact, her movements were as fast as lightning, leaving Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had already suffered severe damage, with no time to react. Countless chakra fists shot out from Kagaya's palms, then rapidly enlarged in the air in an instant, whistling towards Otsutsuki Hagoromo with an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air. The most powerful physical technique. Bloodline net ability. 80 Gods aerial attack. The giant chakra fist that covered the sky and the sun crossed the space in the blink of an eye and came in front of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. On the path they just passed, the surrounding air was violently stirred, forming powerful chakra airflows. Otsutsuki Hagoromo had become numb to the fact that Kagaya had used an extremely powerful move that he had never seen before. But sitting still and waiting to die is not his style, so when facing the terrifying pressure of the unknown but already imposing 80 Gods air strike, he still tried to struggle. Super Shinra Tenjang. A few streaks of blood were faintly visible in the Rinnegan. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was overloaded and burst out with all the pupil power he could concentrate, which turned into a tremendous repulsive force and went forward mightily. However, the development of the situation caught Otsutsuki Hagoromo off guard. He had high hopes for the Super Shinra Tensai, which he thought should have been able to hold out for a few seconds at least, buying him some time to avoid the attack range of the 80 Gods aerial strike. However, it didn't even last for a second and was directly broken. Then, nothing unexpected. Countless giant chakra fists came one after another and further broke through Otsutsuki Hagoromo's last bit of the truth-seeking ball defense and smashed into her soul body. Boom, boom, boom. Violent vibrations continued to be heard, and the 80 Gods air strike completely hit Otsutsuki Hagoromo, smashing his soul body into the depths of the ground with one punch after another. But it must be said that Otsutsuki Hagoromo's vitality is still very tenacious. First, he was hit by a silver wheel reincarnation explosion that was 10 times more powerful than Seiji's, and then he was hit by a full attack of 80 Gods air strike, right in the face. However, his soul body has not been completely broken up. But, it's almost there. In the vision of Seiji's Rinnegan and Kagaya's Byakugan, they could clearly see that every time Otsutsuki Hagoromo was hit by a punch under the 80 Gods air strike, a part of his soul power would overflow. And when all the chakra fists had been fired, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul body, which was smashed deep into the ground, was on the verge of collapse. All things are attracted by heaven. Qingxi's figure slowly landed on the edge of the huge deep pit that had just been smashed. A powerful gravitational force burst out from his palm, directly pulling up the soul body of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was already unable to resist and lying dead at the deepest part. Kagaya also fell from the sky at this time. She looked at the soul of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was held in Qingxi's hand and was not far from dissipating, with indifferent eyes. But this indifference disappeared quickly in the next second, and was replaced by a faint sadness with a slightly complicated meaning. After all, no matter what, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was the child she raised with her own hands. Even though their relationship was broken, this was her spiritual sustenance during the days when she sealed her memories. Keenly aware of the entanglement and complexity in Kagaya's heart, Seiji threw Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul aside, quickly walked to Kagaya, and gently held her hand. You decide. The blue-green chakra aura slowly dissipated into thin air. Qingji exited the Samsara Eye chakra mode, and spoke softly to Kagaya. For Qingxi, he certainly wanted to raise the soul body of Otsutsuki Hagoromo directly. After all, Otsutsuki Hagoromo has nothing to do with him, nor does she help him in his growth like Otsutsuki Hamura did. Moreover, In Seiji's opinion, what Otsutsuki Hagoromo did could be considered a cancer in the ninja world, and it would not be unfair to eliminate him. However, considering Keigaya's possible thoughts, Seiji, who did not want to have any possible rift with her because of a mere rebellious son, left it to Keigaya to decide how to deal with Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Feeling the warmth coming from Qingxi's palm, Keigaya's white eyes suddenly revealed a touch of tenderness. They were already an old married couple, so she knew what Qingxi wanted to express without him saying much. Then, Keigaya also held Seiji's hand tightly with her backhand and fell into silence for a while, with various thoughts in conflict fiercely in her heart. After a long while, Keigaya's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression became serious, and she finally made a decision. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul body was severely damaged, and its soul power was uncontrollably overflowing all the time, so there was no need to carry out the so-called eradicating the problem. Although Otsutsuki Hagoromo sealed her because he was unable to kill her completely. But she is not like Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who has no bottom line and no humanity. Therefore, she simply gives Otsutsuki Hagoromo a taste of the feeling of being sealed by the Six Paths Chibaku Tensai, and feel it well. She can only watch the fear of her own soul power constantly dissipating and finally completely dissipating. Of course, before that, she had to take back the chakra that she had given to Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He tapped the ground with his right foot, and a thick vine suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced into Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul body. Bloodline net ability, the god of the tree world is born. Of course, this is just a weakened version of the birth of God in the tree world. After all, the only one who needs to have his chakra taken back at this time is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. A few breaths passed quickly. As the vines slowly retreated, Keigaya absorbed all of the remaining chakra in Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul. Of course, Keigaya did not completely absorb it, but left a very weak trace of chakra for Otsutsuki Hagoromo so that he would not die instantly. Immediately, Keigaya turned her gaze towards Seiji. Seal him up and let him fend for himself here. Okay. There was a flash of understanding in Tsuneyoshi's eyes. Seiji was not too surprised by Keigaya's decision. After all, this can be considered the best ending for both Keigaya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Then let's start. After a slight pause, seeing that Qingxi had no other ideas, Keigaya spoke again softly. After hearing this, Qingxi nodded, then his body slowly floated up and he slowly formed seals with his hands. Although it is no problem for Seiji and Keigaya to perform Six Paths Chibaku Tensai individually now, after all, the strength of Six Paths Chibaku Tensai performed by a single person is far less than that performed by two people. Therefore, even though they were in the original sphere space that belonged to Keigaya alone, in order to ensure the seal was foolproof and cut off any possibility of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's comeback, Seiji and Keigaya cast the seal together. Six Paths, Earth-Shattering Star. After looking at each other, Seiji and Keigaya clasped their hands together at the same time. In an instant, the six yin and yang forces turned into a golden and a purple chakra chain, tightly intertwining and entwining, instantly pulling Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul body into the sky and locking it tightly. Afterwards, with Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul body as the center, the terrifying yin and yang chakra converged like a torrent, forming a spiral chakra gravitational field visible to the naked eye. The entire space of the original ball began to tremble violently at the same time. The violent chakra fluctuations tore the earth apart. Under the influence of strong gravity, large and small rocks were quickly sucked up from the ground, forming a huge rock wave that covered the sky and the sun and rolled into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a dark red vortex appeared in the dim sky, and lightning continued to explode in the gravitational turbulence in the sky. Those rocks of varying sizes that were sucked in wrapped up Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul in the center in the blink of an eye, forming a giant rock sphere. Seal, done. After sealing Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Keigaya directly activated Ain no Manaka, and left the spherical space with Seiji. However, the two did not return to the ninja world directly, but came to the moon through Yosen Hirasaka. Of course, where the two came was not the surface of the moon, but the interior of the moon, which is the new base opened and built by the Hidden Mist Village in the place where the Otsutsuki clan originally lived on the moon. The moment she walked out of Yomi Hirasaka, Kagaya immediately sensed Otsutsuki Hamura, who was protected by Seiji's yin-yang escape barrier and had fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive consumption of soul power. Hamura, Kagaya murmured subconsciously. Her pure white eyes seemed to have crossed countless barriers and layers of space as she stared at Otsutsuki Hamura, who had fallen into a deep sleep and whose face had become extremely old. She actually didn't have too much resentment towards Otsutsuki Hamura, even though Hamura also participated in sealing her back then. It can even be said that without the 6 paths yin power contributed by Hamura, it would be impossible for Otsutsuki Hamura, who had just awakened the ordinary Rinnegan at that time, whose strength was only at the initial 6 paths level and who had not even achieved the bloodline network, to successfully activate the 6 paths Chibaku Tensai, which is considered to be the top sealing technique among all the 6 paths level. However, Kagaya also knew that Hamura's betrayal was actually more due to Otsutsuki Hagoromo's behind-the-scenes conspiracy. Given Otsutsuki Hamura's personality, he would not reject his brother Hamura, with whom he has a very close relationship and grew up together. During the time when Kagaya used her Byakugan to control Hamura, she understood the cause and effect of this very clearly. In addition, after she was sealed, no matter what Hamura's thoughts were, he finally decided to come to the moon to atone for his sins by accompanying her. But judging from his actions, it can be seen from Hamura's actual actions that he actually has deep regrets in his heart. So, all in all, Hamura is at most an accomplice, and the source of everything is still Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Of course, Kagaya learned from the chakra connection with Seiji and Black Zetsu just now that the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes was actually the native creatures of the ninja world represented by Gamamaru. They are in fundamental conflict with her, or the Otsutsuki clan, regarding the interests of the ninja world. Therefore, they sent out the toad with the ability of prophecy to bewitch Otsutsuki Hagoromo and cause her to betray her. However, if that were all, then Otsutsuki Hagoromo's guilt, as the main culprit would at most be slightly greater than Otsutsuki Hamura's, and would not make Kagaya completely give up on him. What really chilled Kagaya's heart was that after so many years, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had betrayed her, had not shown the slightest sign of repentance, and had even gone even further, trying every possible means to prevent her resurrection. After a long silence, Kagaya finally gave up the idea of waking up Otsutsuki Hamura and meeting him. Although Hamura expressed his regret for sealing her with his actual actions, and he also played a great role in Chingxi's growth, after all, Hamura actually betrayed her back then. Even though Kagaya had forgiven the other person deep in her heart, if they really met, she would still feel uncomfortable in her heart and have an indescribable emotion, as if there was a fishbone stuck in her throat, and she could not completely let it go. Therefore, let's just take a look from afar and let Hamura continue to sleep here. The protruding blue veins slowly disappeared. Kagaya closed her eyes and looked at Seiji. Her eyes were clear and gentle, full of love. Chingxi turned his head and looked at Kagaya beside him with the same gentle gaze. Immediately, he activated Yomi Hirasaka, and brought Kagaya to the cliff outside the cave where the space channel between the moon and the ninja world was originally located. After all, after dealing with Otsutsuki Hagoromo, there were no more obstacles in the ninja world, and it could be said that it completely belonged to Seiji. Unification is only a matter of time, and he doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. At this moment, the moon is empty except for Otsutsuki Hamura, who is still sleeping in the barrier, protected by Seiji. Before the war, all the ninjas and residents of the Hidden Mist Village who were originally on the moon had evacuated back to the ninja world under the order of Seiji. Therefore, before the sun rises the next day, he and Kagaya can spend a wonderful night on the moon, just the two of them. Feeling each other's breathing and heartbeat, the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The two of them stared at each other intently, with only each other in their eyes. Their eyes met, their breaths intertwined, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Qingxi's heart was beating violently, and he could feel the slight trembling of Keigaya's tender red lips, so his body leaned forward involuntarily, getting closer and closer to Keigaya. The next second, their lips gently touched each other. The overflowing passionate emotions made Keigaya subconsciously open her arms, hug Qingxi tightly, and respond to Qingxi's kiss passionately. In the distance, the boundless forest and the rippling blue lake that met at the end of the sight, as well as everything around, also stopped at this moment as if they were sealed. The wind no longer blows, the lake no longer surges, and the leaves no longer rustle. At this moment, the world belongs only to Seiji and Keigaya. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted, but Seiji and Keigaya's eyes were still fixed on each other's faces. My dear, I really miss you so much, Tilda. Keigaya buried her face in the crook of Seiji's neck and spoke softly, her voice slightly choked. Then, Keigaya could no longer control her emotions. Tears burst out and she cried loudly, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered. Seeing this, Qingxi naturally put his arms around Keigaya's slender waist and gently patted her back. He could fully understand Keigaya's behavior. After all, for him, the time he and Keigaya had been separated was not too long. But for Keigaya, this was a wait that lasted for 1,000 years. Qingxi's eyes fell on Keigaya's tear-soaked cheek, and a feeling of pity welled up in his heart. For a long time, when Qingji felt that Keigaya's emotions were almost released, he slowly loosened his arms that were hugging Keigaya, his movements gentle and cautious. His hands gently touched Keigaya's delicate and white skin, which was as precious as porcelain. Then, he gently wiped the tears from the corners of Keigaya's eyes, his movements full of tenderness and love. 1,000 years of loneliness, 1,000 years of waiting, Keigaya has suffered so much over these years. Then, Qingxi's gaze moved to the strands of hair that fell on Keigaya's forehead. With a gentle and doting smile, Qingxi gently pushed them to the sides, allowing Keigaya's bright and flawless face to appear more clearly in front of him. However, her movements were somewhat slow, as if she was still immersed in the sudden emotion of joy and sorrow. And when Keigaya's eyes met with Kiyoshi's, and she felt the tenderness and love in Kiyoshi's eyes, a warm current instantly flowed into the deepest part of Keigaya's heart, causing ripples in the lake of her heart. Dash 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 dash. At the same time that Seiji and Keigaya were expressing their true feelings to each other in love, the war for the Hidden Mist Village to unify the ninja world also reached its climax. With the help of the Angkor Fortress for ultra-long distance delivery, it only took a few hours for all the small countries within the ninja world to be conquered by Kirigakure and their political power to be smoothly taken over and controlled. Only the last village left is Konoha village in the land of fire, and Kumogakure village in the land of lightning. On the Konoha side, the Kirigakure troops attacking from the direction of the Bear Country have joined forces with the Kirigakure troops attacking from the direction of the Wind Country to jointly launch a massive bombardment of the Konoha village barrier using various ninjutsu. You should know that the protective barrier covering the entire Konoha village was set up by the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who was from the Uzumaki clan and presided over by Uzumaki Mito. Under normal circumstances, if Konoha village can provide sufficient chakra supply, it is hard to say whether this protective barrier with a strong Uzumaki clan style is the strongest in the ninja world, but at least it ranks very high. However, what a coincidence is that the Hidden Mist Village is very familiar with the Uzumaki clan. After all, the orthodox Uzumaki clan is in the Hidden Mist Village, and the Uzumaki clan in the Hidden Mist Village has all the inheritance given by the last patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ashina. Therefore, under the guidance of the Uzumaki clan ninjas, the locations attacked by the Kirigakure ninjas were all relatively weak points on the barrier. Under the repeated attacks of the Kirigakure ninja troops, the barrier of Konoha village was crumbling and was not far from being completely shattered. According to the current progress of the attack, it is expected that at dawn, the Kirigakure troops will be able to break through the barrier and attack Konoha village, thus removing the former leader of the ninja world from the ninja world. The other side. At the same time, the 3rd Mizukage Bing also led another group of Kirigakure troops to land on the southern coastline of the Land of Lightning, and headed straight for the Hidden Cloud village with an unstoppable force. It is worth mentioning that since the Raikage lineage of the Hidden Cloud village has always been passed down within the Night Moon clan, when the 3rd Raikage died in the northern battlefield of the Water Country and the successor of the Raikage, the future 4th Raikage Xiao Ai, was also killed by Nagato's Chibaku Tensai. The command system of the Hidden Cloud village fell into chaos for a while. The Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village, before the 5th Raikage Darui, was a family inheritance, all from the Night Moon clan, and all with the name, Ai. Moreover, the 3rd Raikage Ai's most trusted subordinate, Dodai, who mastered the Kekkei Genkei lava release and whose status in the Hidden Cloud village was equivalent to that of the assistant Kage of other villages, was also killed by the Hidden Mist village. Therefore, the Kirigakure troops did not encounter any decent resistance along the way. Only a small number of Cloud ninjas who had completed their mission and were on their way back to the village symbolically launched several waves of suicide attacks on the Kirigakure troops. It can be said that the Hidden Cloud village, whose high-end combat power has been almost completely damaged, will soon be destroyed by the attack of the Hidden Mist forces. Dash 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 dash. Moon. Internal space. Seiji and Kagaya sat on the edge of the cliff, leaning against each other. The artificial sun hanging high in the sky emits soft rays of glow, which penetrate through the mist rising from the lake, forming golden rays that lightly sprinkle on the mountains and the lake, as if covering the lake and mountain scenery with a thin veil. Kagaya's gaze fell on Qingxi's face. Her white eyes were as clear as autumn water, reflecting Qingxi's figure. And Qingji was also staring at Kagaya, his eyes full of tenderness and love, as if Kagaya was everything in his life. The two talked in soft voices, sweet words flowing from their lips like a stream of water. Every word was like a sweet candy, making each other's mood happier. Time passes slowly. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The environment here is still too rough. Suddenly, Qingxi seemed to remember something. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his tone was meaningful, as if he was hinting at something. Kagaya was stunned at first, but then a blush appeared on her fair cheeks in an instant. She understood Qingxi's subtext immediately. However, although it was not the first time, Kagaya still couldn't say anything too straightforward. So, she had no choice but to follow Qingxi's words and said softly, "Yes. Dear Tilda." After hearing Kagaya's response, Qingxi's slightly upturned mouth corners suddenly became thicker, as if being brushed by a spring breeze, and it was like a lit bonfire, burning more and more vigorously, quickly spreading across his face. Immediately, the ultimate yin-tun and yang-tun chakra slowly spread from Qingxi's body to the surroundings, and began to change the surrounding environment. Yin-dun creates form from nothing, and yang-dun gives life to form. In just a blink of an eye, the space inside the moon has completely changed its appearance. As Qingxi moved, the ground began to tremble and the lake surface was also stirred up by violent waves. In just a breath of time, the steep cliff where Qingxi and Kagaya were located sank back to the ground under the effect of Qingxi's yin-yang escape. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of water vapor appeared out of nowhere and then merged into the lake in an instant. Soon, a large amount of lake water began to surge around, and soon expanded into a blue sea that could not be seen at a glance. The next moment, the originally calm sky was suddenly broken by a noisy bird song. Dozens of white seagulls suddenly emerged from all directions like a group of disturbed elves. They circled and soared in the air, and the sounds of their flapping wings intertwined together, as if they were playing a beautiful piece of music. At the same time, ripples appeared on the sea. Looking closely, countless fish are swimming in the water, their scales shining with silver light in the glow refracted by the artificial sun. Some are small and agile, some are huge and powerful. They swim freely in the sea, full of vitality, and all things are competing. The original cliff where Seiji and Kagaya were sinking back to the ground turned into an island standing in the middle of the sea, as if it was deliberately held up by the sea. In the center of the island, there stands a palace that looks like it has been weathered by the years. Its appearance is both simple and luxurious, and it seems to have a very contradictory and unique visual experience. This is the place where Seiji and Kagaya lived during the Millennium Ancestral Country period, which he directly reproduced using yin-yang release chakra. Afterwards, Qingxi communicated with the artificial sun from a distance and extinguished its light, causing the space inside the moon to become dark. It's night. When the artificial sun once again shed its light in this space inside the moon, the darkness was dispelled and the night turned into day in an instant. Qingxi walked out of the hall slowly with light steps. His figure appeared particularly clear under the reflection of the light. The bright and soft sunlight sprinkled on Qingxi's body, as if he was covered with a layer of golden gauze. His hair shone with a faint luster in the sunlight, sparkling. An indescribable feeling of refreshment, like the first ray of sunshine in the morning of spring, emanated naturally from Qingxi's body from the inside out. He stood not far from the entrance of the hall with his hands behind his back, his posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding an elegant temperament. A faint smile gently appeared on the corner of his mouth, showing his extremely good mood. At this time, Kagaya also walked out of the hall, with a graceful gait and a pair of white eyes, bright and deep. Her face was covered in a layer of faint chakra light, a radiance that could not be described in words, or even more so, a jade-like beauty that was like a downpour after a long drought. A faint fragrance began to slowly spread around as Kagaya moved her lotus steps. At this moment, she exuded a special noble temperament, and her face was filled with a smile of satisfaction and happiness, as if all her troubles were leaving her at this moment. Hand in hand, Seiji and Kagaya slowly strolled along the path that led to the border between the island and the sea. The cherry blossom trees dotted by Qingxi on both sides of the road were like beautiful girls, dancing their branches lightly, as if cheering for their arrival. As they moved forward, cherry blossoms bloomed one after another in an orderly sequence. The petals fell like snow, sprinkling on the shoulders and hair of the two people, bringing a hint of coolness and a faint fragrance. In the distance, the clouds in the sky seemed pure white, dyed with a light golden hue by the sunlight emitted by the artificial sun. The surface of the sea is sparkling, reflecting the glow from the artificial sun. It looks like a huge dreamlike painting, dotted with strands of glow, which complement the clouds in the sky, interweaving to create a floating poetic and picturesque scene, which is magnificent and incomparable. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. It's time to go back. Standing on the beach and gazing into the distance, Qingxi secretly calculated the time, then spoke softly and tenderly to Kagaya beside him. Although he couldn't bear it and was unwilling to break up this world that belonged only to the two of them. But, at this moment, both he and Kagaya have more important things to do. The time has come for the ninja world to return to unity again, just like the ancestral country he established thousands of years ago. It is good. Kagaya naturally held Seiji's right hand with her left hand and nodded. Immediately, a black pixel-shaped space channel quietly appeared in front of the two people. Seiji and Kagaya slowly stepped into Yomi Hirasaka, and returned to the ninja world as the space changed. However, Seiji did not take Kagaya back to his hidden mist village first, but came to Ruchi Cave, one of the sacred places for summoning beasts that he had destroyed. Because, the 10 tails that belongs to him is here at this moment. Moreover, his 10 tails had already absorbed all the natural energy stored in the Ruchi Cave for thousands of years, as well as the natural energy that was dissipated in the space due to the death of giant snakes such as the white snake immortal who mastered immortal arts. Roar! The moment Kagaya walked out of the space channel first, the 10 tails, which had already absorbed the natural power and was lying on the ground with its huge one eye squinting, waiting for Qingxi to come and take it, suddenly stood up and let out a violent roar, with a hint of strong fear in its voice. A hint of cruelty flashed across that huge single eye. The 10 tails sensed that although Kagaya had restrained her power, it could still sense the unique pressure from the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, it even sensed the other 10 tails inside Kagaya's body, which was several orders of magnitude stronger than it. But the next moment, when it discovered Seiji, who followed Kagaya out of the space channel, the Ten-Tail's huge single eye, which was flashing scarlet, instantly replaced with a very human look of surprise. Not bad, Kagaya praised directly. The growth rate of Qingxi's Ten-Tails has far exceeded her expectations. You know, the Ten-Tails in front of us has not yet gone through the stage of transforming into a sacred tree and bearing chakra fruits. Of course. Qingxi flew close to the Ten-Tails, patted its head gently, turned around with a proud look on his face and responded to Kagaya. This Ten-Tail was carefully raised by him from a malnourished little Ten-Tail. He also fed it various kinds of food that were rich in energy and helped it grow quickly. It can be said that before transforming into a sacred tree and taking root in the ninja world, Seiji's Ten-Tails had already reached its maximum strength. In addition, since the ninja world is one of the best nurseries in the universe, Qingxi is very much looking forward to seeing how much of a boost the chakra fruit of the divine tree will eventually bring to him. Dash 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 dash. It's almost entering the final stage. For those of you who have not written a book review yet, could you please move your lucky hands and help write a 5-star review tilde. Thank you again. Who is? Moroku, who had greeted Qingxi, looked at Kagaya, who was holding hands with Qingxi, and asked with a slightly hesitant tone. An inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly surged into her heart. She always felt that she should know the other person. Feeling the gaze directed at her by Moroku, Kagaya's pure white eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately understood something. As the actual ruler of the ancestral country after Kiyoshi's departure, although she did not care about them after sealing her memories, and did not look down on those natural energy practitioners native to the ninja world, she still had a certain understanding of these people. Therefore, the moment Kagaya sensed the power of the Miko in Moroku's body, she already remembered Moroku's identity. However, Kagaya had no intention of speaking. The next moment, when Moroku and Kagaya's eyes met, a flash of thunder flashed through Maitreya's mind in an instant, and the memories of the witches that had been passed down for thousands of years suddenly emerged like a tide. The goddess of Mao, Maitreya murmured unconsciously, with an unspeakable shock and fear in her tone. It was the original source of the power of the shrine maiden in her body, the trembling that was engraved in her blood and passed down by the first generation of shrine maiden. That's right, Moroku has already found Kagaya's true identity from the inherited memories. Oh, Qingxi and Kagaya raised their eyebrows at the same time. This lineage of shrine maidens is really something. They can actually recognize Kagaya, whose information had been erased by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. At this time, Maitreya also regained consciousness from the influence of his blood and said in a bitter voice. Originally, Kiyoshi alone was enough to suppress the entire demon kingdom, but unexpectedly there was another master. This man who came with the fourth Mizukage was actually the ancestor of Chakra who almost destroyed the ninja world 1,000 years ago. No problem. Qingxi shook his head and laughed, then changed the subject and said straight to the point, this time I came. No problem. I am willing to hand over the leadership of the demon country. Everything depends on you, Mizukage. However, before Qingxi could finish speaking, Moroku interrupted him and agreed to everything first. Of course, she knew the purpose of Qingxi's sudden visit to the demon country. After all, the demon country was not closed to the outside world. Therefore, she knew what was happening in the ninja world. However, she had originally been thinking about whether she could get some better conditions, but the appearance of Kagaya made her completely give up the idea of speaking. Therefore, as soon as Qingxi opened his mouth, she was very aware of the situation and took the initiative to surrender. As expected of you, Miko-sama. Has the prophecy come true? Qingxi was stunned at first, but then he understood and thought that Maitreya had predicted the end of the demon kingdom, so he handed over the demon kingdom so decisively. No, without your permission, I cannot predict anything about you. However, Moroku shook his head gently, denying Qingxi's statement, but she did not continue to explain. Although she handed over the demon kingdom entirely based on her own will, The demon kingdom had been ruled by a lineage of witches for thousands of years, and her actions meant the demise of the demon kingdom. Therefore, as a modern-day witch, she was in a very low mood at this moment. That's right, Qingxi didn't care about it. After all, his goal had been achieved, and it was solved perfectly without any effort. Then, after a brief pause to allow Moroku to adjust his emotions, Qingxi spoke again. Mr. Miko, there is one more thing. I need you to make another prediction for me. After a moment's silence, Moroku nodded. Because she knew that what Qingxi said was not a request, but an order. She had no power to refuse. Okay, let's get started. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. 10 minutes later, Seiji left with Kagaya, bringing the result of the prophecy. Later, special personnel from the Hidden Mist village would come to the land of demons to conduct the handover with Moroku. Of course, he did not let Maitreya lose excessively his own Miko power and vitality because of the prophecy he made for him, who had achieved the 6 paths level of the bloodline network. Instead, after the prophecy was over, he used fairy chakra and yin-yang escape to make up for the consumption of Maitreya in the prophecy, and there was even a slight surplus. After all, there is some friendship between him and Maitreya, and he himself is not the kind of domineering and cruel person. After all, it was just a slight consumption of chakra, and he would be able to fully recover in a dozen breaths. In addition, the result of this prophecy is very gratifying, so it is only natural to make up for Maitreya's consumption and improve the opponent a little bit. Kirigakure village. Mizukage's office. Seiji and Kagaya walked out of the space passage of Yomi Hirasaka. Is this where you work and handle government affairs on a daily basis? Kagaya looked at the layout of the Mizukage's office with a little curiosity, with a faint smile on her lips. Yeah, Qingxi nodded first. The basic layout is still the same as it was 1,000 years ago, but over the past 1,000 years, with the advancement of productivity, many things are still different. Then, Qingxi paused, changed the subject, and continued. I will call a meeting of the village leaders later, and after the meeting, we can start working on recovering the chakra of the ninja world. Qingji had no intention of letting Kagaya appear in front of the top leaders of Kirigakure. After all, that was Kagaya's personality, and she had nothing in common with the top leaders of Kirigakure. As for the relationship between him and Kagaya, as well as Kagaya's relevant situation, he will inform the master and the third Mizukage and other people who are close to him when the time comes. Then, I will wait for you in the office. As Kagaya spoke, she very consciously walked to the desk, pulled out the chair, and sat down slowly. Her movements were extremely familiar and natural. No, looking at Kagaya's actions, Qingxi couldn't help but smile. I have already notified Black Zetsu to come over. Let him accompany you to walk around our village first. You know, he has been working hard for your resurrection for thousands of years. After all, Kiyoshi still hasn't forgotten his eldest son, so he plans to let Black Zetsu take Kagaya to play in the Hidden Mist village while he is in the meeting, in order to fulfill his longing for Kagaya and the sincere mother-son love, and also as a reward for her hard work and great contributions to him in the Hidden Mist village during this period. Kagaya's eyes lit up after hearing this. It was a great thing to have Black Zetsu taking her around the village. But in a flash, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her pretty face again. After being freed from the seal, except for exchanging information with Black Zetsu when she was recovering the Outer Path statue or the 10 Tails, she spent the rest of the time being affectionate with Seiji. And if Qingxi hadn't mentioned it now, she would have almost forgotten about Black Zetsu. Okay, then I will walk around the village with Black Zetsu. Kagaya nodded and agreed. She was also very curious about the Hidden Mist village under Qingxi's rule in this era. She just didn't know how much it resembled the ancestral country 1,000 years ago. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Very quickly, not long after receiving the notification from Kiyoshi, Nagato and Black Zetsu came to the Mizukage's office together. Teacher, teacher's wife, mother, father, Nagato and Black Zetsu greeted Seiji and Kagaya at the same time. Black Zetsu, go and have fun with your mother in the village. Chingsi smiled gently. Nagato, come with me. Yes, father. After hearing this, Black Zetsu's body, as soft as mud, suddenly trembled with excitement. He had dreamed of this kind of scene for thousands of years, and now it finally came true. Okay, teacher. Nagato also responded, and then followed Seiji out of the Mizukage's office. Dash 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 dash. It's been really hot in Beijing these past 2 days. I'm so restless sitting in front of the computer that I can't write at all. I need to adjust. Water Shadow Building, meeting room. At this time, some senior officials who stayed in the village had already arrived at the meeting room after receiving Chingxi's notification, and sat down in order according to their previous seats. Sitting in the center of the first row at the very front was none other than the highly respected elder master of the Hidden Mist Village. The moment Kiyoshi and Nagato, who followed behind him, walked into the conference room together, all the Kirigakure senior officials in the conference room, led by Master Yuan, stood up in unison and began to applaud and cheer for their beloved Mizukage with fanatical faces. The information about the Kirigakure troops' successive victories had already been notified to every Kirigakure high-ranking official through the Anbu. Therefore, at this moment, the thunderous applause and cheers were like surging waves, one higher than the other, as if they were going to break through the conference room and go straight into the sky, continuously conveying everyone's praise and respect for Qingji, the Mizukage. Since the founding of the Hidden Mist Village by the first Mizukage, Byakuran, and the second and third Mizukages, the Hidden Mist Village finally stood at the top of the ninja world under the leadership of the fourth Mizukage, Seiji. Although at this moment, there are still 2 ninja villages, Konoha Village and Kumogakure Village, making the final resistance, but as time goes by, the final victory is about to appear before everyone's eyes. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Looking at the group of Kirigakure executives who were partying wildly in the conference room, Chingxi showed a faint smile on his face. His eyes fell on each of the Kirigakure executives in the conference room in turn, and his eyes exchanged glances with them. Time passed minute by minute, and after everyone had vented their emotions, Chingxi stood at the front of the conference room, raised his hands, and slowly pressed them down. Then, in an instant, the noisy sound stopped abruptly along with Chingxi's actions, and returned to silence. Nagato, let's start. Chingxi turned his head and called softly. Yes. Nagato's face turned serious and he responded solemnly. Immediately, he closed his eyes slightly, and the powerful power of his pupils began to gather rapidly. After 3 breaths, Nagato suddenly opened his Rinnegan, and ripples suddenly appeared in his lavender pupils. Perception spread, invisible pupil power slowly dissipated, Nagato clasped his hands together and began to form seals. At this time, Chingxi also coordinated with Nagato's movements and started to make hand seals simultaneously. His perception also spread out, like an invisible torrent, covering and enveloping the entire ninja world in the blink of an eye. The sense of oppression that unintentionally emanated from Chingxi instantly filled the entire conference room, causing the expressions of everyone in the conference room to tense, and they once again sighed in their hearts at the unfathomable and terrifying strength of their own Mizukage. The Magic Lantern Body Technique. Under Kiyoshi's control, his perception that covered the entire ninja world blended with and drove Nagato's spreading perception, and soon located Yagura, Chinano, Hyo and all the other high-ranking members of the Kirigakure who were fighting outside. Immediately, the Kirigakure high-level officials who had received Kiyoshi's notification in advance, converted their own chakra into a special thought wave through Kiyoshi's perception. Then, after being amplified by Nagato's Rinnegan, they projected blue-purple translucent illusions with the characteristics of physical shadows in the conference room one after another. It can be said that with Chingxi's assistance, Nagato at this moment does not need to use yin-yang escape to create any specific medium, and can directly perform the phantom body technique. In fact, if the most crucial part of the phantom body technique was not the power of the Rinnegan, Kiyoshi, who had already seen through the essence of this technique, could easily summon all the high-ranking members of the Mist Village who were scattered throughout the ninja world. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they were suddenly appeared in the conference room of the Mizukage building by such a magical means. So, after a while, everyone gradually came to their senses. Lord Mizukage. Then, they went to their respective seats and bowed respectfully to Qingxi. Very good. Qingxi nodded with satisfaction and gave an approving look to Nagato, who was maintaining the seal formation posture beside him. Then, next, let's officially start the meeting. Qingxi's tone turned flat and he spoke softly. However, even though his voice was soft, with the blessing of chakra, it was accurately transmitted to the ears of every high-ranking member of the Kirigakure who was present. Chief Fujiwara, the moon is done. We can move everyone back as soon as possible. Qingxi first talked about the problem of the moon. The base is currently very prosperous. You have done a good job in this regard. Although he and Kagaya did not stay in the base, with Kiyoshi's strength, when Kagaya stopped and looked at the sleeping Otsutsuki Hamura from afar, his perception had already completed his understanding of the situation of the entire base. Ever since Qingxi took over the moon, Kirigakure has been continuously building the lunar base in accordance with the layout of Kirigakure village. However, in terms of scale, the lunar base is much larger than the entire area of the Hidden Mist village. Although the Hidden Mist village has undergone decades of continuous expansion and its current overall scale is comparable to that of a large town in the Water Kingdom, after all, before the table was overturned, the Hidden Mist village was nominally just a village with armed forces. However, there are no restrictions on the construction of the lunar base. After all, the moon can be said to belong completely to Qingji and the Hidden Mist village. Therefore, here at the lunar base, rows of neat houses on both sides of the wide streets have been arranged in an orderly manner. Even many residential areas have been built in the style of townhouses based on Qingxi's suggestions. Although the neighbors are next to each other, each household has its own grand and majestic entrance and courtyard. When Fujiwara Naoki heard Seiji's affirmation, he showed some excitement on his face, but then he became humble. This is all thanks to the strong support of the village. If it weren't for the unconditional support of the village and other ninja clans in terms of manpower and material resources, I'm afraid the lunar base would still be desolate and dilapidated. Don't be too modest. This is the credit of your Fujiwara clan. The village will never forget it. Qingxi chuckled and made the final decision. Yes, Lord Mizukage, Fujiwara Naoki replied solemnly. Afterwards, he paused for a few seconds and continued to briefly introduce the relevant situation of the lunar base to Qingxi and other Kirigakure senior officials. In recent years, under the promotion of Qingxi's various reform policies, the Kirigakure village, which has broken free from the economic control of the daimyo, has made rapid progress in its economic situation. Coupled with the cancellation of the blood mist policy, the atmosphere in the entire Hidden Mist village has improved greatly. Therefore, under this prerequisite, the population of the entire Mist village naturally experienced an explosive growth. Therefore, when it was discovered that the expansion of the Kirigakure village's area could not keep up with the rise of the Kirigakure village and the rapid growth of its population, the Kirigakure village, which had not yet unified the ninja world, started a plan to migrate to the lunar base under the leadership of Kiyoshi. Today, some of the first batch of transferred ninja clan members and a considerable number of villagers have all settled down in the lunar base, and their homes have naturally enjoyed the benefits of the first batch of immigrants and are much more spacious than the houses they lived in the Hidden Mist village. From the current situation, the lunar base can continue to reduce the burden on the village and start the second batch of immigrants. Fujiwara Naoki made his summary. Qingxi hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. It's settled. Then Chief Fujiwara and Elder Chunyu will be responsible for the overall planning of the second round of immigration. Chiefs of other tribes must cooperate. Yes, Lord Mizukage. All of a sudden, all the senior executives who were pointed out by Qingxi stood up and agreed to the matter. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Next, it's the progress of the unification of the ninja world. Third Sama, let's start from your side. Qingxi looked at the third-generation Mizukage Bing who was sitting next to the master and looked a little tired. After hearing this, the ice projection of the third water shadow formed by the phantom body technique shook his head slightly, as if to dispel his fatigue caused by his old age and continuous traveling and fighting. At this moment, Bing seemed to have received some news suddenly, and he stood there in a daze for a moment, but soon he recovered, and his slightly depressed spirit was instantly refreshed. Then, Bing took a deep breath and spoke with an excited tone, the latest news. The Kirigakure troops under my command have captured the Hidden Cloud Village and the capital of the Land of Thunder at the same time 5 minutes ago, and have taken over the Hidden Cloud Village and the entire Land of Thunder. Currently, the troops are clearing out the last remaining enemies. Wow! Suddenly, there was a burst of joyful cheers in the conference room. Even though they had expected this and were convinced that Kirigakure could easily defeat Kumogakure, when the news of victory came, all the Kirigakure high-level officials present couldn't help but get excited. Very good, Qingxi praised, his eyes full of smiles. He was also infected by the cheerful atmosphere in the conference room. Then, after waiting for a while, Qingxi looked at Terumi Mei, who was also projected through the phantom body technique, and was sitting behind Bingxi. Xiao Ming, you don't have to attend the next meeting. You lead the team. Let the rhino dog do more. Clear out the Hidden Cloud Village as soon as possible. Qingxi's solemn voice echoed in the entire conference room for a while. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Mei Terumi stood up, responded respectfully, and immediately took the initiative to stop the continued input of chakra. The next second, the projection formed by the thought waves converted from chakra of Mei Terumi began to become vague, and then, after flashing blurrily for a few times, the projection completely dissipated on the spot. Seeing that Mei Terumi had gone offline to complete the task he had assigned her, Kiyoshi once again returned to his calm state, signaling with his eyes to his younger brother Yagura and his sister Chinano who was standing next to Yagura. Yagura instantly understood the meaning of Qingxi's eyes, so he stood up, coughed slightly, and spoke loudly. Let me now introduce the progress of the Fire Nation battlefield. Half an hour ago, some ninjas led by Chief Miyajima have captured the capital of the Land of Fire and successfully captured the daimyo of the Land of Fire. At present, the capital of the Fire Nation is completely under our control. As Yagura finished speaking, warm applause once again rang out in the conference room. You know, this is the Land of Fire, which has always ranked first among the 5 major countries in the ninja world. Although in terms of strength alone, they, the Village of Mist and even the Land of Water, are now the undisputed best in the ninja world, but the feeling of being able to trample the Fire Country, which has been, high and mighty, for decades, underfoot is really not comparable to the feeling of destroying other countries and ninja villages. It was like taking a big gulp of ice-cold cola that was like a heavenly rain during the scorching hot summer days. Refreshing, satisfy, cool to the core. The heart is soaring. It's even hard to describe it accurately with words or text. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. On the other hand, we have broken the protective barrier of Konoha Village in the early morning and successfully pushed the battlefield into Konoha Village. After a pause, Yagura's voice sounded again. However, until this moment, the war is still in full swing. The only remaining one of the 3 ninjas, Princess Tsunade, was temporarily promoted to the position of Hokage by Konoha. Although she was unable to participate in the battle due to her hemophobia, her summoning beast that could continuously heal all Konoha ninjas during the battle slowed down the momentum of our troops' attack in a short period of time. There was a barely perceptible hint of respect in Yagura's tone. Although they were on hostile sides, Tsunade had indeed delayed the progress of the war by her own strength. Of course, just this alone does not mean that the balance of victory will tilt towards Konoha. After all, this kind of continuous real-time treatment of all Konoha ninjas in battle through summoning beasts without taking into account chakra consumption cannot be sustained for long even if Tsunade is a descendant of the Senju clan with a huge chakra pool and masters the sealing technique called Yin Seal, that can seal a large amount of chakra and release it at any time. Therefore, Yagura was not too worried about this. It doesn't matter. After hearing this, Qingxi's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and he interrupted what Yagura was about to say next. I have just notified Shenong to have Angkor Fortress go to Konoha immediately. After they arrive, Tianxin and Mukai will lead the team to carry out targeted chakra artillery fire in Konoha to end the battle as soon as possible. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Mukai and I will lead the tribesmen and make precise positioning for the attack on Angkor Fortress. Otsutsuki Tenshin, who also came through the phantom body technique, agreed to the meeting on behalf of Otsutsuki Mukai, who is currently in Konoha village settling scores with the Hyuga clan and did not attend the meeting. Very good. Qingxi nodded with satisfaction and looked around at all the senior executives in the meeting room. Then the final question is how to manage the ninja world after unification. Leave this matter to Elder Yuanshi to coordinate, and submit the plan to me as soon as possible. Although Kiyoshi has his own ideas and plans on how to manage the unified ninja world, after all, he has the entire Hidden Mist Village and even the Water Kingdom under his command. It will definitely be easier for him to gather the wisdom of everyone, the opinions of hundreds of schools of thought, and the strength of all directions than to do it alone, and the plan he designs will be more comprehensive. However, Kiyoshi would naturally not be a hands-off boss like Kagaya did back then. Apart from regularly harvesting chakra to create white zetsu, he actually didn't care about the affairs of the ninja world. But since he holds the supreme truth of the ninja world in his hands and the last obstacle, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, has been eliminated, Kiyoshi does not have to do everything himself. He only needs to keep a close eye on the general direction and make the final decision. At the end of the meeting, Kiyoshi informed all the senior executives who were still in the meeting room that he was about to plant trees in the ninja world, in order to prevent any unnecessary trouble from arising in the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water. After all, the Infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree World Advent, used to recover chakra were both performed by Kagaya. Although Seiji could try his best to control them with Kagaya's help, in the end, he would not be able to control them as easily and freely as Kagaya. Of course, those countries and villages that surrendered or were captured did not receive such treatment. Due to the difference in closeness, they can only pray for good luck under the birth of God Tree World, hoping that Qingxi has extra energy after controlling the birth of God Tree World, to prevent them from being completely drained and eventually becoming the White Zetsu. After the meeting, the Kirigakure high-level officials dispersed and began to prepare according to the tasks they were given during the meeting. Kiyoshi, on the other hand, went to the commercial street in the village to look for Kagaya, who was feasting at various snack stalls under the leadership of Black Zetsu. The soft sunlight shines through the heavy fog floating in the sky. Kagaya, dressed in a pure white Otsutsuki robe, is like a light cloud. Under the guidance of Black Zetsu hidden in the wide sleeves, she shuttles among the various snack stalls. The laughter of the surrounding villagers and the shouting of the snack vendors together weave together to create a real and lively melody of the ninja world. The bustling atmosphere of worldly life and Kagaya's cool and fairy-like aloof temperament constantly collide with each other, but there is unexpectedly a sense of harmony. Kagaya was seen stopping in front of each stall, casually giving out the money she had received from Black Zetsu, and putting all kinds of delicacies that she had never seen or tried before into her mouth at a speed as fast as whirlwind. The ultimate deliciousness spread on the tip of her tongue, making her beautiful white eyes narrow slightly, and the corners of her mouth raised upwards, revealing a touching curve. Let's go. Qingxi quietly appeared beside Kagaya, gently took her free delicate hand, and spoke softly. He had actually been there for a while, but seeing that Kagaya was eating happily, he did not go up to disturb her. Instead, he showed up only after Kagaya had eaten almost everything on the street. Kagaya tilted her head and gave Qingxi a silly smile. Her snow-white face was stained with a faint blush at this moment, which gradually spread from her cheeks to her ears, and then to her slender neck, just like the sunset in the sky, which made Qingxi couldn't help laughing. How can his Kagaya be so cute? As for Kagaya, she had of course sensed Seiji's arrival a long time ago, but the delicacies of the hidden mist village that she had never tasted were too attractive to her. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, she decisively chose to pretend that she didn't know that Seiji came to see her. Father. At this time, the great black Zetsu came out from Keigaya's sleeves and rescued Keigaya in time. Hey, Qingxi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He actually didn't want to say anything else. After all, it was rare to see Keigaya looking so silly. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Kiyoshi brushed Keigaya's hair with his fingertips and gently patted Keigaya's shoulder. Immediately, a black pixel-like space channel emerged, and Yomi Hirasaka was quietly activated. Kiyoshi took Keigaya and his older son Black Zetsu, who was hidden in his sleeves again, to the lake where he had unsealed Keigaya before. It's time to plant his 10 Tails divine tree. Walking out slowly from the space channel, Keigaya, who was cute just now, has adjusted her mood. Her expression has returned to being cold and her movements are elegant and calm. Shall we start now? Keigaya asked softly, her red lips slightly parted. Yes. Qingxi nodded. Let's plant the sacred tree first, and the war should be over soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingxi's figure slowly floated up, and chakra gathered rapidly at the same time. An invisible sense of oppression instantly spread from Qingxi's body to the surroundings. Of course, this feeling of oppression is like a drop in the bucket for Keigaya and can be completely ignored. After all, in terms of the bloodline network ability she has mastered, her strength is even higher than that of Seiji today. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely bright blue-green light shot up into the sky from Qingxi, who was floating in the air. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. Full power. For a moment, under the refraction of the lake water, the nearby sky and earth were all rendered in an incomparably gorgeous blue-green color. Psychic Art. As Qingxi put his hands together, a huge spiritual circle emerged on the calm lake surface. The next second, an extremely large amount of white smoke exploded instantly, and an earth-shaking roar came from it. It was the 10 tails that belonged to Qingxi. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the huge body of the 10 tails, which was over 1,000 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone in the hidden mist village, with 10 thick tails dancing wildly behind it. The earth is shaking. Immediately afterwards, the 10 tails' terrifyingly powerful and unique pressure spread out, quickly covering the entire mist village and spreading to even further away. But because Kiyoshi had given the order in advance, the Kirigakure ninjas and villagers who had already been notified by the Kirigakure high-level officials were panicked when they felt the vibrations in the corners of the village, and were subconsciously afraid when they saw the extremely oppressive figure of the 10 tails, and their bodies were constantly shaking and trembling under this terrifying feeling of oppression. But they did not show any resentment or dissatisfaction. Instead, they endured the pressure on their bodies and cheered enthusiastically for their beloved Mizukage. It's just because they understand that this is the summoning beast of their Mizukage-sama, and their great Mizukage-sama is always right no matter what he does. But soon, in the next moment, the 10 tails immediately began to change its form under Kiyoshi's command. Rays of deep chakra light surged across the 10 tails' body like surging waves. The chakras intertwined like silk threads and gathered towards the center of the 10 tails' body. As the frequency of the flashing light gradually increased, its brightness became stronger and stronger, as if forming a huge cocoon of light. Immediately afterwards, the 10 tails' body began to undergo obvious changes. Its limbs gradually shrank and merged, and rough bark-like lines grew on its body surface. Its tail also continued to twist and stretch, turning into criss-crossing branches that swirled and intertwined with each other, twisting together, and turning into a thick trunk. The violent chakra that was spreading out and floating around was now completely absorbed, further accelerating the formation of the sacred tree. Finally, the dim light exploded and the light dissipated. A towering sacred tree stood proudly in the center of the huge lake in the corner of the hidden mist village. Its roots sank into the lake water and penetrated deep into the earth, absorbing the natural energy buried deep underground in the ninja realm. Its trunk is unimaginably thick and its height reaches the sky. The bark is full of grooves and has an ancient and deep luster. Mysterious lines that shimmer faintly extend from the roots, winding up along the trunk until they reach the canopy that blocks out the sun. And in the center of the tree crown, there is a huge flower bud. In the middle of the bud, the one-eyed eye that was originally in the form of the 10 tails has now grown further into the 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan that shines with scarlet light. A faint chakra halo surrounded the sacred tree, which looked like a dream from afar, showing all kinds of strangeness. At the same time, the violent and terrifying pressure emitted by the 10 tails also quietly converged, leaving only a vast aura that cannot be described in words. Like a tide, it continuously emerged from the sacred tree, transformed from the 10 tails and spread wantonly in the hidden mist village. Qingxi slowly landed back beside Kagaya, looking at the sacred tree standing in front of him. The prophetic scene described to him by the shrine maiden Moroku not long ago flashed through his mind, and a cold smile flashed across his face. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, you guys have to wait for me. Dash 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 dash. The other side, Konoha Village battlefield. The living puppet Shenong was now under Qingxi's command, controlling the Angkor Fortress and flying over Konoha. As soon as they arrived at Angkor Fortress, Otsutsuki Mukai, who had already received the message from Otsutsuki Tenshin, immediately took other tribesmen and withdrew from the battle with the main members of the Hyuga clan, and then quickly withdrew from the Hyuga clan's territory and returned to the base of the Kirigakure troops outside Konoha village. It is worth mentioning that, except for some die-hard and loyal members of the Hyuga branch family, the other branch family members refused to fight for the main family before Otsutsuki Mukai led his men into the Hyuga clan's territory. As a result, they were all killed by the main family by directly detonating the bird in a cage curse seal engraved on their foreheads. It can only be said that when they refused or gave up following Otsutsuki Mukai to escape from the Hyuga clan and Konoha village for various reasons, this tragic ending was already doomed. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Soon, inside the control room of Angkor Fortress, under the coordination of Otsutsuki Tenshin and Otsutsuki Mukai, it didn't take long for the Otsutsuki clan members to use their Byakugan to lock onto several Konoha high-ranking officials who were hiding underground, in the former root base, and conducting remote control command. Of course, commanding is commanding, but being afraid of death is also being truly afraid of death. Except for Tsunade, who was unable to step into the battlefield due to hemophobia and could only find a safe place to receive remote treatment through the summoning beast slug, the other Konoha high-ranking officials, especially Konoha Crouching Dragon and Konoha Phoenix Hatchling, were really afraid of death. Even though they had risked their lives for Konoha when they were young, and had not feared death at all and had gone deep into danger many times to carry out various dangerous missions, ever since they followed the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to power, they have been in high positions for many years, and have long been corrupted by power, and eventually lost their original intentions. So, just when they were confident that the root base they were in, which was built by Danzo Shimura at a huge cost of money and manpower, had a security that was unmatched by any other place in Konoha village and would definitely not be found and destroyed by the Hidden Mist village. The Angkor Fortress floating above the Konoha village, under the precise guidance of the Otsutsuki clan's Byakugan, let out a roar from the chakra cannon. Gunfire roars. Just a moment. A round of salvos was fired and it was over. At the same time, a huge mushroom cloud rose up at the location of the root base. Konoha village's command system was destroyed in an instant. No one, whether it was Tsunade, who was temporarily acting as the Hokage, or other high-ranking officials of Konoha, could survive this incredibly precise and terrifying bombardment. However, this is not over yet. After sending all of Konoha's high-ranking officials to the Pure Land with one strike, Otsutsuki Tenshin and Otsutsuki Mukai immediately changed their targets and, together with their clansmen, targeted other relatively strong Konoha ninjas who were still resisting stubbornly in Konoha village. After completing the lock, without any delay, the chakra cannon that had just fired a round of salvos lit up again under Shenong's control. Next second, no surprise, the resistance within Konoha village came to an end as if the pause button had suddenly been pressed. However, it is worth mentioning that there was only one place, which was also the area covered by chakra artillery fire, where a small problem occurred. This was because the Konoha ninja who was being focused on by the chakra cannon was none other than the 10,000-year-old genin Might Dai, who had performed brilliantly in the last joint Chunin exam and had won with honor despite his defeat. Of course, now he has been promoted to a special Jonin of Konoha village by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen after the joint Chunin exam because of his special physical skills. At the moment when the endless chakra fire came, Might Dai, who had already opened the 7th gate and was fighting with Yagura, who had returned to the battlefield after attending a meeting through the phantom body technique, directly revealed his last trump card without reservation. Totally crazy. Death's Door. 8 Gates Dunjia Formation. Immediately afterwards, countless flaming fist shadows, accompanied by Might Dai's extremely fast punches, rushed towards the incoming chakra fire. This is the strongest, Chao Konk, with all 8 gates fully opened and in the state of the 8 Gates Ninja Formation. However, as his opponent, how could Yagura just sit there and watch Might Dai show off in front of him? Therefore, at the moment when Asuka Konk temporarily blocked the chakra bombardment, Yagura directly entered the complete tailed beast state, opened his big mouth and fired a tailed beast ball at Might Dai, who was constantly swinging his punches in the air. However, although Might Dai was submerged in the double explosion of chakra fire and the tailed beast ball, Yagura could still sense the center of the explosion. Might Dai's chakra aura did not weaken at all, but instead became more violent. So, without any hesitation, Yagura continuously threw several tailed beast balls into the smoke that was spreading in front of him. But this time, Might Dai couldn't hold on any longer. Under the double blow of the horrific explosion of several tailed beast balls, and the irreversible and unbearable trauma to his body caused by the completely rampant chakra due to the opening of the death gate, his body, which was already riddled with holes due to the overloaded use of the 8 gates in the fight with Yagura, finally couldn't bear it. After enduring the severe pain and forcibly firing the last daytime tiger, which collided with several tailed beast balls and caused an endless explosion, Might Dai was burned from the inside out and turned into ashes. Then in an instant he was completely blown away by the shock wave of the explosion, and no trace of his existence could be found anymore. Even though Might Dai still had the evening elephant that could only be used after opening the 8th death gate, he no longer had any chance to use it. That daytime tiger became his last masterpiece. The death of Might Dai also meant that the war was finally coming to an end. The Hidden Mist Village destroyed the former largest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha Village. Dash 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 dash. And when the war in Konoha Village was declared over, Ching-si, who had already planted the sacred tree in Kirigakure Village, received the news at the same time. Then, there will be no more delays. At Seiji's signal, Kagaya's Rinnegan, which was glowing scarlet, instantly appeared in the center of her forehead. Followed by, Kagaya's body slowly floated up into the sky, and then she aimed the Rinnegan on her forehead at the moon that had sealed her for 1,000 years and was now hanging high in the sky, but was invisible to ordinary ninjas. As endless pupil power burst out from the blood-red Rinnegan, the clear sky suddenly became dim. The sunlight seemed to be blocked by an invisible hand and quickly disappeared from the sight of everyone in the ninja world. At the same time, a blood-red moon suddenly appeared from the completely dark night sky, hanging high in the sky. The alternation of day and night happened in just a blink of an eye. Next second, the pattern of the Rinnegan on Kagaya's forehead was projected directly onto the moon. Circles of ripples and 9 black magatama were clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone in the ninja world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The cold voice continued to echo throughout the ninja world, and a huge phantom of Kagaya seemed to appear in the night sky, overlooking the earth. The Rinnegan on the forehead of the phantom was exactly the same as the blood moon that illuminated the ninja world. In an instant, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the moon, instantly tearing the dark night apart and restoring the ninja world to daytime again. This white light seemed to be formed by countless bright stars. They intertwined with each other to form a huge band of light with powerful penetrating power, illuminating all corners of the ninja world. At this moment, except for Seiji and Black Zetsu. No creature could escape the irradiation of infinite Tsukuyomi, even Nagato with the Rinnegan was no exception. All of them instantly fell into a dazed state, and then completely sank into the world of illusion. Then, Kagaya clasped her hands together and slammed them together. The god of the tree world is born. Boom! The ground of the entire ninja world began to tremble violently, and countless thick roots suddenly broke out from the ground and quickly extended to the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, thick vines like towering trees rose from the ground. The thick vines branched out into smaller, thinner branches that looked like leaves from a distance, and they tied up and hung up all the creatures in the ninja world. This was not the first time that Kagaya released the combination of infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree World Advent in the ninja world, so she was very skilled in operating it. After just a few breaths, the ninja world regained its tranquility. The only sound on the entire planet was the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the air and passing over the earth. Endless chakra began to be extracted from the bodies of countless creatures in the ninja world by vines, and then quickly gathered together. Of course, the main forces whose chakras were absorbed were the ninjas and the various wild beasts that lurked in various uninhabited places and could be regarded as summoning beasts. However, because the 10 tails are the sacred tree currently rooted in the ninja world does not belong to Kagaya, the sacred tree and the birth of the god and the tree world are currently not matched. In other words, before the control of God Tree World Birth is transferred to Kyoshi, the chakra extracted from the bodies of organisms affected by infinite Tsukuyomi cannot be received by Kyoshi's 10 tails divine tree and thus form a chakra fruit. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Seeing that Kagaya had completed her work, Seiji immediately opened the space channel of Yomi Hirasaka with a wave of his hand. The next second, the void beside Kagaya was suddenly torn apart like a curtain, forming black pixel grid-like fragments, and Chingxi stepped out of it. After looking at each other affectionately, Chingxi and Kagaya fell to the top of the sacred tree that stood proudly in the middle of the lake. Afterwards, Kyoshi and Kagaya sat down on the edge of the flower bud at the same time, interlocked their fingers, and their chakras blended together. Kagaya released her control over the birth of the God Tree World, and, with the help of the fusion of their chakras, transferred its control to Seiji. After gaining control of the birth of the God Tree World, Kyoshi did not delay at all and immediately began to control his 10 tails divine tree and completed the docking with Kagaya's birth of the God Tree World. In an instant, the sacred tree, which had received a huge amount of chakra, suddenly grew even stronger, visibly, with its already extremely thick trunk. In just a few seconds, a divine tree appeared, like a pillar that was even bigger and whose crown was about to break through the atmosphere. The treetops blocked out the sun, and the shadows they cast were enough to easily encompass the entire hidden mist village. At the same time, a fruit shining with white light also quietly appeared, floating quietly in the center of the flower bud. It is the chakra fruit of the divine tree. A hint of desire and passion flashed in the sky-blue reincarnation eyes, and Chingxi slowly closed his eyes and began to concentrate on controlling the God Tree World Advent, released by Kagaya. For him, no matter whether they are other ninjas in the ninja world or the ninjas from his hidden mist village, they must not be sucked dry by the sacred tree and transformed into white Zetsu. You know, as long as the chakra is not completely drained, the ninja can always rely on the body's self-repair function to slowly recover. Of course, in this process, Chingxi will definitely give priority to the ninjas of the hidden mist village. After all, they are his direct descendants and their own people. And this is the sustainable development that Chingxi envisioned. With the ninja world essentially unified and no large-scale wars, he and Kagaya can harvest chakra in the ninja world every once in a while, and use the vast amount of natural energy in this excellent nursery to continuously produce the chakra fruits of the sacred tree. Although he had already eaten a chakra fruit that was many times weaker than the one Kagaya had swallowed that year, he also took advantage of it to achieve the bloodline network and gained good bloodline network abilities. But for the Otsutsuki clan, swallowing chakra fruits to improve themselves is an instinct engraved deep in their blood. It can be said that no Otsutsuki can refuse to swallow the second, third, or even more chakra fruits, especially when these chakra fruits are the top chakra fruits that were born from the best nursery in the universe of the ninja world. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Time passes slowly. After a full day and night, Seiji controlled the God Tree World Advent to end the chakra extraction of all creatures in the ninja world, and Kagaya also lifted the infinite Tsukuyomi at the same time, allowing the entire ninja world to return to normal. With the overall situation already decided and with the help of the entire Hidden Mist village, Qingji was not worried at all that some blind guy would take advantage of his inability to distract himself and cause trouble. What's more, he has Kagaya guarding him, who, although lacking in combat skills and experience, has unrivaled numerical superiority and can make bricks fly. After all, in front of Kagaya, no matter how strong a ninja is, he is just a slightly stronger mortal. The only ones who can truly pose a threat to her are the Otsutsuki clan, who also originate from the vast universe and starry sky. Of course, what is referred to here are not those ordinary Otsutsuki, but those Otsutsuki who have achieved the Kekkei network like her and have mastered their own Kekkei network abilities. After all, Kagaya has mastered nearly 10 kinds of bloodline network abilities, and ordinary Otsutsuki are not worthy of being compared with her. Although it was known from the prophecy of the Shrine Maiden Moroku that there were indeed 2 Otsutsuki on their way to the ninja world, and the identities of the 2 Otsutsuki were also recognized by Seiji from Ashiki's memory and Kagaya's description, they would not arrive until half a year later. There is still plenty of time. 10 days flew by, and during these 10 days, the Hidden Mist village has completely brought the entire ninja world under its rule. Although the ninjas and ordinary people from all countries and villages are still cherishing their past deep in their hearts, at least in form, the ninja world has been unified and entered a brand new era. Of course, for Qingxi and the Hidden Mist village, they don't care what these people think, as long as they abide by the rules of the Hidden Mist village on the surface. You know, time can change everything. It won't be long before they will gradually want to integrate into the Hidden Mist village from the bottom of their hearts. After all, those die-hard elements who were loyal to each village had long been disappeared. Moreover, under the leadership of the Elder Master, many Kirigakure ninjas have worked together and brainstormed to put together a package plan on how to govern the ninja world in the future. They are just waiting for Qingxi to finish planting trees and make the final decision. According to the general direction and program framework given by Qingxi, as well as some of the ideas and designs for the ninja world that he and Master Yuan mentioned in their daily conversations, Master Yuan finally combined multiple aspects such as politics, economy, and ideology to come up with his plan. Great unification, rather than a grand unification. After all, Qingxi was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze, in his previous life, so it is normal to have such thoughts. After all, the 3 words, Great Unification, can be said to be engraved in the bones of the Chinese people, and even in the depths of their souls. Therefore, during his many years of interaction with Seiji, Master Yuan was influenced by what he saw and heard, and early on he elevated his own limited perspectives and thoughts from the Hidden Mist village to the Land of Water, and further to the entire ninja world. Different from the concept of regional unification, Great Unification covers a much wider scope. It includes not only geographical unification, but also involves the integration and coordination of multiple aspects such as politics, economy, and culture. The unity at the national political level ensures the stability and orderly operation of the country. The unification of economic systems promotes the rational allocation of resources and the coordinated development of the economy. The unity of ideology and culture will enhance the country's cohesion and sense of identity, allowing all people, whether ninjas or ordinary people, to maintain the same values and even beliefs. In this way, the ninja world can maintain permanent peace under the rule of Kyoshi. After all, with the power of chakra, as long as it is developed reasonably, people in the ninja world will not have to worry about survival and resources. In other words, with the deterrence of Seiji and Kagaya's supreme military power, and the comprehensive unification package proposed by Master Yuan, the nursery of the ninja world will become a back garden for Seiji and Kagaya to live in long-term peace. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Soon, another day passed. The chakra fruit of the divine tree, which emits a dazzling and mysterious white light in the center of the flower bud at the top of the divine tree, is approaching maturity. A faint chakra fluctuation emanated from the bark of the sacred tree. This was the Ten Tails sacred tree conveying its joy to Qingxi. In terms of strength, this chakra fruit is even more powerful than the one that Kagaya swallowed 1,000 years ago. After all, there were no ninjas in the ninja world who possessed the power of chakra at that time. Not long after, as the divine tree accelerated its absorption of the natural energy of the ninja world, the divine tree's chakra fruit finally matured completely. At this time, Qingxi slowly opened his eyes. His sky-blue eyes were like the deep ocean, the boundless sky, and even more like shining stars, dazzling. As a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, Qingxi stood up and raised his hand towards the chakra fruit and made a light move. The next second, the chakra fruit shining with white light seemed to be pulled and slowly floated towards Qingxi's palm. After giving Kagaya, who had also stood up beside him, a light kiss on the cheek to express his sincere gratitude, Qingxi did not hesitate at all, brought the chakra fruit in his hand directly to his mouth, and took a bite. The chakra fruit melted in the mouth, and streams of essence, concentrated to the extreme, instantly exploded in Qingxi's body. The next second, the rinnegan on Qingxi's forehead quietly emerged, and a deep scarlet light shone out from it. At this moment, the chakra all over Qingxi's body was surging wildly, and his Otsutsuki bloodline, which had evolved to its peak at this stage, was boiling wildly like an awakened ancient beast. The blue-green chakra flame suddenly rose up, with a layer of mysterious chakra halo, flickering around Qingxi. A majestic momentum that made the entire ninja world feel suffocated erupted with Qingxi as the center, and then slowly spread out. Kagaya was also pushed back a few steps subconsciously by the sudden burst of momentum from Qingji. But she reacted quickly, and immediately consumed a huge amount of chakra to activate her bloodline net ability, Ain no Manaka, and took Seiji and the Ten Tails divine tree under the two of them away from the ninja world and to the space that belonged to her. However, although Kagaya's reaction and movements were quick, the moment Seiji swallowed the extremely strong chakra fruit produced by the ninja world, he still unconsciously emitted a unique aura belonging to the Otsutsuki clan into the starry sky. This aura had been actively suppressed by him and could be sensed by other Otsutsuki in the nearby star fields. So, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who were on their way, suddenly sensed the aura emanating from Seiji. A new Otsutsuki. His aura is in the same direction as Kagaya's. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised the corner of his mouth in a faint sneer and muttered to himself. However, he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he asked Otsutsuki Kinshiki to speed up his journey. Kinshiki, go faster. I can't wait any longer. Dash 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 dash. Starting ball space. First, the Ten Tails divine tree suddenly appeared in it, and then the figures of Seiji and Kagaya appeared shortly after, standing in midair. The scarlet rinnegan turned slightly, and Qingxi could clearly feel the bloodline power that was rapidly growing within it. However, Qingxi did not pay too much attention to these things at this time, because, deep in his heart, he could faintly hear the call from the Ten Tails divine tree in front of him. Next second, as if a blessing had come to his mind, Qingxi clasped his hands together and the Six Paths Ten Tails coffin seal was activated instantly. The effect of the technique was completely different from the one performed by Six Paths Obito and Six Paths Madara that Seiji saw when he went to the parallel world. The Ten Tails divine tree in front of him originally belonged to him, and he had developed a close relationship with it after a long period of feeding it. Not only did it not have any intention of resisting, but it actively cooperated and even rushed into Seiji's body impatiently. In just a blink of an eye, the huge sacred tree twisted into a fluid shape and entered Qingxi's body. Ten Tails Jinchuriki, achieved. Of course, it may not be quite accurate to say that he is the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. After all, Seiji is fundamentally different from Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Six Paths Obito, and Six Paths Madara. This 10 tails originally belongs to him. Therefore, he didn't need to fight against the 10 tails to suppress its consciousness. The 10 tails contained much more chakra than his, and would not cause any impact on his spirit. To be precise, Seiji, like Kagaya, has merged into one with the 10 tails divine tree. The 10 tails can leave Seiji's body and move around in the outside world in its normal form, but Seiji's strength will not decrease in any way just because the 10 tails is not in his body. After all, the power of the two was completely connected the moment they were integrated. Not only that, but the lives of Seiji and the 10 tails even became connected. In other words, if you want to kill him, you must kill the 10 tails as well. As long as his 10 tails is still there, Qingxi will still be there. Even if his body is reduced to ashes, he can consume a certain amount of chakra and use the power of the 10 tails to condense a new body again. Considering the terrifying vitality of the 10 tails, which has reached its complete form and even produced a chakra fruit of excellent quality, it is almost impossible to kill it. At least, in Otsutsuki Ashiki's memory and the information Kagaya learned from the Otsutsuki clan, there is no one in the current Otsutsuki clan who can kill the 10 tails at this level. Therefore, for the current Seiji, he has become the same as Kagaya. Can't be killed, only sealed. The chakra flames burning around his body slowly dissipated, and the extremely powerful aura also converged at the same time, and Qingxi slowly landed on the ground. Suddenly, with a large amount of pupil power emanating from the Rinnegan in the center of his forehead uncontrollably, Qingxi fell into a moment of trance, and his body suddenly began to become illusory at this moment. While Qingxi was still immersed in a trance, time seemed to freeze in an instant. However, the next second, his consciousness suddenly returned to reality as if struck by lightning. When Qingxi came back to his senses from his trance and looked around, he was shocked to find that he had appeared in a completely unfamiliar world. None of the scenes here made him feel familiar. There were only vast expanses of extremely desolate, endless blue stones that slowly unfolded in his vision. There is no life here, the ground is cracked, dust is flying, and an atmosphere of deathly silence permeates the air. The sky was covered with dark clouds, with a few faint rays of light occasionally shining through the clouds, making it seem even more desolate and lonely. But soon, the feedback from the Rinnegan on his forehead made his originally tense face relax instantly, and was replaced by an irrepressible joy. The Royal Center of Heaven. This was the new bloodline network ability he first gained after swallowing the chakra fruit that gathered almost all the chakra of all creatures in the ninja world, as well as the vast amount of natural energy in the ninja world. And this is exactly the first space formed by his Tenno Yuzhong, which is also the starting space that belongs to him alone. However, Qingxi's starting space is not the same as Kagaya's starting space. Looking around in Kagaya's starting space, all you can see are rolling hills, and these hills are in a unique state of red and yellow stripes, some thick, some thin, some long, some short, intertwined with each other. But Qingxi's starting space is a completely different scene. There are no hills here, but instead blue stones scattered everywhere. They are of different sizes and shapes, randomly piled together and scattered throughout the starting space, but there is a kind of weird beauty in their staggered arrangement. As for the other spaces, they will be centered on the initial spherical space and surround the initial spherical space, gradually forming with the slow passage of time. Of course, Seiji could also spend a certain amount of chakra to speed up its formation, just like Kagaya did 1,000 years ago. After all, for an Otsutsuki who has merged with the 10 tails and is in peak condition, chakra is almost no longer a concept of quantity. The Rinnegan lit up slightly, and then Qingxi's figure disappeared in his starting ball space and returned to Kagaya's starting ball space. Kagaya didn't find it strange that Kiyoshi disappeared and reappeared. After all, she knew the ability of Aim no Mikado too well. Therefore, the moment Qingxi returned, he was greeted by Kagaya's beautiful smiling face. Kagaya was filled with joy at this moment as her lover's strength had been further improved and he had even obtained the same bloodline network as her. Qingji also smiled happily at Kagaya. You know, He has been coveting Keigaya's bloodline network ability that can ignore the opponents will and force them to transfer to his home field for a long time. After a few simple conversations with Keigaya, Seiji closed his eyes again, leaving only the Rinnegan in the center of his forehead, which was glowing scarlet and slowly rotating. At the same time, several bloodline net techniques also appeared in Seiji's mind one after another. First, there are a few relatively conventional techniques that are also mastered by Keigaya. This was based on some abilities that Qingxi already possessed, which were directly enhanced by the power of the chakra fruit, bringing it to the level of the bloodline network. The 80 divine aerial attacks, strengthened by the divine aerial attack, the gray bone killing together, strengthened by the gray bone technique, and finally the expanding truth-seeking jade, which has the property of annihilating everything and returning it to nothingness, strengthened by the ordinary truth-seeking jade. However, what made Qingxi most happy was, this time, he also obtained a bloodline ability that Keigaya never had, which was extremely rare even among the Otsutsuki clan. Heaven always establishes respect. This is a bloodline ability related to time, but in terms of ability performance, it is far more terrifying than the time rewind, mastered by Otsutsuki Arashiki. Dash 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 dash. In Japanese mythology, Aim no Tsuchitami is the god most associated with time. He is listed as one of the 5 gods of creation, along with Aim no Makami no Shujin, Takami-chan Sushi Jin, Kam-chan Sushi Jin, and Yumashi as Habi-kochi Jin. His name symbolizes the eternity of time and he is responsible for maintaining the continuous operation of order. The Kojiki records her as Aim no Jotate Kami, and the Nihon Shoki records her as Aim Jotate Sun. Excited at the sight of prey, Qingxi immediately opened his eyes, briefly explained the situation to Keigaya, and then directly activated Tenho Lizzen, and started a simple experiment. Although he knew the general effect of Tian Chong Li Zun, and had a rough idea of what it could achieve, he already had a detailed introduction to it in his mind when he acquired this ability. But after all, what you learn from books is shallow. It is still unknown to what extent this ability can be used in actual combat, and what kind of help this ability can provide to him when fighting other Otsutsuki. Compared to the bloodline gathering ability of Shino Chanrei Zun, that he had obtained before, which had never appeared in the Otsutsuki clan, Tenho Risen had appeared in the history of the Otsutsuki clan. When Otsutsuki Ashiki was still in the clan, he had accidentally seen some brief introduction to the bloodline network ability, Tenho Risen. This is a bloodline that has been developed to a high level and can play with time at will, and the name, Tenho Risen, means the ultimate control over time. As for the person who had mastered this terrifying bloodline net ability before Seiji, it was none other than the legendary Otsutsuki. Shibai. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Along with a flash of extreme scarlet light, endless pupil power burst out instantly. Bloodline net ability, Tenho Lizzen, is activated. In an instant, a time domain with a radius of about 30 meters took shape with Qingxi as the center. In this domain, the flow of time became extremely slow, so slow that it was no exaggeration to say that it was close to being still. Everything within the domain, under the effect of Tian Chong Li Zun, seemed to have stopped there. Of course, it may not be accurate to say that it completely stopped or was still. The accurate statement should be that under the slow flow of time, an illusion of complete stop was created. Keigaya, who was not far away, was also under the effect of Qingxi's ability, as if the pause button was pressed, and her movements stopped for a moment. Although she had made full preparations in advance to deal with Qingxi's Tenho Lizzen, when this domain that even controlled time descended, she was still instantly hit. Then, under the cover of the field, Qingxi slowly stretched out his right hand and tentatively waved it forward slightly. The next moment, a strong wind formed by chakra whizzed out and hit Keigaya, who was frozen in place not far away. Seeing this, Keigaya's eyes suddenly became serious. Although her movements became extremely slow due to the slowdown of time, her thinking and consciousness were not affected. Therefore, the moment Keigaya realized that she had been attacked, the power of her Byakugan instantly exploded, trying to break Kyoshi's control over her. However, the next moment, Kagaya was surprised to find out. Useless. No effect at all. She did not hold back at all, but facing the domain formed by the ability of Tenho Listen, the explosion of the Byakugan only shook it for a moment, causing the time around Kagaya to return to its normal flow rate in that short moment, but then she was shrouded by the domain again. It was not until the Rinnegan in the center of Kagaya's forehead flashed an extreme scarlet that she broke free from the control of Tenho Listen, and put herself back into the normal flow of time. But by this time, it was already too late. Boom! A dull sound exploded, and Shinji's attack hit Kagaya accurately, and circles of chakra ripples splashed at the point where Kagaya's body was hit. Of course, there is no doubt that this attack will not cause any harm to Kagaya. After all, it was just a casual attack launched by Shinji to test his ability. However, this strike was enough for Qingxi to gain sufficient reference for the application of Tian Chong Li Zun in actual combat. The essence of the blood-inherited ability, Tenho Listen, that he obtained is actually to form absolute control over time within a certain range of the practitioner's body. By adjusting the concept of time and mastering the perception of time, he can finally control the flow of time and form a time field that is close to absolute stillness. It can be said that within the field formed by Tenho Raizen, as long as Kyoshi does not possess the same time-related abilities like Otsutsuki or Ashiki, or uses the same level of bloodline network to break free from the restraints as soon as he is hit, then Kyoshi's attack is bound to hit. Similarly, within the range of this field, Qingxi can easily dodge all attacks aimed at him. Of course, with such a terrifying effect, the consumption must be very huge. If it weren't for the fact that Seiji already had the 10 tails, which could be described as a perpetual chakra motion machine, in his body, given his previous state before he merged with the 10 tails, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the consumption of his eye power and chakra by Tenho Risen. In addition, Qingxi could vaguely feel that the bloodline network ability, Tenho Risen, could be linked with his other bloodline network ability, Yozen Hirasaka. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must develop both abilities to an extremely deep level, and use them as if they were instinct, before he can further combine the two into one. After all, space, there is only space but no time, how can that be right? Moreover, by that time, perhaps Seiji will no longer need the Otsutsuki's treasure, plow, and he will be able to travel through time and space by himself. At this point, this fully strengthened chakra fruit has brought Qingji a total of 5 bloodline-enhancing abilities. Ain no Manaka, 80 God's Air Strike, Co-Killing Ash Bones, Expanding Truth-Seeking Jade, and Amagi no Risen. Adding to the 2 bloodline network abilities he acquired last time, Yozen Hirasaka, and Shino-chan Raizone, Qingxi currently has a total of 7 bloodline network abilities. It's only one step away from Kagaya. But unfortunately, Qingxi still has not obtained the Infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree World Advent, the 2 bloodline grabbing abilities that are most suitable for planting trees and harvesting chakra. But it's not a big problem after all. After all, he has Kagaya. And if Kagaya has mastered it, isn't it the same as if he has mastered it too? After spending some time with Kagaya in Kagaya's original space and expressing their feelings to each other, they return to the ninja world together. After returning to the ninja world, Kagaya first released her 10 tails from her body, transformed it into the form of a sacred tree, and took root in the location where Seiji's 10 tails sacred tree had been not long ago. Although most of the natural energy in the ninja world has been absorbed by Seiji's 10 tails divine tree, and it is still far from recovering to the point where it can produce the divine tree chakra fruit again, this does not prevent Kagaya from planting the divine tree first and making all the preparations in advance. After obtaining a top-level chakra fruit and greatly improving Seiji's strength, neither Kagaya nor Seiji were too eager to continue harvesting new fruits, or even to the point of exhausting the resources to catch all the fish. Therefore, let the sacred tree stay here autonomously and slowly absorb the natural energy contained in the heaven and earth. dash 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 dash. Another month has passed since Seiji and Kagaya returned to the Hidden Mist Village, and the time has officially entered April of the 45th year of the Hidden Mist Village. And during this month, the entire ninja world has completely returned to peace and entered an era of peace. Of course, because of the unrivaled power of Seiji and Kagaya, and the fact that the Hidden Mist Village itself has an overall strength that is equivalent to crushing the other 4 original ninja villages in the ninja world, it is not wrong to call it the Nuclear Peace Era. However, with the Great Unification policy formulated by the Master, which has been approved by Kiyoshi and is now officially being implemented throughout the ninja world, I believe that it won't be long before the Hidden Mist Village will become the only one in the ninja world, and the original countries and ninja villages will be gradually forgotten, and the ninja world will be able to completely move towards a new era ruled by Kiyoshi. You know, since Kagaya was sealed 1,000 years ago and the ancestral country collapsed, the ninja world has entered an era where the 5 major countries coexist and the remaining small countries are struggling to survive in the cracks. Coupled with the establishment of the ninja clan, the spread of chakra, and the emergence and growth of ninjas, the intensity of the war was even worse than before Seiji established the ancestral kingdom. As a result of these endless wars, the entire ninja world, except for the continuous innovation and development in ninjutsu, all other aspects have fallen into a long period of stagnation. But now, the war that has lasted for 1,000 years has come to an end, and the ninja world has ushered in a long-term peace. Whether in politics, economy, or culture, the ninja world that has been stagnant for 1,000 years can finally take great strides forward. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. In addition, during this period, Seiji also took Kagaya to meet his close friends and his most core subordinates in the Hidden Mist Village, allowing Kagaya to officially step into the spotlight. Of course, this stage is only limited to some of the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure. After all, with her past experiences, Kagaya really doesn't want to participate in the governance of the ninja world anymore. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that after the unification of the ninja world, those daimyo and nobles who were originally controlled by Kiyoshi or directly surrendered also disappeared quietly in the ninja world for various reasons and never appeared again. After all, in this new era, there are no ships that can carry these so-called cancers of the old era that hinder the progress and development of the ninja world. However, Qingxi has not yet chosen to abolish the name of the water country, but continues to use the name of the water country for the time being. However, the focus of the Hidden Mist Village has been moved from that small island in a remote corner to the location of the former capital of the Fire Nation. For Qingxi, it is only a matter of time before the Water Kingdom, like the other 4 kingdoms, is buried in the dust of history. However, according to the advice of many high-ranking officials of Kirigakure, he still needs to choose an auspicious day. Of course, this new country that unified the ninja world would unsurprisingly be named the Land of Ancestors. After all, that was the country that Qingxi had established 1,000 years ago, and this country once carried many memories of him and Kagaya. Therefore, it was natural for Qingxi to restore or re-inherit the name of the ancestral country. Dash 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 dash. Another 5 months passed quietly, and before we knew it, it was September of the 45th year of Kirigakure. Evening, the original capital of the Fire Nation. Of course, it has now been renamed Kyoto, the ancestral country Kyoto. This was because the ancestral kingdom had officially returned to the ninja world a few days ago, on September 45th of the 9th year of the Hidden Mist. The Hidden Mist Village naturally became the only legal armed force in the ancestral country under the rule of Kiyoshi. However, this time, Qingxi did not choose to use the title of emperor from 1,000 years ago, but continued to use the title of Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. After all, the title of emperor was originally an honorific title that was created for various reasons when he lost his memory. But fundamentally, the current Mist Village is the cornerstone of his rule over the entire ninja world. Therefore, continuing the title of Mizukage is natural or should be the case. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Kyoto in autumn seems to be shrouded in a layer of light gray, looking a little bleak. The leaves of the trees on both sides of the street have begun to turn yellow gradually. As the breeze blows, a few leaves slowly float away from time to time, breaking free from the branches on both sides and flying all over the sky, as if they are dancing their last dance. The cool breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of chill, causing people who were traveling in the evening to subconsciously shrink their necks. On a rather secluded path, Seiji and Kagaya were holding hands and walking slowly among the falling leaves. The cool breeze blew across the two men's clothes, slightly lifting the corners of their Otsutsuki robes that looked identical, as if reminding them that autumn had quietly arrived. Quietly, the entire path was empty, leaving only Seiji and Kagaya, who seemed to be isolated from the world, quietly immersed in this tranquility and comfort. There is no noise, no disturbance, only each other's company, as if time has stopped at this moment. Such a warm and peaceful time is exactly the life they have always longed for, just like when the two of them were together thousands of years ago. A feeling of warmth suddenly arose, like a melodious song, flowing slowly, nourishing the hearts of the two people, and giving their souls a moment's rest. The wind gradually grew stronger, blowing wildly, making the two people's hair a little messy. Time passes quickly, night is falling, the ninja world seemed to be covered by a huge curtain, shrouded in darkness. However, in the depths of this darkness, a bright moon was hanging high in the sky like a bright and shining pearl. The light it emitted flowed gently like silver yarn, bringing a faint but bright glow to the ninja world. But at this moment, Yahiko instantly appeared not far away, and the slight sound broke the tranquility between heaven and earth. "Teacher, teacher's wife." A respectful voice came softly, Minister Amado's urgent message. Hearing this, Chingsi paused, and Kagaya beside him also stopped. But in a flash, he reacted. He had already guessed that Amado, who had been appointed by him as the Minister of Science and Technology of the newly formed Ministry of Science and Technology of the Motherland, had completed the task he had assigned to him after returning from the parallel universe last time, very well. So, after taking the telegram from Yahiko and confirming that things were indeed as he expected, Seiji told Yahiko that he could go and rest on his own. He took Kagaya with him, and with some excitement that he could not contain, he opened the space channel of Yomi Hirasaka, and went directly to the laboratory set up by the Ministry of Science and Technology in Kyoto. However, things don't always turn out as planned. As I said, if nothing unexpected happens, then there will most likely be an accident. Just when Seiji and Kagaya walked out of Yomi Hirasaka, and arrived at the Ministry of Science and Technology's laboratory in Kyoto, Kagaya's movements suddenly paused, and her eyebrows slightly frowned, as if she had sensed something. And Chingsi also keenly noticed that something was wrong with Kagaya beside him, so he also slowed down his pace and turned to look at Kagaya, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Because he didn't sense that anything unexpected was happening. Dash 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 dash. An alternate dimension belonging to Kagaya Otsutsuki. The City of the Night. Since Kagaya abandoned this place after she mastered Ain no Gochu, and created her own original spherical space, this space is now filled with ice and snow and coldness. Suddenly, in the open space right in front of the center of the castle that had long been abandoned by Kagaya, the space began to gradually distort, and in the blink of an eye, a vortex-shaped space channel was formed. Hollowification is the pupil technique of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Byakugan, which has the ability to freely shuttle through space and can make oneself hollow. It was only shown once at the end of the 15th episode of Boruto. The next second, two figures, one tall and one short, jumped out from the space channel. The tall figure among them was a giant who was over 2 meters tall and extremely strong. His arms and legs as thick as vines showed the overwhelming power contained in his body. He has pale skin and gray hair, and a large hard horn grows on the side of his forehead, sticking up high to the upper left. He has no eyebrows, his eyes are white, and he is wearing a white Otsutsuki robe with the Otsutsuki logo, similar to a karate uniform. The robe also extends out to cover the right half of his face. The other shorter figure had the same pale skin and long gray hair as the taller figure, and even had no eyebrows. However, he has 2 gray dots on his forehead, and the 2 forward curved rabbit ear-shaped horns on the top of his head, as well as the Otsutsuki robe decorated like an aristocrat. The feather robe on his back and the high-heeled clogs on his feet make him look even more cold and noble in his overall appearance. It was the duo of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki who were rushing along with sparks and lightning. "Is this the place, Jinshiki?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked calmly, but his tone was cold. "That's right, Master Momoshiki. This should be the alternate dimension that Kagaya opened up all those years ago." Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was confident enough in his Byakugan's pupil technique, affirmed without any hesitation. Then, he activated his ability again to make a space jump, and appeared in front of the statue of Kagaya in the castle, which looked a little dilapidated due to no one taking care of it for a long time. He looked around while searching at the feet of the statue. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki followed Otsutsuki Kinshiki and slowly floated into Kagaya Castle. Looking at the statue of Kagaya in front of him, a sneer with a hint of disdain and mockery appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face covered by a white transparent gauze scarf. Kagaya dash 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 dash. The alien space that I abandoned has been invaded. Kagaya's tone was a little anxious at first, but she calmed down in an instant. With Kiyoshi by her side, and now knowing the true level of her own strength, she had no fear at all towards the people from the Otsutsuki clan. Immediately, after carefully sensing it again, Kagaya said to Seiji with certainty, "It's Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki." After Ching-si heard this, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. That's right, according to the time predicted by the Shrine Maiden Moroku, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki will arrive in these few days. So, the next moment, the corners of Ching-si's mouth curled up slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Then let's go. Let's see what Momoshiki and Kinshiki have brought us." As soon as he finished speaking, Seiji and Kagaya passed through Kagaya's Yomi Hirasaka, and went to the different space that had been abandoned by Kagaya for many years. Of course, before leaving, Chingji sent a message to Sanzu Amato, who, in his perception, had already walked out of the innermost laboratory and came to greet him and Kagaya, informing the others that he and Kagaya would be away for a while, but would be back soon, and asked them to wait outside the laboratory for a while. The City of the Night. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already found the scroll that Kagaya left here. After confirming it was safe, Kinshiki handed the scroll to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened the scroll and was about to take a detailed look at it, his movements suddenly paused, and he turned his head sharply to look towards the direction of the castle gate. Several blue veins quietly covered the sides of his eyes, and in the field of vision of Dao Shiki's Byakugan, he could clearly see the ripples in space that were distorted to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he appeared from the gate of the underworld. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not master the bloodline gathering ability of Yozen Hirasaka, he was very familiar with the fluctuations of Yozen Hirasaka. Therefore, he instantly determined that the faint spatial fluctuation that suddenly appeared outside the castle gate was caused by the spatial channel opened by Yomi Hirasaka. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was standing nearby, also sensed the spatial fluctuations outside the castle due to his Byakugan's unique space-time eye technique. Although he was not as familiar with Yozen Hirasaka as Momoshiki, the fact that he appeared here right after them meant that he could not be a friendly force. Lord Momoshiki. Jinshiki looked at Momoshiki, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, waiting for Momoshiki's order. Okay. Momoshiki's tone was grim, and there was also a strong murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Through the distorted space, he had already sensed the breath belonging to Kagaya Otsutsuki, so he gave the order to attack Kinshiki without hesitation. Next moment, when the space changed between reality and illusion and the black pixel-like space channel with irregular flickering at the edge was officially opened, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was suddenly ejected from the castle like a giant cannonball, and then his body instantly turned into a purple lightning and rushed towards the location where the space channel appeared at a high speed. God Chase. From the game, Ultimate Storm 4 inches Otsutsuki Kinshiki's move. At the same time, a huge red ring appeared behind Jinshi. It was another kind of pupil technique possessed by his Byakugan. He could use yin-yang escape to create various weapons anytime and anywhere. Bo Wei Shen. A huge red axe with a long handle suddenly appeared in Jin Shi's hand, and then he chopped it forward heavily. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Then, as soon as Kagaya and Seiji crossed the space passage of Yomi Hirasaka appeared. What greeted the two of them was the cold light of Otsutsuki Kinshiki that was full of murderous intent. The battle breaks out instantly. However, facing the attack from Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who gave him almost no reaction time and blocked the space channel the moment it appeared, Shinji was not panicked at all. He gently squeezed Kagaya's soft little hand, signaling Kagaya to leave everything to him. Then his samsara eye lit up with a bright sky blue light. Young name is Viguna. A surge of pupil power burst out, and the long-handled giant axe in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's hand was instantly shrunk into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, Seiji flashed close to Otsutsuki Kinshiki, raised his right arm slightly, and took advantage of the moment when Otsutsuki Kinshiki's pupils trembled because of the sudden disappearance of his weapon, and then he aimed at Kinshiki's heart with a simple Otsutsuki elbow strike. Boom! The burly Otsutsuki Kinshiki was knocked flying by Seiji, spinning and rolling on the ground, raising waves of thick smoke and dust along the way. This is Shonen Baikon. Otsutsuki Ashiki. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was watching the battle from behind, couldn't help but let out a cry subconsciously, but after sensing the completely different chakra auras between Seiji and Ashiki, he quickly reacted, "No. That's not right. You are not Ashiki." At this time, Momoshiki already knew the identity of Kyoshige in his mind. He had recognized that Kyoshige was the other aura belonging to the Otsutsuki that he had sensed, appearing beside Kagaya before. Although no one knows where Chingsi suddenly appeared from, it is obvious that he is the helper that Kagaya is looking for. However, just when Momoshiki was about to go down in person and take down both Seiji and Kagaya with his unrivaled might, the situation on the field suddenly changed drastically. Dash 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 dash. In the scene where Otsutsuki Momoshiki appears in Boruto, he is sitting on a broken root of a sacred tree in a different space, swallowing a chakra fruit that is slightly larger than the size of his palm but of unknown strength. Therefore, according to the relevant settings of chakra fruits and bloodline network in the original work, Momoshiki should also have a bloodline network in theory. Based on Kishimoto's naming of the technique, it can be inferred that the move of Takamaikanu Hikami, which can be ranked alongside Ein no Mikakushujin, or Takauchin Reizon, is very likely a type of bloodline net ability. However, Boruto currently does not make it clear whether it is the Samsara Eye technique or the bloodline net. Kinshiki, who was knocked flying by Seiji's Otsutsuki elbow, did not realize the seriousness of the matter. He just thought that he was careless and did not dodge. Therefore, he stood up and growled angrily, then his body turned into a purple lightning again and rushed towards Chingsi. At the same time, several huge weapons of different styles but all red appeared on his side. Tianyu Yuya. From the game, Ultimate Storm 4 inches Otsutsuki Kinshiki's move. Multiple weapons, with the Otsutsuki Kinshiki mixed in, attacked Shinji at a high speed. The momentum is so fierce. However, this did not pose any threat to Chingsi at all. "Ah, I only saw a light laugh coming out of Chingsi's mouth calmly. You overestimate your own abilities." Immediately, Chingsi stretched out his right hand, and when Otsutsuki Kinshiki was only 3 meters away from him, a tremendous repulsive force instantly erupted. Shinra Tenjang. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and the several weapons surrounding his body were instantly stopped from moving forward by the powerful repulsive force that burst out. Then, after a stalemate of about 1/5 of a breath, the powerful repulsive force mixed with the huge kinetic energy carried by Otsutsuki Kinshiki in the process of continuous acceleration, returned super multiplied, instantly blasting Otsutsuki Kinshiki and the weapons around him back, heavily slamming into the dilapidated gate of the castle not far away, and it was tottering. Boom! Another loud bang was heard, and the castle gate collapsed completely, crushing Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had hit the gate and smashed a big hole in the ground. For a moment, thick smoke billowed. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Waste. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was about to take action, snorted coldly, then turned sideways and gently swung his sword towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was buried in the ground not far behind him. In an instant, a violent storm arose, blowing away the smoke and dust, and turning the various fragments that were pressing on Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body into powder. Immediately, Momoshiki's body slowly floated up, his eyes fixed on Qingxi. The momentum that Qingxi had just burst out made him feel a vague sense of threat. Therefore, he temporarily ignored Kagaya, who was standing aside as an ogue, and set his primary target on Kiyoshi. Hateful. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's voice full of murderous intent suddenly sounded behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Then he jumped out of the pit, endless anger bursting from his white eyes. In the eyes of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Seiji was just a completely unknown little Kurami in the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, being defeated by such a little Kurami was a little bit unacceptable to him. So, Otsutsuki Kinshiki directly used his most powerful attack, trying to crush Kiyoshi, whom he thought was a little Kurami, with one blow. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki never thought that just now, Seiji's slight defensive move had almost exceeded his limit and beat him to a state of disarray. So once Qingxi officially launches a counterattack, how should he resist? Kachui. The move in the animation that crushed a small mountain with one blow also comes from the game, Ultimate Storm 4. A huge amount of chakra gathered into red flames at the fingertips of the 5 fingers of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's raised right hand. At the same time, his body turned into purple lightning again. He rushed to Qingxi in an instant and grabbed Qingxi fiercely. Looking at Kiyoshi, who was already very close to him but still did not make any other moves, Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly showed a grim smile on his face. You know, even Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't dare to take his attack head-on, let alone breaking through the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. But now, this unknown little Kurami in front of him looked like he was ready to take the blow. A hint of bloodthirstiness flashed across Otsutsuki Kinshiki's white eyes. At the same time, deep in his heart, he roared with excitement that he was about to avenge his shame. If that's the case, then die with regret. However, perhaps because Jinshiki was too excited when he saw that Qingxi did not make any move, he did not notice the hint of sarcasm at the corner of Qingxi's mouth. So, just before Otsutsuki Kinshiki's right hand was about to grab Kiyoshi, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of Kiyoshi's eyebrows, revealing a scarlet Rinnegan. Endless pupil power burst out in an instant. 80 Gods Aerial Attack. The Divine Emperor produces 10 times the Spiritual Lord. Infinite, huge chakra fists that could not be distinguished by the naked eye appeared in the void in the blink of an eye, and then under Qingji's control, they rushed towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Click, click, click. In an instant, the space in front began to tremble violently as if it was suddenly hit by an extremely ferocious force. The force was so strong that the space around the point of impact, which was Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body, was shattered into countless tiny pieces in an instant like fragile glass, and clear and audible crisp shattering sounds continued to echo. The 80 Gods Air Strike was originally known as the supernormal physical technique. At this moment, with the blessing of 10 times the power, it suddenly burst out with extraordinary power that made Otsutsuki Kinshiki feel terrified. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had no time to be afraid anymore. Because the next moment, his figure was already submerged by the fist shadows of 80 Divine Air Strike. Boom! A huge collision sounded, and the various weapons surrounding Otsutsuki Kinshiki exploded first. Countless red chakra fragments first scattered around, but were completely restored to the original chakra appearance by other fist shadows that followed. Following closely behind was the body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Although Kinshiki's physical strength was far superior to that of an ordinary Otsutsuki due to his specialization in physical skills, he was still blown up in midair by the 80 Gods air strike, which was 10 times more powerful than the rest of the universe. Large handfuls of blood mist exploded in the air. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was beaten to pieces and died on the spot. Only pieces of flesh that were so broken that they could not even be put together into a human shape fell to the ground one after another with a dull sound. However, thanks to Otsutsuki Kinshiki's physical strength, although he was killed instantly by Seiji, his body only literally exploded in all directions rather than completely shattered. Of course, leaving behind the broken body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki was also something that Seiji did intentionally in order to set a trap for Otsutsuki Momoshiki. After all, from Ashiki's memories and Keigaya's information, Seiji has enough knowledge about Momoshiki's general abilities and his so-called underwear, similar to that of Otsutsuki Arashiki. And here we are. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Die. Dash 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 dash. Time goes back a little bit. Reincarnation Sharingan. Seeing that Otsutsuki Kinshiki had temporarily suspended his actions due to his powerful attack, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was floating in the air watching the battle, had an indescribable look of shock in his eyes. At this moment, he finally knew where that mysterious sense of threat came from. You know, even he who has swallowed several chakra fruits doesn't have the Rinnegan. However, what about the Rinnegan? It's not like he hasn't fought with other members of his clan who also possess the Rinnegan. Moreover, based on his bloodline network and his hidden terrifying transformation, he didn't think that Seiji, the wild Otsutsuki, would be his opponent. Even with the addition of Keigaya, it wouldn't be possible. Besides, he could easily come to the conclusion without having to think too much. The Rinnegan of Seiji, a wild Otsutsuki, must have come from the chakra fruit produced on this planet. Therefore, as long as he and Keigaya, the traitor who has been confirmed to have betrayed the clan, are captured, this top-quality nursery will belong to him. He could even use his ability of Shichi alchemy to forcibly extract the chakras of the two people, refine them into chakra pills and swallow them, thereby greatly improving his strength once again on his existing basis. From the game, Ultimate Storm Kazuna, in the move of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. You know, he hasn't tasted the chakra pill made from Otsutsuki's chakra yet. So, Otsutsuki Momoshiki calmly suppressed his inner shock and regained his confidence. At the same time, his eyes were unconsciously filled with a fiery look. However, before Otsutsuki Momoshiki could enjoy that extremely wonderful future, Kyoshige's sudden outburst made his face completely gloomy, as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, and his surging anger gushed out uncontrollably. All things are attracted by heaven. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was gloomy as if water was about to drip out. He raised his hand and sucked up the remaining pieces of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body that were scattered on the ground. At the same time, the Rinnegan on Momoshiki's palm also flashed a mysterious scarlet light, which meant that he had already activated the ability of Shichi alchemy. You know, the ability to transform into chakra fruit on one's own for other Otsutsuki to consume is a traditional skill of the Otsutsuki Kinshiki lineage. Most of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's abilities were inherited from his father through his lineage's ancestral arts. Although Otsutsuki Kinshiki was killed instantly by Kiyoshi and could no longer transform into a chakra fruit for him to consume, through his ability of sacrifice alchemy, he was able to forcibly refine a chakra pill using the remaining body parts of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Although the effect of the refined chakra pill is slightly worse than that of Kinshiki's autonomous chakra fruit, there is no other way. In order to suppress Seiji and Keigaya, Momoshiki can only make this choice. After all, judging from the fact that Kiyoshi killed Kinshiki in one strike, leaving him no time to react, even if he was as confident and arrogant as he was, he probably wouldn't be a match for Kiyoshi, the wild Otsutsuki, if he didn't use his best weapon. Kiyoshiki watched Momoshiki's actions quietly, without any intention of stopping him. Instead, a look of confidence that everything is under control emerged on his face. You know, Momoshiki, like Otsutsuki Arashiki who was killed by him before, possesses abilities related to time. Moreover, Seiji also learned from Kagaya that Momoshiki's time ability was almost the same as his own time freeze. Although its duration is not as strong as Seiji's bloodline network, Tenji Otsutsuki, and even its effect cannot work on other Otsutsuki of the same 6 paths level, it is enough to offset the effect of Seiji's use of Tenji Otsutsuki on it in battle. Therefore, in Kiyoshi's opinion, the transformed Otsutsuki Momoshiki is easier to deal with. After all, Momoshiki's transformation is the same as that of Otsutsuki Birdman. Although his combat power will be greatly enhanced, many of his abilities will lose their effectiveness. Among these is the ability to stop time. Therefore, this is exactly why Seiji did not completely blow up Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body into pieces. What he was planning was to make Otsutsuki Momoshiki realize that he was no match for him under normal circumstances and transform, thus destroying Momoshiki's time ability and making it easier for him to kill Momoshiki. The fragments of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body were refined into chakra pills of different sizes in midair by the powerful eye power bursting out from Momoshiki's palm, the Rinnegan. After Momoshiki sucked these chakra pills into his hands, he did not hesitate anymore and directly put all the pills into his mouth. The next moment, an extremely powerful aura rose from Momoshiki's body, and thick white smoke exploded and spread rapidly around his body, soon engulfing Kiyoshi and Kagaya, who was standing on the sidelines because of Kiyoshi's request and trust in Kiyoshi. However, the thick smoke that exploded did not pose any obstacle to Seiji, who had the Samsara Eye, and Kagaya, who had the Byakugan. Through the smoke, Kiyoshi could clearly see that Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body was rapidly undergoing the same amazing changes as Otsutsuki Arashiki at that time. A smile of confidence quietly appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected, Otsutsuki Momoshiki fell into the trap. Not long after, accompanied by a violent chakra storm, the white smoke covering the scene was blown away in an instant, revealing the new look of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, in Kiyoshi's opinion, Momoshiki's transformation is much more handsome than that of Otsutsuki Birdman. After the transformation, Momoshiki's figure has grown a lot taller than before, and his body has also become more plump and strong. The pale skin exposed outside seemed to be glowing with a faint mysterious glow, and there were many black stripes on the body and face, reflecting its powerful strength between the flowing lines. His hair was spread out, moving without wind, and the hard horns on his head that were originally shaped like rabbit ears turned vertical. His white eyes became even deeper and constantly flashed with golden glow. The Rinnegan on the palms of his hands also turned golden. Greed and madness emanated from Momoshiki's eyes, and a sense of oppression that almost suffocated an ordinary ninja arose spontaneously. The next moment, a crack appeared in the center of Momoshiki's forehead, and a golden Rinnegan suddenly opened from it. The already extremely strong feeling of oppression increased exponentially at this moment, and the surrounding air was slightly distorted and deformed due to this powerful aura. After completing his transformation, Momoshiki felt the powerful chakra surging in his body, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He couldn't wait to crush Seiji and Kagaya to pieces. Immediately, drink! Momoshiki was seen with his hands crossed in front of his chest, and the golden Rinnegan on his forehead and palms instantly turned scarlet. Then, he raised his head to the sky and roared. The sound was like rolling thunder, and an invisible powerful airflow instantly rushed towards Chingxi and Kagaya. Dash 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 dash. In the anime version of Boruto, the golden Samsara Eye after Otsutsuki Momoshiki transforms will turn red as he activates his abilities during battle. Looking at Momoshiki's impatient act of showing off, Chingxi's expression remained calm and he even wanted to laugh inside. It seems that this transformed Momoshiki thinks he is invincible. Then, it's time to let him feel what fear is. The tract-seeking ball appeared silently in front of Seiji, blocking the chakra wave emitted by Momoshiki, and Kagaya also waved her hand to create a chakra shield in front of her, blocking all the shock waves. Immediately, next second, Chingxi's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Momoshiki. Immortal magic instantaneous burial. Chingxi kicked out smoothly, and before Momoshiki could react, he kicked him hard in the chest. Boom! There was no need to use God Emperor Spirit Master to amplify the power. Just the blessing of the fairy chakra alone, the powerful force that burst out in an instant was enough to kick Momoshiki directly away. In an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out of Momoshiki's mouth. Under the powerful impact force, his body fell straight down, first crashing through the castle below, and then falling to the ground again. Kong! The dull sounds continued to be heard, and the Kagaya city, which had existed for 1,000 years, finally collapsed completely. However, neither Chingxi nor Kagaya, who was watching the game, reacted much to this. After all, even this entire alien space was abandoned by Kagaya, so why would she care about the castle that had long been in disrepair, even if there was a statue of her in it? Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Boom! Momoshiki, who was kicked to the ground by Kiyoshi, was furious. The terrifying chakra that emanated from his body turned all the gravel near him into powder. He then flew up, accelerated to come in front of Kiyoshi, and kicked him as well. It is impolite not to reciprocate. His pride made him have to return the kick from Chingxi just now. Chingxi's expression remained unchanged, and with a slight flash of his reincarnation eyes, he predicted Momoshiki's movement trajectory. He then raised his arm, blocked Momoshiki's kick head-on, and then slapped him with his backhand. For Kiyoshi, the transformed Momoshiki is a rare opponent who can satisfy him. After all, Momoshiki himself had already mastered the bloodline network of Otsutsuki, and he also absorbed Otsutsuki Kinshiki to complete his transformation. The power he possessed at this time had already reached an extremely high level. Therefore, Momoshiki had already abolished his ability to stop time according to Kiyoshi's plan. Kiyoshi was not in a hurry to use Tenho Rizen's absolute control over time to make the final decision, but decided to fight with Momoshiki first and have a passionate and hot Otsutsuki battle. Spread. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, please me with all your strength. Chingxi laughed loudly, and his palms were instantly wrapped in blazing blue-green chakra flames. After hearing this, the murderous intent in Momoshiki's eyes became even stronger, but then his expression tightened. He didn't expect that Chingxi could actually keep up with his speed after his transformation. So, Momoshiki immediately changed his strategy and gave up the plan to suppress Kiyoshi with a quick attack, and instead increased the strength of his attack. One after another, powerful palm strikes were continuously thrown towards Chingxi, and Chingxi blocked the strikes and, in between blocks, he constantly found the right moment to strike back at Momoshiki. For a moment, the dull sound of flesh colliding rang out one after another. Each sound was like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, deafening. Boom! After the two men exchanged palm strikes again, Momoshiki, who had been unable to gain the upper hand for a long time, finally could not hold back and gave up the pure physical combat first. He waved his hand and took out a red chakra longsword. The Eye Technique ability, Wave God, obtained by absorbing Otsutsuki Kinshiki is activated. Afterwards, Momoshiki first used the recoil force of the collision between the two to retreat violently, then instantly accelerated, appeared diagonally above Chingxi, raised his long sword and chopped it vertically with great force. You don't have the virtue of patience. Chingxi's mind flashed, and then he changed his tactics, holding one hand and pointing it in front of his chest. If that's the case, then Senjutsu, Storm Release, Light Fang. Chingxi's cheeks puffed up, and he slightly raised his head and spit towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki who was diagonally above him. A high-density purple laser flashed past in an instant, first cutting the long sword in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand in half, and then rushing straight to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face without slowing down.